and recite the 10 Commandments. Shay Bourne's religious training had been minimal and fragmented. The only thing I'd ever seen him read was the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue. He couldn't write. He could barely follow a thought through to the end of one sentence. His formal schooling ended at a GED he'd gotten while at the juvenile detention facility. How, then, could Shay Bourne have memorized the Gospel of Thomas? Where would he even have stumbled across it in his lifetime? The only answer I could come up with was that he hadn't. It could have been coincidence. I could have been remembering the conversations incorrectly. Or maybe I could have been wrong about him. The past 3 weeks, I had pushed past the throngs of people camped out in front of the prison. I had turned off the television when yet another pundit suggested that Shay might be the Messiah. After all, I knew better. I was a priest. I had taken vows. I understood that there was one God. His message had been recorded in the Bible, and above all else, when Shay spoke, he did not sound like Jesus in any of the 4 Gospels. But here was a 5th. A gospel that hadn't made it into the Bible but was equally as ancient, a gospel that espoused the beliefs of at least some people during the birth of Christianity. A gospel that Shay Bourne had quoted to me. What if the church forefathers had gotten it wrong? What if the gospels that had been dismissed and debunked were the real ones, and the ones that had been picked for the New Testament were the embellished versions? What if Jesus had actually said the quotations listed in the Gospel of Thomas? It would mean that the allegations being made about Shay Bourne might not be that far off the mark. And it would explain why a Messiah might return in the guise of a convicted murderer, to see if this time we might get it right. I got out of my chair, folding the book by my side, and started to pray. Heavenly Father, I said silently, help me understand. The telephone rang, making me jump. I glanced at the clock. Who would call me after 3 a.m? Father Michael, this is C.O. Smythe from the prison. Sorry to disturb you at this hour, but Shay Bourne had another seizure. We thought you'd want to know. Is he all right? He's in the infirmary, Smythe said. He asked for you. At this hour, the vigilant masses outside the prison were tucked into their sleeping bags and tents, underneath the artificial day created by the enormous spotlights that flooded the front of the building. I had to be buzzed in. When I entered the receiving area, C.O. Smythe was waiting for me. What happened? No one knows, the officer said. It was inmate Dufresne who alerted us again. We couldn't see what happened on the security cameras. We entered the infirmary. In a distant, dark corner of the room, Shay was propped up in a bed, a nurse beside him. He held a cup of juice that he sipped through a straw. His other hand was cuffed to the bed's railing. There were wires coming out from beneath his medical Johnny. How is he? I asked. He'll live, the nurse said, and then, realizing her mistake, blushed fiercely. We hooked him up to monitor his heart. So far, so good. I sat down on a chair beside Shay and looked up at Smythe and the nurse. Can we have a minute? That's about all you've got, the nurse said. We just gave him something to knock him out. They moved to the far side of the room, and I leaned closer to Shay. Are you okay? You wouldn't believe it if I told you. Oh, try me, I said. He glanced over to make sure no one else was listening. I was just watching TV, you know? This documentary on how they make movie theater candy like Dots and Milk Duds. And I started to get tired, so I went to turn it off. But before I could push the button, all the light in the television It shot into me like electricity. I mean, I could feel those things inside my blood moving around. What are they called again? Corporals? Corpuscles. Yeah, right. Those. I hate that word. Did you ever see that Star Trek where those aliens are sucking the salt out of everything? I always thought they should be called corpuscles. You say the word, and it sounds like you're eating a lemon. Shay, you were talking about the light. Oh, right, yeah. Well, it was like I started boiling inside, and my eyes, they were going to jelly, and I tried to call out, but my teeth were wired shut, and then I woke up in here, feeling like I'd been sucked dry. He looked up at me. By a corpuscle. The nurse said it was a seizure. Do you remember anything else? I remember what I was thinking, Shay said. This was what it would feel like. What? Dying. I took a deep breath. Remember when you were little, a kid, and you'd fall asleep in the car, and someone would carry you out and put you into bed, so that when you woke up in the morning, you knew automatically you were home again? That's what I think it's like to die. That would be good, Shay said, his voice deeper, groggy. It'll be nice to know what home looks like. A phrase I'd read just an hour ago slipped into my mind like a splinter. The Father's kingdom is spread out upon the earth, and people don't see it. Although I knew it wasn't the right time, although I knew I was supposed to be here for Shay instead of the other way around, I leaned closer until my words could fall into the shell of his ear. Where did you find the Gospel of Thomas? I whispered. Shay stared at me blankly. Thomas who? He said, and then his eyes drifted shut. As I drove away from the prison, I heard Father Walter's voice. He's conned you. But when I'd mentioned the Gospel of Thomas, I hadn't seen even the slightest flicker of recognition in Shay's eyes, and he'd been drugged. It would have been awfully hard to keep dissembling. Was this what it had felt like for the Jews who met Jesus and recognized him as more than just a gifted rabbi? I had no point of comparison. I'd grown up Catholic. I'd become a priest. I could not remember a time that I hadn't believed Jesus was the Messiah. I knew someone, though, who could. Rabbi Bloom didn't have a temple because it had burned down, but he did rent office space close to the school where services were held. I was waiting in front of the locked door when he arrived just before 8 a.m. Wow, he said, taking in the vision in front of him. A red-eyed, rumpled priest clutching a motorcycle helmet and the Nag Hammadi texts. I would have let you borrow it longer than one night. Why don't Jews believe Jesus was the Messiah? He unlocked the door to the office. That's going to take at least a cup and a half of coffee, Bloom said. Come on in. He started brewing a pot and offered me a seat. His office looked a lot like Father Walter's at St. Catherine's, inviting, comfortable, a place you'd want to sit and talk. Unlike Father Walter's, though, Rabbi Bloom's plants were the real thing. Father Walter's were plastic, bought by the Ladies' Aid, when he kept killing everything from a ficus to an African violet. It's a wandering Jew, the rabbi said when he saw me checking out the flower pot. Maggie's little idea of a joke. I just got back from the prison. Shay Bourne had another seizure. Did you tell Maggie? Not yet. I looked up at him. You didn't answer my question. I haven't had my coffee. He got up and poured us each a cup, putting milk and sugar in mine without asking first. Jews don't think Jesus was the Messiah because he didn't fulfill the criteria for a Jewish Messiah. It's really pretty simple. And it's all laid out by Maimonides. A Jewish Moshiach will bring the Jews back to Israel and set up a government in Jerusalem that's the center of political power for the world, for both Jews and Gentiles. He'll rebuild the temple and reestablish Jewish law as the governing law of the land. He'll raise the dead, all of the dead, and usher in a great age of peace when everyone believes in God. He'll be a descendant of David, a king and a warrior, a judge and a great leader. But he'll also be firmly, unequivocally human. Bloom set the cup down in front of me. We believe that in every generation, a person's born with the potential to become the Moshiach. But if the Messianic age doesn't come and that person dies, then that person isn't him. Like Jesus. Personally, I've always seen Jesus as a great Jewish patriot. He was a good Jew, who probably wore a yarmulke and obeyed the Torah, and never planned to start a new religion. He hated the Romans and wanted to get them out of Jerusalem. He got charged with political rebellion, sentenced to execution. Yes, a Jewish high priest carried it out. Caiaphas. But most Jews back then hated Caiaphas anyway, because he was the henchman for the Romans. He looked up at me over the edge of his coffee mug. Was Jesus a good guy? Yeah. Great teacher? Sure. Messiah? Don't know. A lot of the Bible's predictions for the Messianic era were fulfilled by Jesus. But were they the crucial ones? Rabbi Bloom asked. Let's say you didn't know who I was and I asked you to meet me. I told you I'd be standing outside the Steeplegate Mall at 10 o'clock wearing a Hawaiian shirt and that I'd have curly red hair and be listening to Outkast on my iPod. And at 10 o'clock, you saw someone standing outside the Steeplegate Mall who had curly red hair and was wearing a Hawaiian shirt and listening to Outkast on an iPod. But it was a woman. Would you still think it was me? He stood up to refill his coffee. Do you know what I heard on NPR on the way over here today? Another bus blew up in Israel. 3 more kids from New Hampshire died. I got up and began to walk around the little room. The book you loaned me, it got me thinking. And that's a bad thing. Shay Bourne has said things verbatim that I read last night in the Gospel of Thomas. Bourne? He's read Thomas? I thought Maggie said he has no religious training to speak of and a minimal education. It's not like the Gideons leave the Gospel of Thomas in hotel rooms, Rabbi Bloom said. Where would he have... Exactly. He steepled his fingers. Huh. I placed the book he'd loaned me on his desk. What would you do if you began to second-guess everything you believed? Rabbi Bloom leaned forward and rifled through his Rolodex. I would ask more questions, he said. He scribbled down something on a Post-it and handed it to me. Ian Fletcher, I read. 603-555-1367.
Lucius. The night Shay had his second seizure, I was awake, gathering ink that I planned to use to give myself another tattoo. If I do say so myself, I'm rather proud of my homemade tattoos. I had 5, my rationale being that my body, up until 3 weeks ago, wasn't worth much more than being a canvas for my art. Plus, the threat of getting AIDS from a dirty needle was obviously a moot point. On my left ankle was a clock, with the hands marking the moment of Adam's death. On my left shoulder was an angel, and below it, an African tribal design. On my right leg was a bull, because I was a Taurus, and swimming beside it was a fish, for Adam, who was a Pisces. I had grand plans for this sixth one, which I planned to put right on my chest. The word believe, in Gothic letters. I'd practiced the art in reverse multiple times in pencil and pen, until I felt sure that I could replicate it with my tattoo gun as I worked in the mirror. My first gun had been confiscated by the COs, like Crash's hype kit. It had taken me 6 months to amass the parts for the new one. Making ink was hard to do, and harder to get away with, which was why I had chosen to work on this during the deadest hours of the night. I had lit a plastic spoon on fire, keeping the flame small so I could catch the smoke in a plastic bag. It stank horribly, and just as I was getting certain the COs would literally get wind of it and shut down my operation, Shay Bourne collapsed next door. This time, his seizure had been different. He'd screamed, so loud that he woke up the whole pod, so loud that the finest dust of plaster drifted down from the ceilings of our cells. To be honest, Shay was such a mess when he was wheeled off I-tier that none of us were sure whether or not he'd be returning, which is why I was stunned to see him being led back to his cell the very next day. "Police!" Joey Kunz yelled, just in time for me to hide the pieces of my tattoo gun underneath the mattress. The officers locked Shay into his cell, and as soon as the door to I-tier shut behind them, I asked Shay how he was feeling. "My head hurts," he said. "I have to go to sleep." With Crash still off the tier after the hype kit transgression, things were quieter. Calloway slept most days and stayed up nights with his bird. Texas and Pogie played virtual poker. Joey was listening to his soaps. I waited an extra few minutes to make sure the officers were otherwise occupied out in the control booth, and then I reached underneath my mattress again. I had unraveled a guitar string to its central core, a makeshift needle. This was inserted into a pen whose ink cartridge had been removed, and a small piece of its tip sawed off and attached to the other end of the needle, which was attached to the motor shaft of a cassette player. The pen was taped to a toothbrush bent into an L shape, which let you hold the contraption more easily. You could adjust the needle length by sliding the pen casing back and forth. All that was left was plugging in the AC adapter of the cassette player, and I had a functional tattoo gun again. The soot I'd captured the previous night had been mixed with a few drops of shampoo to liquefy it. I stood in front of the stainless steel panel that served as a mirror and scrutinized my chest. Then, gritting my teeth against the pain, I turned on the gun. The needle moved back and forth in an elliptical orbit, piercing me hundreds of times per minute. There it was, the letter B. "Lucius?" Shay's voice drifted into my house. "I'm sort of busy, Shay. What's that noise?" "None of your business." I lifted it to my skin again, felt the needle working against me, 1,000 arrows striking. "Lucius? I can still hear that noise." I sighed. "It's a tattoo gun, Shay, all right? I'm giving myself a tattoo." There was a hesitation. "Will you give me one?" I had done this for multiple inmates when I was housed on different tiers. One that had a bit more freedom than I-tier, which offered 23 rollicking hours of lockdown. I can't reach you." "That's okay," Shay said. "I can reach you." "Yeah, whatever," I said. I squinted back into the mirror and set the tattoo gun against my skin. Holding my breath, I carefully formed the curves and flourishes around the letters E and L. I thought I heard Shay whimpering when I started on the letter I, and surely he cried out when I tattooed the V. My gun must not have been helping his headache any. Shrugging off his moans, I stepped closer to the mirror and surveyed my handiwork. God, it was gorgeous. The letters moved with every breath I took. Even the angry red swelling of my skin couldn't take away from the clean lines of the letters. Believe, Shay stammered. I turned around, as if I could see him through the wall between our cells. What did you say? It's what you said, Shay corrected. I read it right, didn't I? I had not told anyone of my plans for my 6th tattoo. I hadn't shared the prototype artwork. I knew for a fact that Shay, from where he stood, could not have seen into my cell as I worked. Fumbling behind the brick that served as my safe, I took out the shank that I used as a portable mirror. I stepped up to the front of my cell and angled it so that I could see Shay's beaming face in the reflection. How did you know what I was writing? Shay smiled wider, and then raised his fist. He unfolded his fingers, one at a time. His palm was red and inflamed, and printed across it, in Gothic script, was the same exact tattoo I'd just given myself.
Michael. Shay paced his cell in figure eights. "Did you see him?" he asked, wild-eyed. I sank down on the stool I dragged in from the control booth. I was sluggish today. Not only was my head buzzing with questions about what I'd read, but I was also, for the first time in a year, not officiating at this evening's midnight mass. "See who?" I replied, distracted. "Sully, the new guy next door." I glanced into the other cell. Lucius Dufresne was still on Shay's left. On his right, the formerly empty cell now had someone occupying it. Sully, however, wasn't there. He was in the rec yard, repeatedly running full tilt across the little square yard and leaping up against the far wall, hands splayed, as if hitting it hard enough meant he'd go right through the metal. "They're going to kill me," Shay said. "Maggie's working on writing a motion at this very—" "Not the state," Shay said. "One of them." I did not know anything about prison politics, but there was a fine line between Shay's paranoia and what might pass for the truth. Shay was receiving more attention than any other inmate at the prison as a result of his lawsuit and the media frenzy. There was every chance he might be targeted by the general prison population. Behind me, C.O. Smythe passed in his flak jacket, carrying a broom and some cleaning supplies. Once a week, the inmates were required to clean their own cells. It was one at a time, supervised cleaning. After an inmate came in from rec, the supplies would be waiting for him in his cell, and a CO would stand guard at the doorway until the work was finished, close by, because even Windex could become a weapon in here. I watched the empty cell door open, so that Smythe could leave the spray bottles and the toweling and the broom. Then he walked to the far end of the tier to get the new inmate from the rec yard. "I'll talk to the warden. I'll make sure you're protected," I told Shay, which seemed to mollify him. "So," I said, changing the subject, "what do you like to read?" "What? You're Oprah now. We're having a book club." "No." "Good, because I'm not reading the Bible." "I know that," I said, seizing this inroad. "Why not?" "It's lies." Shay waved a hand, a dismissal. "What do you read that isn't a lie?" "I don't," he replied. "The words get all knotted up. I have to stare at a page for a year before I can make sense of it." "There's light inside a person of light," I quoted, "and it shines on the whole world." Shay hesitated. "Can you see it too?" He held his hands up in front of his face, scrutinizing his fingertips. The light from the television. The stuff that went into me, it's still there. It glows at night. I sighed. It's from the Gospel of Thomas. No, I'm pretty sure it came from the television. The words, Shay, the ones I just said. They came from a gospel I was reading last night, and so does a lot of stuff you've been saying to me. His eyes met mine. What do you know? He said softly, and I couldn't tell if it was a statement or a question. I don't know, I admitted. That's why I'm here. That's why we're all here, Shay said. If you bring forth what is within you will save you. It was one of Jesus' sayings in the Gospel of Thomas. It was one of the first things Shay Bourne had ever told me, when he was explaining why he needed to donate his heart. Could it really be this simple? Could salvation be not a passive acceptance like I'd been led to believe, but an active pursuit? Maybe it was saying the rosary for me and receiving communion and serving God. Maybe for Maggie's father, it was meeting with a bunch of die-hard congregants who wouldn't let the lack of a physical temple dissuade them from prayer. Maybe for Maggie, it was mending whatever kept her focused on her faults instead of her strengths. Maybe for Shay, maybe it was offering his heart, literally and figuratively, to the mother who'd lost hers years ago because of him. Then again, Shay Bourne was a killer. His sentences curled like a puppy chasing its tail. He thought he had something phosphorescent coursing through his veins because the television had zapped him in the middle of the night. He did not sound messianic, just delusional. Shay looked at me. You should go, he said. But then his attention was distracted by the sound of the rec yard door being opened. Officer Smith led the new inmate back onto I-tier. He was an enormous tower of muscle, with a swastika tattooed on his scalp. His hair, sprouting out from a buzz cut, grew over it like moss. The inmate's cell door was closed and his handcuffs removed. You know the drill, Sully, the officer said. He stood in the doorway as Sully slowly picked up the spray bottle and washed down his sink. I heard the squeak of paper toweling on metal. Hey, Father, you watched the game last night? C.O. Smythe said, and then he rolled his eyes. Sully, what are you doing? You don't need to sweep the... Suddenly, the broom in Sully's hand was no longer a broom, but a broken spear that he jutted into the officer's throat. Smythe grabbed his neck, gurgling. His eyes rolled back in his head. He stumbled toward Shay's cell. As he fell beside me, I clasped my hands over the wound and screamed for help. The tier came to life. The inmates were all clamoring to see what had happened. C.O. Whitaker was suddenly there and hauling me to my feet, taking my place as another officer started CPR. 4 more officers ran past me with pepper spray and shot it into Sully's face. He was dragged out of the tier shrieking as the closest physician arrived, a psychiatrist I'd seen around the prison. But by now, Smythe had stopped moving. No one seemed to notice that I was there. There was far too much happening, too much at stake. The psychiatrist tried to find a pulse in Smythe's neck, but his hand came away slick with blood. He lifted the CO's wrist and, after a moment, shook his head. He's gone. The tier had gone absolutely silent. The inmates were all staring in shock at the body in front of them. Blood had stopped flowing from Smythe's neck. He was perfectly still. To my right, I could see an argument going on in the control booth. The EMTs who'd arrived too late and were trying to gain admission to the tier. They were buzzed in, still shrugging into their flak jackets, and knelt beside Smythe's body, repeating the same ineffective tests that the psychiatrist had. Behind me, I heard weeping. I turned around to find Shay crouched on the floor of his cell. His face was streaked with tears and blood. His hand slipped beneath his cell door so that his fingers brushed Smythe's. You here for last rites? One of the medics asked, and for the first time everyone seemed to realize I was still present. "What's he doing here?" C.O. Whitaker barked. "Who the hell is he?" another officer said. "I don't even work this tier." "I can go," I said. "I'll just go." I glanced once more at Shay, who was curled into a ball whispering. If I hadn't known better, I would have thought he was praying. As the two EMTs got ready to move the body onto a stretcher, I prayed over Smythe. In the name of God, the Father Almighty, who created you. In the name of Jesus Christ, who redeemed you. In the name of the Holy Spirit, who sanctifies you. May your rest be this day in peace, and your dwelling place in the paradise of God. Amen. I made the sign of the cross and started to get to my feet. "On 3, the first EMT said. The second one nodded, his hands on the slain officer's ankles. 1, 2... "Holy shit!" he cried, as the dead man began to struggle against him.
From Mark Twain's notebook. One of the proofs of the immortality of the soul is that myriads have believed it. They also believed the world was flat. June. Claire would be cut in half, her sternum buzzed open with a saw and held open with a metal spreader so that she could be made, literally, heartless. And this was not what terrified me the most. No, what scared me to death was the idea of cellular memory. Dr. Wu had said that there was no scientific evidence that the personality traits of heart donors transferred to their recipients. But science could only go so far, I figured. I'd read the books and done the research, and I didn't see why it was such a stretch to think that living tissue might have the ability to remember. After all, how many of us had tried to forget something traumatic, only to find it printed on the back of our eyelids, tattooed on our tongues? There were dozens of cases. The baby with a club foot who drowned and gave his heart to another infant who began to drag her left leg. The rapper who started playing classical music and then learned his donor had died clutching a violin case. The cattle rancher who received the heart of a 16-year-old vegetarian and could not eat meat again without getting violently ill. Then there was the 20-year-old organ donor who wrote music in his spare time. A year after he died, his parents found a CD of a love song he'd recorded about losing his heart to a girl named Andy. His recipient, a 20-year-old girl, was named Andrea. When the boy's parents played the song for her, she could complete the chorus without ever having heard it. Most of these stories were benign, a strange coincidence, an intriguing twist. Except for one. A little boy received the heart of another boy who'd been murdered. He began to have nightmares about the man who killed his donor, with details about the clothing the man wore, how he'd abducted the boy, where the murder weapon had been stashed. Using this evidence, the police caught the killer. If Claire received Shay Bourne's heart, it would be bad enough if she were to harbor thoughts of murder. But what would absolutely wreck me was if, with that heart in her, she had to feel her own father and sister being killed. In that case, better to have no heart at all.
Maggie. Today, I decided I was going to do everything right. It was Sunday, and I didn't have to go to work. Instead, I got up and unearthed my 1-minute workout video, which was not nearly as slacker as it sounds. You could add minutes to your own liking. And no one was here to notice if I chose the 4-minute option over the more grueling 8-minute one. I picked focus on abs instead of the easier upper arm. I sorted my recyclables and flossed and shaved my legs in the shower. Downstairs, I cleaned Oliver's cage and let him have the run of the living room while I made myself scrambled egg whites for breakfast. With wheat germ. Well, I lasted 47 minutes, anyway, before I had to break out the Oreos that I hid in the box with my skinny jeans. A last-ditch attempt at utter guilt before I ripped open the package and indulged. I gave Oliver an Oreo, too, and was starting my third cookie when the doorbell rang. As soon as I saw the bright pink t-shirt of the man standing on the porch, with the words, "Joyous for Jesus," printed boldly across it, I knew this was my punishment for falling off the wagon into the snack foods. "If you're not gone in the next 10 seconds, I'm calling 911, I said. He grinned at me, a big, platinum, orthodontically enhanced grin. "I'm not a stranger," he said. "I'm a friend you haven't met yet." I rolled my eyes. "Why don't we just cut to the chase? You give me the pamphlets, I politely refuse to talk to you, and then I close the door and throw them in the trash." He held out his hand. "I'm Tom." "You're leaving," I corrected. I used to be bitter, too. I'd go to work in the mornings and come home to an empty house and eat half a can of soup and wonder why I had even been put on this earth. I thought I had no one but myself. "And then you offered Jesus the rest of your soup," I finished. "Look, I'm an atheist." "It's not too late to find your faith." "What you really mean is that it's not too late for me to find your faith," I answered, scooping up Oliver as he made a mad dash for the open door. "You know what I believe? That religion served its historical purpose. It was a set of laws to live by before we had a justice system. But even when it starts out with the best of intentions, things get screwed up, don't they? A group bands together because they believe the same things. And then somehow that gets perverted so that anyone who doesn't believe those things is wrong. Honestly, even if there was a religion founded on the principle of doing good for other people, or helping them with their personal rights, like I do every day, I wouldn't join, because it would still be a religion." I had rendered Tom speechless. This was probably the most heated debate he'd had in months. Mostly, he'd have doors closed in his face. Inside my house, the phone began to ring. Tom pushed a pamphlet into my hand and beat a hasty retreat off my porch. As I closed the door behind him, I glanced down at the cover. "God plus you equals infinity." If there's any math to religion, I muttered, it's division. I slipped the pamphlet into the liner of newspaper beneath Oliver's cage as I hurried to the phone, which was on the verge of rolling over to the answering machine. "Hello?" The voice was unfamiliar, halting. "Is Maggie Bloom there?" "Speaking." I geared up for a zinger to put a telemarketer in her place for disturbing me on a Sunday morning. As it turned out, she wasn't a telemarketer. She was a nurse at Concord Hospital, and she was calling because I had been listed as Shay Bourne's emergency contact, and an emergency had occurred.
Lucius. You would not have believed it possible, but when C.O. Smythe came back to life, things actually got worse. The remaining officers had to give statements to the warden about the stabbing. We were kept in lockdown, and the next day a team of officers who did not normally work on I-Tier were brought in on duty. They started our 1-hour rotations on the exercise yard and the shower, and Poggy was the first to go. I hadn't showered since the stabbing, although the COs had given both Shay and me a fresh set of scrubs. We had gotten Smythe's blood on us, and a quick wash in our cell basins didn't go very far to making me feel clean. While we were waiting for our turns in the shower, Alma showed up to give us both blood tests. They tested anyone who came in contact with an inmate's blood, and since that included C.O. Smythe, his blood apparently was only one step removed from questionable. Shay was moved in handcuffs, ankle cuffs, and a belly chain to a holding room outside the tier where Alma was waiting. In the middle of all this, Poggy slipped in the shower. He lay there, moaning about his back. 2 more COs dragged in the backboard and handcuffed Poggy to it. then carried him to a gurney so he could be transported all the way to medical. But because they were not used to I-tier, and because COs are supposed to follow us, not lead, they did not realize that Shay was already being brought back to the tier at the same time Poggy was going out. Tragedies happen in a split second in prison. That's all it took for Poggy to use the handcuff key he'd hidden to free himself, jump off the backboard, grab it, and slam it into Shay's skull, so that he flew face first into the brick wall. "Weissmacht!" Poggy yelled. White pride, which was how I realized Crash, from where he was still being kept in solitary, had used his connections to order a hit on Shay in retaliation for ratting him out and giving his hype kit to the COs. Sully's attack on CO Smythe had just been collateral damage, meant to shake up the staffing on our tier so that Part 2 of the plan could be carried out. And Poggy, a probate, had jumped at the chance to earn his bones by carrying out a murder sanctioned by the Aryan Brotherhood. 6 hours after this fiasco, Alma returned to finish drawing my blood. I was taken to the holding cell and found her still shaken by what had happened, although she would not tell me anything, except that Shay had been taken to the hospital. When I saw something silver winking at me, I waited until Alma drew the needle from my arm. Then I put my head down between my knees. "You all right, sugar?" Alma asked. "Just feeling a little dizzy." I let my fingers trail along the floor. If magicians are the best at sleight of hand, then inmates have to be a close second. As soon as I was back in my cell, I pulled my booty out of the seam in my scrubs where I'd hidden it. Poggy's handcuff key was tiny, shiny, formed from the fastener of a manila envelope. I crawled beneath my bunk and wriggled the loose brick that concealed my prized possessions. In a small cardboard box were my bottles of paint and my Q-tip brushes. There were packets of candy, too, that I planned to extract pigment from in the future. A half-empty pack of M&Ms, a roll of Lifesavers, a few loose Starbursts. I unwrapped one of the Starbursts, the orange one that tasted like St. Joseph Children's aspirin, and kneaded the square with my thumbs until the taffy became pliable. I pressed the handcuff key into the center, then reshaped a careful square and folded it into its original wrapping. I did not like the thought of profiting in some way from an incident that had hurt Shay so badly, but I was also a realist. When Shay ran out of his 9 lives and I was left alone, I would need all the help I could get.
Maggie. Even if I hadn't been listed as Shay Bourne's emergency contact, I would have found him quickly enough at the hospital. He was the only patient with armed guards standing outside his door. I glanced at the officers, then turned my attention to the nurse at the desk. Is he all right? What happened? Father Michael had called me after the attack on CO Smythe and told me Shay hadn't been hurt. Somewhere between now and then, however, something must have gone drastically wrong. I had tried calling the priest now, but he wasn't answering his cell. I assumed he was on his way, that he'd been called too. If Shay hadn't been treated at the prison hospital, whatever had happened must have been pretty awful. Inmates weren't moved off-site unless absolutely necessary, because of cost and security. With the hoopla Shay had generated outside the prison walls, it must have been a matter of life or death. Then again, maybe everything was when it came to Shay. Here I was literally shaking over the news that he'd been seriously injured, when I had spent yesterday filing motions that would streamline his execution. The nurse looked up at me. "He's just come back from surgery." "Surgery?" "Yes," said a clipped British voice behind me. "And no, it wasn't an appendectomy." When I turned around, Dr. Gallagher was standing there. "Are you the only doctor who works here?" "It certainly feels that way sometimes. I'm happy to answer your questions. Mr. Bourne is my patient." He's my client. Dr. Gallagher glanced at the nurse and at the armed officers. Why don't we go somewhere to talk? I followed him down the hall to a small family waiting lounge that was empty. When the doctor gestured for me to take a seat, my heart sank. Doctors only made you sit down when they delivered bad news. Mr. Bourne is going to be fine, Dr. Gallagher said. At least in terms of this injury. What injury? I'm sorry, I thought you knew. Apparently, it was an inmate fight. Mr. Bourne sustained a severe blow to the maxillary sinus. I waited for him to translate. His maxilla's broken, Dr. Gallagher said, and he leaned forward, touching my face. His fingers brushed over the bone below my eye socket, tracing toward my mouth. Here, he said, and I absolutely, positively stopped breathing. There was a bit of trauma during the operation. As soon as we saw the injuries, we knew that the anesthesia would be intravenous instead of inhalational. Needless to say, when Mr. Bourne heard the anesthesiologist say that she'd begun sodium pentothal drip, he grew quite agitated. The doctor looked up at me. He asked if this was a dry run for the real thing. I tried to imagine how it would feel to be Shay. Hurt, aching, and confused. Whisked away to an unfamiliar place for what seemed to be a prelude to his own execution. I want to see him. If you can, tell him, Miss Bloom, that if I'd realized who he was, what his circumstances are, I mean, well, I would have never allowed the anesthesiologist to use that drug, much less an IV tube. I'm deeply sorry for putting him through that. I nodded and stood up. One more thing, Dr. Gallagher said. I really admire you for doing that sort of thing. I was halfway to Shay's room when I realized that Dr. Gallagher had remembered my name. It took several cell phone calls to the prison before I was allowed in to see Shay. And even then, the warden insisted that the officer inside the room would have to stay. I walked inside, acknowledged the CO, and sat down on the edge of Shay's bed. His eyes were blackened, his face bandaged. He was asleep, and it made him look younger. Part of what I did for a living meant championing the causes of my clients. I was the strong arm, fighting on their behalf, the bullhorn broadcasting their voices. I could feel the angry discomfort of the Abenaki boy whose school team was called the Redskins. I could identify with the passion of the teacher who'd been fired for being Wiccan. Shay, though, had sent me reeling. Although this was arguably the most important case I would ever bring to court, and although, as my father pointed out, I hadn't been this motivated in my career in ages, there was an inherent paradox. The more I got to know him, the better chance I had of winning his organ donation case. But the more I got to know him, the harder it would be for me to see him executed. I dragged my cell phone out of my purse. The officer's eyes flicked toward me. You're not supposed to use that in here. Oh, piss off, I snapped. And for the 100th time, I dialed Father Michael and reached his voicemail. I don't know where you are, I said, but call me back immediately. I had left the emotional component of Shay Bourne's welfare to Father Michael, figuring, A, my talents were better put to use in a courtroom, and B, my interpersonal relationship skills had grown so rusty I needed WD-40 before employing them. But now, Father Michael was MIA, Shay was hospitalized, and I was here, for better or for worse. I stared at Shay's hands. They were cuffed at the wrist to the metal bars of the hospital gurney. The nails were clean and clipped, the tendons ropey. It was hard to imagine the fingers curled around a pistol, pulling a trigger twice. And yet, 12 jurors had been able to picture it. Very slowly, I reached across the knobby cotton blanket. I threaded my fingers with Shay's, surprised at how warm his skin was. But when I was about to pull away, his grip tightened. His eyes slitted open, another shade of blue amid the bruising. "Gracie," he said, in a voice that sounded like cotton caught on thorns. "You came." I did not know who he thought I was. "Of course I came," I said, squeezing his hand. I smiled at Shay Bourne and pretended that I was the person he needed me to be.
Michael. Dr. V.J. Chowdhury's office was filled with statues of Ganesha, the Hindu deity with a pot-bellied human body and an elephant's head. I had to move one in order to sit down, in fact. Mr. Smythe was extremely lucky, the doctor said. A quarter-inch to the left and he wouldn't have survived. About that, I took a deep breath. A doctor at the prison pronounced him dead. Between you and me, Father, I wouldn't trust a psychiatrist to find his own car in a parking lot, much less a hypotensive victim's pulse. Reports of Mr. Smythe's death were, as they say, greatly exaggerated. There was a lot of blood. Many structures in the neck can bleed a great deal. To a layman, a pool of blood may look like a huge quantity even when it's not. He shrugged. What I imagine happened was a vasovagal reaction. Mr. Smythe saw blood and passed out. The body compensates for shock due to blood loss. Blood pressure lowers, and vasoconstriction occurs, and both tend to stop the bleeding. They also lead to a loss of palpable pulses in the extremities, which is why the psychiatrist couldn't find one in his wrist. So, I said, pinkening, you don't think it's possible that Mr. Smythe was, well, resurrected? No, he chuckled. Now, in medical school, I saw patients who'd frozen to death in the vernacular come back to life when they were warmed up. I saw a heart stop beating and then start up by itself again, but in neither of those cases, or in Mr. Smythe's, did I consider the patient clinically dead before his or her recovery. My phone began to vibrate, as it had every 10 minutes for the past 2 hours. I'd turned the ringer off when I came into the hospital as per their policy. Nothing miraculous, then, I said. Perhaps not by your standards, but I think that Mr. Smythe's family might disagree. I thanked him, set the statue of Ganesha back on my chair, and left Dr. Chowdhury's office. As soon as I exited the hospital building, I turned on my cell phone to see 52 messages. "Call me right back," Maggie said on her message. "Something's happened to Shay. Beep. Where are you? Beep. Okay, I know you probably don't have your phone on, but you have to call me back immediately. Beep. Where the fuck are you? Beep." I hung up and dialed her cell phone. "Maggie Bloom," she whispered, answering. "What happened to Shay?" "He's in the hospital." "What? Which hospital?" "Concord. Where are you?" "Standing outside the ER." "Then for God's sake, get up here. He's in room 514. I ran up the stairs, pushing past doctors and nurses and lab technicians and secretaries, as if my speed now could make up for the fact that I had not been available for Shay when he needed me. The armed officers at the door took one look at my collar, a free pass especially on a Sunday afternoon, and let me inside. Maggie was curled up on the bed, her shoes off, her feet tucked underneath her. She was holding Shay's hand, although I would have been hard-pressed to recognize the patient as the man I'd talked to just yesterday. His skin was the color of fine ash. His hair had been shaved in one patch to accommodate stitches to close a gash. His nose, broken from the looks of it, was covered with gauze, and the nostrils were plugged with cotton. "Dear God," I breathed. "From what I can understand, he came out on the short end of a prison hit," Maggie said. "That's not possible. I was there during the prison hit. Apparently, you left before Act 2. I glanced at the officer who stood like a sentry in the corner of the hospital room. The man looked at me and nodded in confirmation. "I already called Warden Coyne at home to give him hell," Maggie said. "He's meeting me at the prison in half an hour to talk about additional security measures that can be put in place to protect Shay until his execution. When what he really means is, what can I do to keep you from suing?" She turned to me. "Can you sit here with Shay?" It was a Sunday, and I was utterly, absolutely lost. I was on an unofficial leave of absence from St. Catherine's, and although I had always known I'd feel adrift without God, I had underestimated how aimless I would feel without my church. Usually at this time, I would be hanging my robes after celebrating Mass. I would go with Father Walter to have lunch with a parishioner. Then we'd head back to his place and watch the preseason Sox game on TV, have a couple of beers. What religion did for me went beyond belief. It made me part of a community. "I can stay," I answered. "Then I'm out of here," Maggie said. "He hasn't woken up. Not really, anyway. And the nurse said he'll probably have to pee when he does, and that we should use this torture device." She pointed at a plastic jug with a long neck. "I don't know about you, but I'm not getting paid enough for that." She paused in the doorway. "I'll call you later. Turn on your damn phone." When she left, I pulled a chair closer to Shay's bed. I read the plastic placard about how to raise and lower the mattress, and the list of which television channels were available. I said an entire rosary, and still Shay didn't stir. At the edge of the bed, Shay's medical chart hung on a metal clip. I skimmed through the language that I didn't understand, the injury, the medications, his vital statistics. Then I glanced at the patient name at the top of the page. I am Bourne. Isaiah Matthew Bourne. We had been told this at his trial, but I'd forgotten that Shay was not his Christian name. "I am Bourne," I said aloud. "Sounds like a guy Trump would hire." I am Bourne. Was this a hint? Another puzzle piece of evidence? There were two ways of looking at any situation. What one person sees as a prisoner's babble, another might recognize as words from a long-lost gospel. What one person sees as a medically viable stroke of luck, another might see as a resurrection. I thought of Lucius being healed, of the water into wine, of the followers who had so easily believed in Shay. I thought of a 33-year-old man, a carpenter facing execution. I thought of Rabbi Bloom's idea that every generation had a person in it capable of being the Messiah. There is a point when you stand at the edge of the cliff of hard evidence, look across to what lies on the other side, and step forward. Otherwise, you wind up going nowhere. I stared at Shay, and maybe for the first time, I didn't see who he was. I saw who he might be. As if he could feel my gaze, he began to toss and turn. Only one of his eyes could slit open, the other was swollen shut. "Father," he rasped in a voice still cushioned with medication. "Where am I?" "You were hurt. You're going to be all right, Shay." In the corner of the room, the officer was staring at us. "Do you think we could have a minute alone? I'd like to pray in private with him." The officer hesitated, as well he should have. What clergyman isn't accustomed to praying in front of others? Then he shrugged. "Guess a priest wouldn't do anything funny," he said. "Your boss is tougher than mine." People anthropomorphized God all the time. As a boss, as a lifesaver, as a justice, as a father. No one ever pictured him as a convicted murderer. But if you put aside the physical trappings of the body, something that all the apostles had to do after Jesus was resurrected, then maybe anything was possible. As the officer backed out of the room, Shay winced. "My face." He tried to lift up his hand to touch the bandages, but found that he was handcuffed to the bed. Struggling, he began to pull harder. "Shay," I said firmly, "don't." "It hurts. I want drugs." "You're already on drugs," I told him. "We only have a few minutes till the officer comes back in, so we have to talk while we can." "I don't want to talk." Ignoring him, I leaned closer. "Tell me," I whispered. "Tell me who you are." A wary hope lit Shay's eyes. He'd probably never expected to be recognized as the Lord. He went very still, never taking his eyes off mine. "Tell me who you are." In the Catholic Church, there were lies of commission and lies of omission. The first referred to telling an outright falsehood. The second to withholding the truth. Both were sins. I had lied to Shay since before the moment we met. He'd counted on me to help him donate his heart. But he'd never realized how black mine was. How could I expect him to reveal himself when I hadn't done the same? "You're right," I said quietly. "There's something I haven't told you. About who I used to be before I was a priest. Let me guess. An altar boy. I was a college student majoring in math. I didn't even go to church until after I served on the jury." "What jury?" I hesitated. "The one that sentenced you to death, Shay." He stared at me for a long minute, and then he turned away. "Get out. Shay, get the fuck away from me." He flailed against his handcuffs, yanking at the bond so that his skin rubbed raw. The sound he made was wordless, primordial, the noise that had surely filled the world before there was order and light. A nurse came running in, along with the two officers who were standing outside. "What happened?" the nurse cried, as Shay continued to thrash, his head whipping from side to side on the pillow. The gauze in his nose bloomed with fresh blood. The nurse pushed a call button on the panel behind Shay's head, and suddenly the room was filled with people. A doctor yelled at the officers to unlock his damn hands, but as soon as they did, Shay began swatting at everything he could reach. An aide plunged a hypodermic into his arm. "Get him out of here," someone said, and an orderly pulled me out of the room. The last thing I saw was Shay going boneless, sliding away from the people who were desperately trying to save him.
June. Claire was standing in front of a full-length mirror, naked. Her chest was crisscrossed with black ribbon, like the lacing on a football. As I watched, she untied the bow, unraveled the ribbons, and peeled back both halves of her chest. She unhooked a tiny brass hinge on her ribcage, and it sprang open. Inside, the heart was beating sure and strong, a clear sign that it wasn't hers. Claire lifted a serving spoon and began to carve at the organ, trying to sever it from the veins and arteries. Her cheeks went pale. Her eyes were the color of agony, but she managed to pull it free, a bloody, misshapen mass that she placed in my outstretched hand. "Take it back," she said. I woke up from the nightmare, sweat-soaked, pulse racing. After speaking with Dr. Wu about organ compatibility, I'd realized he was right. What was at issue here was not where this heart came from, but whether it came at all. But I still hadn't told Claire a donor heart had become available. We had yet to go through the legal proceedings anyway, and although I told myself I didn't want to get her hopes up until the judge ruled, another part of me realized that I just didn't want to have to tell her the truth. After all, it was her chest that would be hosting this man's heart. Even a long shower couldn't get the nightmare of Claire out of my mind, and I realized that we had to have the conversation I had been so studiously avoiding. I dressed and hurried downstairs to find her eating a bowl of cereal on the couch and watching television. "The dog needs to go out," she said absently. "Claire," I said, "I have to talk to you." "Let me just see the end of this show." I glanced at the screen. It was Full House, and Claire had watched this episode so often that even I could have told you Jessie came home from Japan realizing being a rock star was not what it was cracked up to be. "You've seen it before," I said, turning off the television. Her eyes flashed, and she used the remote to turn the show back on. Maybe it was a lack of sleep. Maybe it was just the weight of the imminent future on my shoulders. For whatever reason, I snapped. I whirled around and yanked the cable feed out of the wall. "What is wrong with you?" Claire cried. "Why are you being such a bitch?" Both of us fell silent, stunned by Claire's language. She'd never called me that before. She'd never really even argued with me. Take it back, I thought, and I remembered that image of Claire holding out her heart. "Claire," I said, backpedaling. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to—" I broke off as Claire's eyes rolled back in her head. I'd seen this before, too often. The AICD in her chest was firing. When Claire's heart skipped a beat, or several, it automatically defibrillated her. I caught her as she collapsed, settling her on the couch, waiting for her heart to restart, for Claire to come to. Except this time, she didn't. On the ambulance ride to the hospital, I counted all the reasons I hated myself. For picking a fight with Claire. For accepting Shay Bourne's offer to donate his heart without asking her first. For turning off Full House before the happy ending. "Just stay with me," I begged silently. "And you can watch TV 24 hours a day. I will watch it with you. Don't give up. We've come so close." Although the EMTs had gotten Claire's heart beating again by the time we reached the hospital, Dr. Wu had admitted her, with the unspoken agreement that this was her new home until a new heart arrived, or hers gave out. I watched him check Claire, who was fast asleep in the oceanic blue light of the darkened room. "June," he said, "let's talk outside." He closed the door behind us. "There's no good news here." I nodded, biting my lip. "Obviously, the AICD isn't functioning correctly. But in addition, the tests we've done show her urine output decreasing and her creatinine levels rising. We're talking about renal failure, June. It's not just her heart that's giving out. Her whole body is shutting down." I looked away, but I couldn't stop a tear from rolling down my cheek. "I don't know how long it's going to take to get a court to agree to that heart donation," the doctor said. "But Claire can't wait around for the docket to clear." "I'll call the lawyer," I said softly. "Is there anything else I can do?" Dr. Wu touched my arm. "You should think about saying goodbye." I held myself together long enough for Dr. Wu to disappear into an elevator. Then I rushed down the hallway and blindly plunged into a doorway that stood ajar. I fell to my knees and let the grief bleed out of me. One great, low, keening note. Suddenly I felt a hand on my shoulder. I blinked through my tears to find the priest who was Shay Bourne's ally staring at me. "June, is everything all right?" "No," I said, No, everything is most definitely not all right. I could see then what I hadn't noticed when I first came into the room. The gold cross on the long dais in the front of the room, one flag with the Star of David, another with the Muslim crescent moon. This was the hospital chapel, a place to ask for what you wanted the most. Was it wrong to wish for someone's death so that Claire could have his heart sooner? "Is it your daughter?" the priest asked. I nodded, but I couldn't look him in the eye. "Would it be all right? I mean, would you mind if I prayed for her?" Although I did not want his assistance, had not asked for his assistance, this one time I was willing to put aside how I felt about God, because Claire could use all the help she could get. Almost imperceptibly, I nodded. Beside me, Father Michael's voice began to move over the hills and valleys of the simplest of prayers. "Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven." Before I realized what I was doing, my own mouth had started to form the words, a muscle memory. And to my surprise, instead of it feeling false or forced, it made me feel relieved, as if I had just passed the baton to someone else. "Give us this day our daily bread, and lead us not into temptation. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive others who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil." It felt like putting on flannel pajamas on a snowy night, like turning on your blinker for the exit that you know will take you home. I looked at Father Michael, and together we said, Amen.
Michael. Ian Fletcher, former tele-atheist and current academic, lived in New Canaan, New Hampshire, in a farmhouse on a dirt road where the mailboxes were not numbered. I drove up and down the street 4 times before turning down one driveway and knocking on the door. When I did, no one answered, although I could hear strains of Mozart through the open windows. I had left June in the hospital, still shaken by my encounter with Shay. Talk about irony, just when I allowed myself to think that I might be in God's company after all, he flatly rejected me. The whole world felt off-kilter. It is an odd thing to start questioning the framework that's ordered your life, your career, your expectations. And so I had placed a phone call to someone who'd been through it before. I knocked again, and this time the door swung open beneath my fist. "Hello? Anyone home?" "In here," a woman called out. I stepped into the foyer, taking note of the colonial furniture. The photo on the wall that showed a young girl shaking hands with Bill Clinton, and another of the girls smiling beside the Dalai Lama. I followed the music to a room off the kitchen, where the most intricate dollhouse I'd ever seen was sitting on a table, surrounded by bits of wood and chisels and glue gun sticks. The house was made of bricks no bigger than my thumbnail. The windows had miniature shutters that could be louvered to let in light. There was a porch with Corinthian columns. "Amazing," I murmured, and a woman stood up from behind the dollhouse where she'd been hidden. "Oh," she said, "thanks." Seeing me, she did a double take, and I realized her eyes were focused on my clerical collar. "Bad parochial school flashback?" "No. It's just been a while since I've had a priest in here." She stood up, wiping her hands on a white butcher's apron. "I'm Mariah Fletcher," she said. "Michael Wright. Father Michael Wright." I grinned. "Busted." Then I gestured to her handiwork. "Did you make this?" "Well, yeah. I've never seen anything like it." "Good," Mariah said. "That's what the client's counting on." I bent down, scrutinizing a tiny door knocker with the head of a lion. "You're quite an artist." "Not really. I'm just better at detail than I am at the big picture." She turned off the CD player that was trilling the magic flute. Ian said I was supposed to keep an eye out for you, and... Oh, shoot. Her eyes flew to the corner of the room, where a stack of blocks had been abandoned. You didn't come across 2 hellions on your way in. No. That's not a good sign. Pushing past me, she ran into the kitchen and threw open a pantry door. Twins, I figured them to be about 4 years old, were smearing the white linoleum with peanut butter and jelly. Oh, God, Mariah sighed as their faces turned up to hers like sunflowers. You told us we could finger paint, one of the boys said. Not on the floor, and not with food. She glanced at me. I'd escort you, but... You have to take care of a sticky situation? She smiled. Ian's in the barn. You can just head down there. She lifted each boy and pointed him toward the sink. And you two, she said, are going to clean up and then go torture Daddy. I left her washing the twins' hands and walked down the path toward the barn. Having children was not in the cards for me. I knew that. A priest's love for God was so all-encompassing that it should erase the human craving for a family. My parents, brothers, sisters, and children were all Jesus. If the Gospel of Thomas was right, however, and we were more like God than unlike him, then having children should have been mandatory for everyone. After all, God had a son and had given him up. Any parent whose child had gone to college or gotten married or moved away would understand this part of God more than me. As I approached the barn, I heard the most unholy sounds, like cats being dismembered, calves being slaughtered. Panicked. Was Fletcher hurt? I threw open the door to find him watching a teenage girl play the violin. Really badly. She took the violin from her chin and settled it into the slight curve of her hip. I don't understand why I have to practice in the barn. Fletcher removed a pair of foam earplugs. What was that? She rolled her eyes. Did you even hear my piece at all? Fletcher paused. You know I love you, right? The girl nodded. Well? Let's just say if God was hanging around here today, that last bit probably sent her running for the hills. Tryouts for band are tomorrow, she said. What am I going to do? Switch to the flute? Fletcher suggested. But he put his arm around the girl and hugged her as he spoke. As he turned, he noticed me. Ah, you must be Michael Wright. He shook my hand and introduced the girl. This is my daughter, Faith. Faith shook my hand too. Did you hear me play? Am I as bad as he says I am? I hesitated, and Fletcher came to my rescue. Honey, don't put the priest in a position where he's going to have to lie. He'll waste his whole afternoon at confession. He grinned at Faith. I think it's your turn to watch the demon twins from hell. No, I remember very clearly that it's your turn. I was doing it all morning while Mom worked. $10, Ian said. 20, Faith countered. Done. She put her violin back in its case. Nice to meet you, she said to me, and she slipped out of the barn heading toward the house. You have a beautiful family, I said to Fletcher. He laughed. Appearances can be deceiving. Spending an afternoon with Cain and Abel is a whole new form of birth control. Their names are... Not really, Fletcher said, smiling. But that's what I call them when Mariah's not listening. Come on back to my office. He walked me past a generator and a snowblower, 2 abandoned horse stalls, and through a pine door. Inside, to my surprise, was a finished room with paneled walls and 2 stories of bookshelves. I have to admit, Fletcher said, I don't get very many calls from the Catholic clergy. They aren't quite the prevalent audience for my book. I sat down on a leather wing chair. I can imagine. So, what's a nice priest like you doing in the office of a rabble-rouser like me? Can I expect a blistering commentary in the Catholic Advocate with your byline on it? No. This is more of a fact-finding mission. I thought about how much I should admit to Ian Fletcher. The confidentiality relationship between a parishioner and a priest was as inviolable as the one between a patient and his doctor. But was telling Fletcher what Shay had said breaking a trust if the same words were already in a gospel that had been written 2,000 years ago? You used to be an atheist, I said, changing the subject. Yeah? Fletcher smiled. I was pretty gifted at it too, if I do say so myself. What happened? I met someone who made me question everything I was so sure I knew about God. That, I said, is why I'm in the office of a rabble-rouser like you. And what better place to learn more about the Gnostic Gospels, Fletcher said. Exactly. Well, then the first thing is that you shouldn't call them that. It would be like calling someone a spick or a Hebe. The label Gnostic was made up by the same people who rejected them. In my circles, we call them non-canonical Gospels. Gnostic literally means one who knows, but the people who coined the term considered its followers know-it-alls. That's what we pretty much learned in seminary. Fletcher looked at me. Let me ask you a question, Father. In your opinion, what's the purpose of religion? I laughed. Wow, thank goodness you picked an easy one. I'm serious. I considered this. I think religion brings people together over a common set of beliefs and makes them understand why they matter. Fletcher nodded, as if this was the answer he'd been expecting. I think it's there to answer the really hard questions that arise when the world doesn't work the way it's supposed to. Like when your child dies of leukemia, or you're fired after 20 years of hard work, when bad things happen to good people and good things happen to bad people. The really interesting thing, to me, is that somehow religion stopped being about trying to find honest solutions and started being about ritual. Instead of everyone searching for understanding on their own, Orthodox religion came along and said, do X, Y, and Z, and the world will be a better place. Well, Catholicism's been around for thousands of years, I replied, so it must be doing something right. You have to admit, it's done a lot wrong, too, Fletcher said. Anyone who'd had limited religious instruction or a thorough college education knew about the Catholic Church and its role in politics and history, not to mention the heresies that had been squelched over the centuries. Even sixth graders studied the Inquisition. It's a corporation, I said. And sure, there have been times when it's been staffed badly, with people who think ambition trumps faith, but that doesn't mean you throw the baby out with the bathwater. No matter how screwed up God's servants are in the church, his message has managed to get through. Fletcher tilted his head. What do you know about the birth of Christianity? Did you want me to start with the Holy Ghost visiting Mary or skip ahead to the star in the east? That's the birth of Jesus, Fletcher said. Two very different things. Historically, after Jesus' death, his followers weren't exactly welcomed with open arms. By the 2nd century AD, they were literally dying for their beliefs. But even though they belonged to groups that called themselves Christians, the groups weren't unified because they were all very different from one another. One of these groups was the so-called Gnostics. To them, being Christian was a good first step, but to truly reach enlightenment, you had to receive secret knowledge, or gnosis. You started with faith, but you developed insight, and for these people, Gnostics offered a second baptism. Ptolemy called it apollutrisis, the same word used when slaves were legally freed. So how did people get this secret knowledge? There's the rub, Fletcher said. Unlike the church, you couldn't be taught it. It had nothing to do with being told what to believe, and everything to do with figuring it out on your own. You had to reach inside yourself, understand human nature and its destiny, and at that moment, you'd know the secret, that there's divinity in you, if you're willing to look for it. And the path would be different for everyone. That sounds more Buddhist than Christian. They called themselves Christians, Fletcher corrected. But Irenaeus, who was the Bishop of Lyons at the time, disagreed. He saw three huge differences between Orthodox Christianity and Gnosticism. In Gnostic texts, the focus wasn't on sin and repentance, but instead on illusion and enlightenment. Unlike in the Orthodox Church, you couldn't be a member simply by joining. You had to show evidence of spiritual maturity to be accepted. And this was probably the biggest stumbling block for the bishop. Gnostics didn't think Jesus' resurrection was literal. To them, Jesus was never really human. He just appeared in human form. But that was just a technicality to the Gnostics, because unlike Orthodox Christians, they didn't see a gap between the human and the divine. To them, Jesus wasn't a one-of-a-kind savior. He was a guide, helping you find your individual spiritual potential. And when you reached it, you weren't redeemed by Christ. You became a Christ, or in other words, you were equal to Jesus, equal to God. It was easy to see why, in seminary, this had been taught as heresy. The basis of Christianity was that there was only one God, and he was so different from man that the only way to reach him was through Jesus. The biggest heresies are the ones that scare the church to death, especially when the church is going through its own identity crisis, Fletcher said. I'm sure you remember how Irenaeus decided to unify the Orthodox Christian Church by figuring out who was a true believer and who was faking, who was speaking the word of God and who was speaking, well, just words. On a pad in front of him, Fletcher wrote, God equals Word equals Jesus, then spun it around so I could see. Irenaeus came up with this little gem. He said that we can't be divine because Jesus' life and death were so different from that of any man, which became the very beginning of Orthodox Christianity. What didn't fit this equation became heretical. If you weren't worshiping the right way, you were out. It was sort of the first reality show, if you want to think of it that way, who had the purest form of Christianity. He condemned the folks who got creative with faith, like Marcus and his followers, who spoke in prophecies and had visions of a feminine divinity clothed in the letters of the Greek alphabet. He condemned the groups that swore by only one gospel, like the Ebionites, who were attached to Matthew, or the Marcionites, who studied only Luke. Just as bad were the groups like the Gnostics, who had too many texts. Instead, Irenaeus decided that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John should be the four cornerstone gospels of what to believe, because they all had a narrative of Christ's passion in them, which the church needed in order for the Eucharist to mean something. Exactly, Fletcher said. Then Irenaeus appealed to all those people who were trying to decide which Christian group was right for them. Basically, he said, we know how hard it is to figure out what's true and what's not, so we're going to make it easy for you and tell you what to believe. People who did that were true Christians. People who didn't were not. And the things Irenaeus told people to believe became the foundation for the Nicene Creed years later. Every priest knew that what we were taught in seminary had a Catholic spin put on it, yet there was an incontrovertible truth behind it. I had always believed that the Catholic Church was evidence of religious survival of the fittest. The truest, most powerful ideas were the ones that had prevailed over time. But Fletcher was saying that the most powerful ideas had been subjugated because they jeopardized the existence of the Orthodox Church. That the reason they had to be crushed was because at one point they'd been as or more popular than Orthodox Christianity. Or in other words, the reason the church had survived and flourished was not because its ideas were the most valid, but because it had been the world's first bully. Then, the books of the New Testament were just an editorial decision someone once had to make, I said. Fletcher nodded. But what were those decisions based on? The Gospels aren't the Word of God. They're not even the Apostles' first-hand accounts of the Word of God. They're simply the stories that best supported the creed that the Orthodox Church wanted people to follow. But if Irenaeus hadn't done that, I argued, chances are there would be no Christianity. Irenaeus united a whole mass of fragmented followers and their beliefs. When you're in Rome in AD 150, and you're being arrested because you confess Christ as your Savior, you want to make sure that the people beside you aren't going to turn around at the last minute and say they believe something different. In fact, it's still important today to figure out who's a believer and who's just a nutcase. Read any paper and you'll see how anger, prejudice, or ego are all routinely passed off as the Word of God, usually with a bomb strapped to it. Orthodoxy takes the risk away, Fletcher agreed. We tell you what's real and what's not, so you don't have to worry about getting it wrong. The problem is that the minute you do it, you start separating people into groups. Some get favored, some don't. Some gospels get picked, others get hidden away underground for thousands of years. He looked at me. Somewhere along the line, organized religion stopped being about faith and started being about who had the power to keep that faith. Fletcher ripped off the sheet of paper with Irenaeus's equation, leaving a clear blank slate beneath. He crumpled the paper, tossed it into his trash can. You said that the purpose of religion was to bring people together, but does it? Really? Or does it, knowingly, purposefully, and intentionally, break them apart? I took a deep breath, and then I told him everything I knew about Shay Bourne.
Lucius. None of us were getting any sleep, but it wasn't for lack of trying. Crowds have their own pH, and the remarkable thing is that they can change in an instant. The people who had been camping out outside the prison, who were featured in a countdown every night on the local news, Mr. Messiah, Day 23, had somehow gotten word that Shay had been hospitalized for an injury. But now, in addition to the camp that was holding a prayer vigil for Shay, there was a very vocal group of people who felt that this was a sign, that the reason Shay had been hurt so badly was because God decided he had it coming to him. They got louder, for some reason, after dark. Insults were hurled, fights were picked, punches were thrown. Someone sent the National Guard down to patrol the perimeter of the prison and keep the peace, but no one could shut them up. Shay's supporters would sing gospel to drown out the chants of the disbelievers. Jesus lives! Bourne dies! Even with headphones on, I could still hear them, a headache that wouldn't go away. Watching the 11 o'clock news that night was surreal. To see the prison and hear the resonant shouts of the mob outside echoing the broadcast on my television, well, it was like déjà vu, except it was happening now. "There's only one God," people shouted. They carried signs. "Jesus is my homeboy, not Satan. Let him die for his sins. No crown of thorns for Shay Bourne." They were separated from the Shay loyalists by armed guards toting guns, who walked the fault line of public opinion between them. "As you can see," the reporter said, "sentiment in support of Shay Bourne and his unprecedented case to donate his heart is waning in the wake of his hospitalization. A recent poll done by WNRK News shows only 34% of New Hampshire residents still convinced that the courts should allow Bourne to be an organ donor, and even less than that, 16%, agree that his miracles are divinely inspired, which means that an overwhelmingly 84% of the state agrees with Reverend Arbogast Justice, who's joining us again this evening. Reverend, You and the members of your church have been here for nearly a week now and have been instrumental in turning the tide of public opinion. What's your take on the Bourne hospitalization?" The Reverend Justice was still wearing that green suit. 99% of the state thinks you should burn that outfit," I said out loud. "Janice," the Reverend replied, "we at the Drive-In Church of Christ in God have, of course, been praying for Shay Bourne's speedy and full recovery in the wake of the prison attack. However, when we pray to the one and only Lord, Jesus Christ. Is there any message you have for those who still don't agree with you?" "Why, yes." He leaned closer to the camera. "I told you so." The reporter took back the microphone. "We've been told that Bourne will be released from the hospital in the next few hours, but doctors haven't commented on his condition." Suddenly, a roar went up from both sides of the crowd, and the reporter covered her earpiece with one hand. "This is unconfirmed," she said over the din, "but apparently an ambulance has just driven into the rear entrance of the prison." On the screen, the camera swung past her to catch a man decking a woman in a purple caftan. The armed guards stepped in, but by then, other fights had broken out between the camps. The line separating the two bled until the guards had to call in reinforcements. The cameras captured a teenager being trampled, a man being smacked in the head by the butt of a guard's rifle and collapsing. "Lights out," a CO said over the loudspeaker. Lights out never really meant lights out. There was always some residual bulb shining somewhere in the prison. But I pulled off my headphones, lay down on my bunk, and listened to the riot going on outside the brick walls of the prison. This is what it always comes down to, I realized. There are the ones who believe, and the ones who don't, and caught in the space between them are guns. Apparently, I wasn't the only one being disturbed. Batman the Robin began to squawk, in spite of Calloway's efforts to hush him. "Shut that freaking bird up already," Texas yelled. "You shut up," Calloway said. "Fucking Bourne. Wish he'd never come onto this fucking tier." As if he'd been summoned, the door to I-tier opened, and in the half-light, Shay moved toward his cell, escorted by a flock of 6 officers. He had a bandage on his face and 2 black eyes. Part of his scalp had been shaved. He did not look at any of us as he passed. "Hey," I murmured as he walked by my cell, but Shay didn't respond. He moved like a zombie, like someone in a sci-fi film whose frontal lobe has been removed by the mad scientist. 5 of the officers left. The 6th stood outside Shay's cell door, his own personal security guard. The presence of the CO prevented me from talking to Shay. In fact, the presence of the CO prevented any of us from talking, period. I guess we were all so focused on his return that it took us several moments to realize that the quiet wasn't just a lack of conversation. Batman the Robin had fallen asleep in Calloway's breast pocket. And outside, that din, that god-awful din, had gone spectacularly, blissfully silent.
Maggie. America was founded on religious freedom, on the separation of church and state. And yet, I will be the first to tell you that we're not much better off than those Puritans were in the 1770s over in England. Religion and politics get into bed with each other all the time. The first thing we do in a courtroom is swear on a Bible. Public school classes begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, which declares us one nation under God. Even our currency is stamped with the words, "In God we trust." You'd think that of all people, a lawyer like me from the ACLU would be violently opposed to this on principle. But no. I had spent 30 minutes in the shower and another 20 driving downtown to the federal courthouse, trying to figure out the best way to drag religion smack into the middle of a courtroom. I was just determined to do it without offending the personal beliefs of the judge. In the parking lot, I called the chutzpah and reached my mother on the first try. "What kind of name is Haig?" "You mean like the general?" Yeah. Sounds German, maybe, she mused. I don't know. Why? I was talking religious affiliation. Is that what you think I do? My mother said. Judge people on their last names? Does everything have to be an accusation? I just need to know before I go into chambers, so that I can tailor what I say to the justice sitting on the case. I thought the whole point of being a judge was being impartial. Right. Just like the whole point of being crowned Miss America is to promote world peace. I can't remember if Alexander Haig is Jewish. I know your father liked him because he supported Israel. Well, even if he is, that doesn't mean that my judge is. Haig isn't quite as easy to figure out as someone named O'Malley or Hershkowitz. Your father once dated a Jewish girl named Barbara O'Malley, for your information, my mother said. Hopefully before he married you. Very funny. I'm just saying that your theory isn't airtight. Well, you don't meet many Jewish O'Malleys. My mother hesitated. I think her grandparents had their surname legally changed from Meyer. I rolled my eyes. I've got to go. No matter what his religion is, no judge likes a lawyer who's late. I had received a call from my secretary when I was meeting with Warden Coyne about Shay's protection in the prison. Judge Haig wanted to see counsel in federal court the very next morning, a mere 4 days after I'd filed my complaint there. I should have realized things were going to move blisteringly fast. Shay already had an execution date scheduled, so the court had put us on an expedited trial calendar. As I turned the corner, I saw the AAG from the appellate division, Gordon Greenleaf, already waiting. I nodded at him, then felt my cell phone vibrating in my purse with a text message. Googled Haig, Roman Catholic, love Mom. I snapped the phone shut as the clerk arrived to lead us into Judge Haig's chambers. The judge had thinning gray hair and a distance runner's body. I peered at the collar of his shirt, but he was wearing a tie. For all I knew, he might be wearing a crucifix, a Star of David, or even a rope of garlic to ward off vampires. All right, boys and girls, he said. Who can tell us why we're here today? Your Honor, I answered. I'm suing the Commissioner of Corrections of the state of New Hampshire on behalf of my client, Shay Bourne. Yes, thank you, Miss Bloom. I already breathlessly read your complaint from cover to cover. What I meant was that Mr. Bourne's impending execution is already a zoo. Why is the ACLU turning it into a bigger one? Gordon Greenleaf cleared his throat. He had always reminded me of Bozo the Clown, with his tufted red hair and allergies that left his nose red more often than not. He's a death row inmate trying to delay the inevitable, Your Honor. He's not trying to delay anything, I argued. He's just trying to make amends for his sins. And he believes this is the way he needs to die in order to reach salvation. He'd be the first to tell you, you can execute him tomorrow, as long as it's by hanging. This is 2008, Ms. Bloom. We execute people by lethal injection. We're not going back to a more archaic form of execution, Judge Haig said. I nodded. But Judge, with all due respect, if the Department of Corrections finds lethal injection impractical, the sentence may be carried out by hanging. The Department of Corrections doesn't have a problem with lethal injection, Greenleaf said. It does when Mr. Bourne's First Amendment rights are being violated. He has the right to practice his religious beliefs, even in a prison setting, up to and including during the moment of his execution. What are you talking about? Greenleaf exploded. No religion insists on organ donation. Just because one individual gets some crazy set of rules into his head to live or die by, that doesn't qualify it as a religious belief. Gee, Gordon, I said. Who died and left you, God? Counselors, back to your corners, Judge Haig said. He pursed his lips, deep in thought. There are some factual issues here that need to be flushed out, he began. But the first of these is, Mr. Greenleaf, whether the state will agree to hang Mr. Bourne in lieu of giving him a lethal injection. Absolutely not, Judge. Preparations are already in place for the method of execution that was specified at his sentencing. Judge Haig nodded. Then we'll set this down for trial. Given the very real deadline we're working under, it will be an expedited hearing. We're going to pretend that there's no such thing as federal discovery. We're going to pretend that there's no such thing as summary judgment motions. We don't have time for them. Instead, I want witness lists on my desk in a week, and I want you prepared to go straight to trial in 2 weeks. Gordon and I gathered our belongings and stepped outside chambers. Do you have any idea how much money the taxpayers of New Hampshire have spent on that death chamber? Take it up with the governor, Gordon, I said. If the rich towns in New Hampshire have to pay for public education, maybe the poor towns can cough up the funds for future death row inmates. He folded his arms. What's the ACLU's game here, Maggie? You can't get the death penalty declared unconstitutional, so you use religion as a fallback position? I smiled at him. You do if it helps you get the death penalty declared unconstitutional. See you in 2 weeks, Gordon, I said, and I walked off, leaving him staring after me. 3 times I picked up the phone and dialed. 3 times I hung up just as the line connected. I couldn't do this. But I had to. I had 2 weeks to get the facts. And if I was going to fight on Shay's behalf to donate his heart, I needed to understand exactly how this was going to work, and be able to explain that in court. When the hospital switchboard connected, I asked to speak to Dr. Gallagher's office. I left my name and number with the secretary, fully anticipating the fact that it would take some time before he returned my call, during which I might actually develop the courage to speak to him. So, when the phone rang almost as soon as I put down the receiver, I was shocked to hear his voice. "Miss Bloom," he said, "what can I do for you?" "You weren't supposed to call back this fast," I blurted out. "Ah, I'm sorry. I really should be less punctual with my patients." "I'm not your patient." "Right. You were only masquerading as one." He was silent, and then said, "I believe you called me?" Yes, I did." "I was wondering if you might be willing to meet with me, professionally, of course." "Of course." "To talk about hanging and organ donation." "If only I had a dime for every time I've been asked to do that," Dr. Gallagher said. "I'd be delighted to meet with you. Professionally, of course." "Of course," I said, deflated. "The catch is, I have to meet you fairly soon. My client's trial starts in 2 weeks." "Well then, Miss Bloom, I'll pick you up at 7. "Oh, you don't have to do that. I can meet you at the hospital." "Yes, but I really prefer to not eat the cafeteria Jell-O on my days off." "It's your day off?" He called me back on his day off? "Well, we can do it some other time. Didn't you just tell me this was something that needed to be done quickly?" "Well," I said. "Yeah." "Then 7 o'clock it is." "Excellent," I said in my finest courtroom voice. "I look forward to it." "Miss Bloom." "Yes?" I held my breath, waiting for him to lay down the parameters of this meeting. Do not expect this to be any more than it is on the surface. 2 professionals doing business. Do not forget that you could have asked any number of doctors. even ones who don't have eyes the color of a moonless night and an accent that tugs like a fishing hook. Do not delude yourself into pretending this is a real date. I don't know where you live. Whoever said that black makes you look thinner obviously did not have the same clothes that were hanging in my closet. First, I tried on my favorite black pants, which were no longer my favorite because they only buttoned if I stopped breathing and didn't intend to sit at all during the meal. The black turtleneck that still had tags on it made me look like I had a double chin. And the black crochet shrug that had looked so cute in the catalog showed every inch of bra roll. Red, I thought. I'll be bold and make a statement. I tried on a crimson silk camisole, but the only statement I seemed to be sending was Fredericks of Hollywood. I sifted through wraps and cardigans and shells and blazers, A-line skirts and pleated ones and cocktail dresses, tossing them off one by one onto the floor as Oliver hopped away in vain, trying not to get trapped underneath. I tried on every single pair of trousers in my possession and decided that my ass was well on its way to being declared one of Saturn's moons. Then I marched myself to the bathroom mirror. Here's the thing, I said to myself. You don't have to look like Jennifer Aniston to discuss the best way to execute someone. Although, I imagined, it probably helped. Finally, I decided on my favorite pair of jeans and a flowing pale green tunic that I'd found for $5 at an Asian boutique. So I always felt good about wearing it, even when I didn't look perfect. I twisted my hair up and stabbed it with a hair stick, hoping it looked artful and Grecian instead of just messy and out of time. At exactly 7, the doorbell rang. I took one last look at myself in the mirror. The outfit clearly said casual, together, not trying too hard, and opened the door to find Dr. Gallagher wearing a coat and tie. I can change, I said quickly. I didn't know we were going somewhere nice. Not that I wouldn't expect you to take me somewhere nice. Or that you're taking me. I mean, I'm taking myself. And you're taking you. We're just going in the same car. You look lovely, he said. This is how I dress all the time. On your day off? Well, I am British, he replied, an explanation. But he hooked his finger in his collar and slipped the tie from his shirt. He draped it over the inside knob of the front door. When I was in college and someone did that, it meant... I broke off, remembering what it did mean. Don't enter because your roommate is getting lucky. It meant that, you were busy studying for a test. Really? Dr. Gallagher said. How strange. At Oxford, it meant your roommate was inside having sex. Maybe we should go, I said quickly, hoping he didn't notice that I was blushing fiercely, or that I lived alone with a rabbit, or that my hips were so big they probably wouldn't fit into the seat of the little sports car he'd parked in my driveway. He opened the car door for me and didn't turn the ignition until my seatbelt was fastened. As he sped off, he cleared his throat. There's something I'd like to get out of the way before we go any further, he said. I'm Christian. I stared at him. Was he some kind of fundamentalist who limited his extracurricular conversations to people of the same faith? Did he think that I harbored some secret desire to elope? And was he giving me the lay of the land? All right, so maybe that last one wasn't far off the mark. Well, whatever. I'd been eating, sleeping, breathing religion with Shay's case. I was even more sensitive now about religious tolerance than I'd been before I took up this mantle. And if religion was so vitally important to Gallagher that he had to bring it up as the first point of conversation, I could give as good as I got. I'm an atheist, I said. But you might as well know right now that my father's a rabbi. And if you have a problem with that, I'm sure I can find another physician to talk to me. And I'd really appreciate it if you didn't make a joke right now about Jewish doctors. I exhaled. "Well," he said, and glanced at me. "Perhaps you'd rather call me Chris?" I was pretty sure Emily Post wouldn't have covered this topic, but it seemed more discreet to wait until after we were served our main course to start talking about how to kill a man. The restaurant was inside an old colonial home in Orford, with floorboards that rolled like the seas beneath my feet, and a bustling kitchen off to one side. The hostess had a husky, mellifluous voice and greeted the doctor by name. Christian. The room we were sitting in had only 6 tables, covered with mismatched linen and dishes and glasses. Candles burned in recycled wine bottles. On the wall were mirrors in every shape and size, my own personal version of the 9th circle of hell. But I hardly even noticed them. Instead, I drank water and wine, and pretended that I did not want to spoil my appetite by eating the freshly baked bread they served us along with dipping oil, or by talking about Shay's execution. Christian smiled at me. "I've always imagined one day I'd be forced to consider how one went about losing one's heart, but I must admit, I didn't think it would be quite so literal." The waiter arrived with our plates. The menu had been full of the most delectable cuisine. Vietnamese bouillabaisse, escargot tortellini, chorizo dumplings. Even the descriptions of the entrees made me salivate. Handmade to order, fresh Italian parsley pasta, filled with fresh artichoke hearts, roasted eggplant, a medley of cheeses, and sweet roasted red and yellow pepper, tossed with a sun-dried tomato cream sauce. Slices of boneless chicken lined with thin slices of prosciutto, filled with fresh spinach, Asiago cheese, and sweet onion rolled and served with fresh fettuccine and a tomato marsala wine reduction. Boneless breast of duck roasted, thinly sliced, served with a sun-dried cherry sauce and a wild rice pancake. In the wild hope that I might fool Christian into thinking my waist size was not what it seemed to be, I'd swallowed hard and ordered an appetizer. I'd fervently wished that Christian would order the braised leg of lamb or the steak frite so that I could beg a taste. But when I explained I wasn't all that hungry, a colossal lie, he said an appetizer was all he really wanted, too. "From what I imagine," Christian said, "the inmate would be hanged in such a way that the spine would be fractured at C2, C3, which would arrest all spontaneous respiration." I was trying very hard to follow along. "You mean he'd break his neck and stop breathing?" "Right. So then he's brain dead?" A couple at the next table glanced at me, and I realized I'd been talking too loudly, that some people didn't like to mix death with dinner. "Well, not quite. It takes some time for anoxic changes to the brain to result in a loss of reflexes, which is how you test for brainstem function. The problem is that you can't leave your man hanging for a great period of time, or his heart will stop, and that disqualifies him as a donor. So what has to happen? The state needs to agree that the fact that respiration ceased is enough to justify taking the body down from the noose on likely suspicion of death, then intubate him so that the heart is protected, and then test for brain death. Intubating him isn't the same as resuscitating him, then. No, it's the equivalent of someone brain dead being on a ventilator. It preserves the organs, but there won't be any brain function once that spinal cord is severed and hypoxia sets in, no matter how much oxygen you pump into his system." I nodded. "So, how do you determine brain death?" "There are multiple ways. You can do a physical exam first. Check to make sure there are no corneal reflexes, no spontaneous respirations, no gag reflex. And then repeat it 12 hours later. But since time is of the essence, I'd recommend a transcranial Doppler test. which uses ultrasound to measure blood flow through the carotid arteries at the base of the brain. If there's no blood flow for 10 minutes, you can legally declare brain death. I imagined Shay Bourne, who could barely string together a coherent sentence, who bit his fingernails to the quick, being led to a gallows. I pictured the noose being drawn tight around his neck, and felt the hair stand up on the back of my own. "It's brutal," I said softly, and put down my fork. Christian was quiet for a moment. "I was a resident in Philadelphia the first time I had to tell a mother her child had died. He was the victim of a gang shooting, 8 years old. He'd gone to the corner store to get a quart of milk and was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I will never forget the look in her eyes when I told her we weren't able to save her son. When a child is killed, 2 people die, I think. The only difference is that his mother still had to suffer a heartbeat." He looked up at me. "It will be brutal for Mr. Bourne, but it was brutal for June Nealon first." I sat back in my chair. This, then, was the catch. You meet a well-educated, intensely gorgeous, charming, Oxford-educated man, and he turns out to be so right-wing he's nearly pointed backward. "Then you're in favor of capital punishment?" I asked, trying to keep my voice level. "I think it's easy to take the moral high road when it's all theory," Christian said. "As a physician, do I think it's right to kill someone? No. But then again, I don't have children yet. And I'd be lying if I said that when I do, this issue will still seem crystal clear to me." I didn't have children yet either. At the rate I was going, I might never have them. And the only time I'd seen June Nealon, face to face, we'd been at the restorative justice meeting, and she had been so filled with righteous anger that I found it hard to look at her. I didn't know what it felt like to carry a child underneath my heart for 9 months, to feel my body give way to make room for hers. I didn't know what it felt like to hold an infant and rock her to sleep, to find a lullaby in her breathing. But I knew what it was like to be the daughter. My mother and I hadn't always argued. I could still remember wishing that I was as glamorous as she was, trying on her high-heeled shoes, pulling her sheer satin slips up to my armpits as if they were strapless dresses, diving into the wondrous mystery of her makeup bag. She had, at one point, been the person I wanted to grow up to be. It was so damn hard to find love in this world, to locate someone who could make you feel that there was a reason you'd been put on this earth. A child, I imagined, was the purest form of that. A child was the love you didn't have to look for, didn't have to prove anything to, didn't have to worry about losing. Which is why, when it happened, it hurt so badly. Suddenly, I wanted to call my mother. I wanted to call June Nealon. I was on my first date since the dinosaurs had roamed the planet. A date that was really just a business dinner. And I felt like bursting into tears. "Maggie." Christian leaned forward. "Are you all right?" And then he put his hand on top of mine. "Arrest all spontaneous respiration," he had said. The waiter appeared at the side of the table. "I hope you've left room for dessert." I had nothing but room. My appetizer had been a crab cake the size of my thumbnail. But I could feel the warmth of Christian's skin on mine, and it was like heat at the tip of a candle. Only a matter of time before the rest of me melted, too. "Oh, I couldn't," I said. "I'm stuffed." "Right," Christian said, and he slipped his hand away from mine. "I guess just the bill, then." Something had changed in his features, and there was a chill to his voice that hadn't been there a moment before. "What's the matter?" I asked. He shook his head, dismissive, but I knew what it was. The death penalty. "You think I'm on the wrong side?" "I don't think there are sides," Christian said. "But that's not it." "Then what did I do wrong?" The waiter sidled over with the bill, tucked into a leather folder. Christian reached for it. "My last steady girlfriend was a principal dancer for the Boston Ballet." "Oh," I said feebly. "She must have been beautiful, graceful, skinny. Everything I wasn't. Every time we went out for a meal, I felt like some sort of glutton, because I had an appetite, and she never ate a damn thing. I suppose I thought, hoped, that you'd be different." "But I love chocolate," I blurted out, "and apple fritters, and pumpkin pie, and mousse, and tiramisu, and I probably would have eaten everything on this menu if I didn't think it would make me look like a pig. I was trying to be—" My voice trailed off. "What you thought I was looking for?" I focused my attention on the napkin on my lap. Leave it to me to ruin a date that wasn't even really one. "What if all I was looking for," Christian asked, "was you?" I lifted my head slowly as Christian summoned back our waiter. "Tell us about dessert," he said. "We have a creme brulee, a fresh blueberry tart, warm peach puff pastries with homemade ice cream and caramel sauce, and my personal favorite," the waiter said, "chocolate French toast with a thin pecan crust, served with mint ice cream, and our own raspberry sauce." "What shall we try?" Christian asked. I turned to the waiter. "Maybe we could skip back to the main course first," I said, and smiled.
This is my simple religion. There is no need for temples, no need for complicated philosophy. Our own brain, our own heart is our temple. The philosophy is kindness. His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. June. As it turned out, in spite of the deathbed promises, I didn't tell Claire about her potential new heart when she first awakened after the episode that had brought us back to this hospital. Instead, I made 100 excuses. When she wasn't running a temperature, when she had a little more energy, when we knew for sure that a judge was going to allow the donation to happen. The longer I put off the conversation, the more I was able to convince myself that Claire would have another hour, day, week with me in which to have it. And in the meantime, Claire was failing. Not just her body, but her spirit. Dr. Wu told me every day that she was stable, but I saw changes. She didn't want me to read from teen people. She didn't want to watch television. She lay on her side, staring at a blank wall. "Claire," I said one afternoon, "want to play cards?" "No." "How about Scrabble?" "No, thanks." She turned away. "I'm tired." I smoothed her hair back from her face. "I know, baby." "No," she said. "I mean, I'm tired, Mom. I don't want to do this anymore." "Well, we can take a walk. I mean, I can take a walk and push you in a wheelchair. You don't have to stay in bed."
I'm going to die in here. You and I both know it. Why can't I just go home and do it there, instead of hooked up to all of this stuff?"
I stared at her. Where was the child in that sentence? The one who had believed in fairies and ghosts and all sorts of impossible things. "But we're so close to fixing that," I started to say. And then I realized that if I did, I would have to tell her about the heart that might or might not be coming. And whose it was.
"I want to sleep in my own bed," Claire said, "instead of one with stupid plastic sheets and a pillow that crackles every time I move my head. I want to eat meatloaf instead of chicken soup in a blue plastic cup and Jell-O."
You hate when I serve meatloaf.
"I know, and I want to get mad at you for cooking it again."
She flopped onto her back and looked at me.
"I want to drink from the orange juice container. I want to throw a tennis ball for my dog."
I hesitated. "Maybe I can talk to Dr. Wu," I said. "We can get your own sheets and pillow, I bet." Something in Claire's eyes dimmed.
"Just forget it,"
she said. And that was how I realized she'd already begun to die, before I had a chance to save her. As soon as Claire fell asleep that afternoon, I left her in the capable hands of the nursing staff and exited the hospital for the first time in a week. I was stunned to see how much the world had changed. There was a nip in the air that whispered of winter. The trees had begun to turn color, sugar maples first, their bright heads like torches that would light the rest of the woods on fire. My car felt unfamiliar, as if I were driving a rental. And most shocking, the road that led past the state prison had been rerouted with policemen on traffic detail. I inched through the cones, gaping at the crowds that had been cordoned off by police tape. "Shay Bourne will burn in hell," read one sign. Another banner said, "Satan is alive and kicking on I-tier." Once, when Claire was tiny, she'd raised the blackout shade in her bedroom window when she woke up. At the sight of the sunrise with its outstretched crimson fingers, she'd gasped. Did I do that? Now, looking at the signs, I had to wonder. Could you believe something so fiercely that it actually happened? Could your thoughts change the minds of others? Keeping my eyes on the road, I passed the prison gates and continued toward my house. But my car had other intentions. It turned right and then left, and into the cemetery where Elizabeth and Kurt were buried. I parked and started walking to their shared grave. It was underneath an ash tree. In the light wind, the leaves shimmered like golden coins. I knelt on the grass and traced my finger over the lettering on the headstone. Beloved daughter. Treasured husband. Kurt had bought his plot after we'd been married for a year. That's macabre, I had said, and he had just shrugged it off. He saw the business of death and dying every day. Here's the thing, though, he had said. There's room for you if you want. He had not wanted to impose, because he didn't know if I'd want to be buried near my first husband. Even that tiny bit of consideration, the fact that he wanted me to choose instead of making an assumption, had made me realize why I loved him. I want to be with you, I had told him. I wanted to be where my heart was. After the murders, I would sleepwalk. I'd find myself the next morning in the gardening shed holding a spade, in the garage with my face pressed against the metal cheek of a shovel. In my subconscious, I was making plans to join them. It was only when I was awake and alert and felt Claire kicking me from within that I realized I had to stay. Would she be the next one I'd bury here? And once I did, what would keep me from carrying things through to their natural conclusion, from putting my family back together in one place? I lay down for a minute, prone on the grass. I pressed my face into the stubbled moss at the edge of the headstone and pretended I was cheek to cheek with my husband. I felt the dandelions twine through my fingers and pretended I was holding my daughter's hand. In the elevator of the hospital, the duffel bag started to move itself across the floor. I crouched down, unzipped the top of it. "Good boy," I said, and patted the top of Dudley's head. I'd retrieved him from my neighbor, who had been kind enough to play foster parent while Claire was sick. Dudley had fallen asleep in the car, but now he was alert and wondering why I had zipped him into a piece of luggage. The doors opened, and I hoisted him up, approaching the nurse's desk near Claire's room. I tried to smile normally. "Everything all right?" "She's been sleeping like a baby." Just then, Dudley barked. The nurse's eyes flew up to mine, and I pretended to sneeze. "Wow," I said, shaking my head. "Is that pollen count something or what?" Before she could respond, I hurried into Claire's room and closed the door behind me. Then I unzipped the bag and Dudley shot out like a rocket. He ran a lap around the room, nearly knocking over Claire's IV pole. There was a reason dogs weren't allowed in hospitals, but if Claire wanted normal, then she was going to get it. I wrapped my arms around Dudley and hoisted him onto Claire's bed, where he sniffed the cotton blanket and began to lick her hand. Her eyes fluttered open, and when she saw the dog, a smile split her face. "He's not allowed in here," she whispered, burying her hands in the fur at his neck. "Are you going to tell on me?" Claire pushed herself to a sitting position and let the dog crawl into her lap. She scratched behind his ears while he tried to chew on the wire that ran from beneath Claire's hospital gown to the heart monitor. "We won't have a lot of time," I said quickly. "Someone's going to—" Just then, a nurse walked in holding a digital thermometer. "Rise and shine, Missy," she began, and then she saw the dog on the bed. "What is that doing in here?" I looked at Claire and then back at the nurse. "Visiting?" I suggested. "Mrs. Nealon, not even service dogs are allowed onto this ward without a letter from the vet stating that the vaccinations are up to date and that the stools tested negative for parasites." I was just trying to make Claire feel better. "He won't leave this room, I swear." "I'll give you 5 minutes," the nurse said, "but you have to promise you won't bring him in again before the transplant." Claire, who had a death grip on the dog, glanced up. "Transplant?" she repeated. "What transplant?" "She was being theoretical," I said quickly. "Dr. Wu doesn't schedule theoretical transplants," the nurse said. Claire blinked at me. "Mom?" There was a thread in her voice that had started to unravel. The nurse turned on her heel. "I'm counting," she said, and left the room. "Is it true?" Claire said. "There's a heart for me?" "We're not sure. There's a catch." "There's always a catch," Claire said. "I mean, how many hearts have turned out not to be as great as Dr. Wu expected?" "Well, this one, it's not ready for transplant yet. It's sort of still being used." Claire laughed a little. "What are you planning to do? Kill someone?" I didn't answer. "Is the donor really sick or old? How could she even be a donor if she's sick or old?" Claire asked. "Honey," I said, "we have to wait for the donor to be executed." Claire was not stupid. I watched her put together this new information with what she'd heard on television. Her hands tightened on Dudley. "No way," she said quietly. "I am not taking a heart from the guy who killed my father and my sister." "He wants to give it to you," he offered. "This is sick," Claire said. "You're sick." She struggled to get up, but she was tethered to the bed with tubes and wires. Even Dr. Wu said that it's an amazing match for you and your body. I couldn't just say no.
What about me? Don't I get to say no?
Claire, baby, you know donors don't come along every day. I had to do it.
Then undo it, she demanded. Tell them I don't want his stupid heart.
I sank down on the edge of the hospital bed. It's just a muscle. It doesn't mean you'll be like him. I paused. And besides, he owes this to us.
He doesn't owe us anything. Why don't you get that?
Her eyes filled with tears.
You can't tie the score, Mom. You just have to start over.
Her monitors began to sound an alert. Her pulse was rising, her heart pumping too hard. Dudley began to bark. Claire, you have to calm down.
This isn't about him, Claire said. This isn't even about me. It's about you. You need to get payment for what happened to Elizabeth. You need to make him pay for what he did. Where do I fit into that?
The nurse flew into the room like a great white heron, fussing over Claire.
What's going on in here?
She said, checking the connections and tubes and drips. Nothing, we both said simultaneously. The nurse gave me a measured glance.
I highly recommend you take that dog away and let Claire get some rest.
I reached for Dudley and wrestled him back into the duffel bag. Just think about it, I pleaded. Ignoring me, Claire reached into the bag and patted the dog. Goodbye, she whispered.
Michael. I had gone back to St. Catherine's. I told Father Walter that I had not been seeing clearly, and that God had opened my eyes to the truth. I just neglected to mention that God happened to be sitting on I-tier about 3 miles away from our church, awaiting an expedited trial that began this week. Each night, I said 3 consecutive rosaries, penance for lying to Father Walter. But I had to be there. I had to do something constructive with my time, now that I wasn't spending it with Shay. Since I confessed to him at the hospital that I'd served on the jury that had convicted him, he'd refused to see me. There was a part of me that understood his reaction. Imagine how it would feel to know your confidant had betrayed you. But there was another part of me that spent hours trying to figure out why divine forgiveness hadn't kicked in yet. And then again, if the Gospel of Thomas was to be believed, no matter how much time and space Shay put between us, we were never really separate. Mankind and divinity were flip sides of the same coin. And so, every day at noon, I told Father Walter I was meeting a fictional couple at their house to try to guide them away from the path of divorce. But instead, I rode my trophy to the prison, burrowed through the crowds, and went inside to try to see Shay. C.O. Whitaker was called to escort me to I-tier after I'd passed through the metal detectors at the visitor's booth. "Hi, Father. You here to sell Girl Scout cookies?" "You know it," I replied. "Anything exciting happened today?" "Let's see. Joey Coon's got a medical visit for diarrhea." "Wow," I said. "Sorry I missed that." As I suited up in my flak jacket, Whitaker went into I-tier to tell Shay I'd come. Again. But no more than 5 seconds had passed before he returned, a sheepish look on his face. "Not today, Father," he said. "Sorry." "I'll try again," I replied. But we both knew that wasn't possible. We had run out of time. Shay's trial began tomorrow. I left the prison and walked back to my motorcycle. All modesty aside, I was the closest thing Shay had to a disciple, and if that was true, it meant learning from the mistakes of history. At Jesus' crucifixion, his followers had scattered, except for Mary Magdalene and his mother. So even if Shay didn't acknowledge me in court, I would still be there. I would bear witness for him. For a long time, I sat on my bike in the parking lot, going nowhere. In fairness, It wasn't like I wanted to spring this all on Maggie a few days before the trial. The truth of the matter was that if Shay didn't want me as his spiritual advisor anymore, I had no excuse for not telling Maggie that I'd been on the jury that convicted him. I tried to contact her several times over the past week, but she was either out of her office, not at home, or not answering her cell. And then, out of the blue, she called me. "Get your ass down here," she said. "You have some explaining to do." In 20 minutes, I was sitting in her ACLU office. "I had a meeting with Shay today," Maggie said. "He said you'd lied to him." I nodded. "Did he go into detail?" "No. He said I deserved to hear it firsthand." She crossed her arms. "He also said he didn't want you testifying on his behalf." "Right," I mumbled. "I don't blame him." "Are you really a priest?" I blinked at her. "Of course I am." "Then I don't care what you're lying about," Maggie said. "You can unburden your soul after we win Shay's case." "It's not that simple." "Yes, it is, Father. You are the only character witness we've got for Shay. You're credible because you're wearing that collar. I don't care if you and Shay had a fight. I don't care if you moonlight as a drag queen. I don't care if you have enough secrets to last a lifetime. It's don't ask, don't tell until the trial starts, okay? All I care about is that you wear that collar, get on the stand, and make Shay sound like a saint. If you walk, the whole case goes down the toilet. Is that simple enough for you?" If Maggie was right, if my testimony was the only thing that would help Shay, then how could I tell her something now that would ruin the case? A sin of omission can be understandable if you were helping someone by holding back. I could not give Shay his life back, but I could make sure his death was what he wanted. Maybe it would be enough for him to forgive me. "It's normal to be a little freaked out about going to court," Maggie said, misreading my silence. During my testimony, I was supposed to explain in layman's terms how donating a heart to Claire Nealon was one of Shay's spiritual beliefs. Having a priest say this was a stroke of genius on Maggie's part. Who wouldn't believe a member of the clergy when it came to religion? "You don't have to be worried about the cross-exam," Maggie continued. "You tell the judge that while the Catholic would believe that salvation comes solely through Jesus Christ, Shay believes organ donation's necessary for redemption. That's perfectly true, and I can promise you that lightning isn't going to crash through the ceiling when you say it." My head snapped up. "I can't tell the court that Shay will find Jesus," I said. "I think he might be Jesus." She blinked. "You think what?" The words began to spill out of me, the way I always imagined it felt to be speaking in tongues, truths that tumbled before you even realized they'd left your mouth. It makes perfect sense. The age, the profession, the fact that he's on death row, the miracles, and the heart donation. He's literally giving himself away for our sins. Again. He's giving the part that matters the least, the body, in order to become whole in spirit. "This is way worse than having cold feet," Maggie murmured. "You're crazy." "Maggie, he's been quoting a gospel that was written 200 years after Christ's death, a gospel that most people don't even know exists. Word for word. I've listened to his words, and frankly, they're unintelligible. Do you know what he was doing yesterday when I briefed him on his testimony? Playing tic-tac-toe. With himself. You have to read between the lines." "Yeah, right. And I bet when you listen to Britney Spears records backward, you hear, 'Sleep with me, I'm not too young.' For God's sake, no pun intended. You're a Catholic priest. Whatever happened to the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost? I don't remember Shay being part of the Trinity." "What about everyone camped outside the prison? Are they all crazy too?" "They want Shay to cure their kids' autism, or reverse their husband's Alzheimer's, They're in it for themselves, Maggie said. The only people who think Shay Bourne is the Messiah are so desperate that they'd be able to find salvation beneath the lid of a 2-liter bottle of Pepsi. Or through a heart transplant, I countered. You've worked up a whole legal theory based on individual religious beliefs, so how can you tell me categorically that I'm wrong? Because it's not a matter of right or wrong. It's life or death, namely Shay's. I'd say whatever I had to win this case for him. It's my job, and it was supposed to be yours, too. This isn't about some revelation. It's not about who Shay might have been or might be in the future. It's about who he is right now. A convicted murderer who's going to be executed unless I can do something about it. It doesn't matter to me if he's a vagrant or Queen Elizabeth or Jesus Christ. It just matters that we win this case for him, so that he can die on his own terms. That means that you will get on that damn stand and swear on that Bible, which, for all I know, might not even be relevant to you now that you found Jesus on I-tier. And if you screw this up for Shay by sounding like a nut job when I question you, I will make your life miserable. By the time Maggie finished, she was red in the face and breathless. This old gospel, she said. Word for word. I nodded. How did you find out about it? From your father, I said. Maggie's brows rose. I'm not putting a priest and a rabbi on the stand. The judge will be waiting for a punchline. I looked up at her. I have an idea.
Maggie. In the client-attorney conference room outside I-tier, Shay climbed on the chair and started talking to flies. Go left, he urged as he craned his neck toward the air vent. Come on, you can do it. I looked up from my notes for a moment. Are they pets? No, Shay said, stepping down from the chair. His hair was matted, but only on the left side, which made him look absent-minded at best and mentally ill at worst. I wondered what I could say to convince him to let me brush it before we went out in front of the judge tomorrow. The flies were circling. I have a pet rabbit, I said. Last week, before I was moved to I-tier, I had pets, Shay said, then shook his head. It wasn't last week. It was yesterday. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. What's his name? Sorry? The rabbit. Oliver, I said, and took out of my pocket what I'd been holding for Shay. I brought you a gift. He smiled at me, his eyes piercing and suddenly focused. I hope it's a key. Not quite. I passed him a snack pack of butterscotch pudding. I figured you don't get the good stuff in prison. He opened the foil top, licked it, and then carefully folded it into his breast pocket. Is there butter in it? I don't know. What about scotch? I smiled. I truly doubt it. Too bad. I watched him take the first bite. Tomorrow's going to be a big day, I said. In the wake of Michael's crisis of faith, I had contacted the witness he recommended. An academic named Ian Fletcher, whom I vaguely remembered from a television show he used to host, where he'd go around debunking the claims of people who saw the Virgin Mary in their toast burn pattern and things like that. At first, putting him on the stand seemed to be a sure way to lose a case. But the guy had a PhD from the Princeton Theological Seminary, and there had to be some merit in putting a former atheist on the stand. If Fletcher could be convinced there was a God, be it Jesus, Allah, Yahweh, Shay, or none of the above, then surely any of us could. Shay finished his pudding and handed the empty cup back to me. I need the foil, too, I said. The last thing I wanted was to find out a few days from now that Shay had fashioned a shank out of the aluminum and hurt himself or someone else. He took it out of his pocket meekly and handed it back to me. You do know what's happening tomorrow, right? Don't you? Well, about the trial, I began. All you have to do is sit patiently and listen. A lot of what you'll hear probably won't make sense to you. He looked up. Are you nervous? I was nervous, all right. And not just because this was a high-profile death penalty case that might or might not have found a constitutional loophole. I lived in a country where 85% of the residents called themselves Christians, and about half went regularly to some form of church. Religion was not about the individual to the average American. It was about the community of believers, and my whole case was about to turn that on its ear. Shay, I said, you understand that we might lose. Shay nodded, dismissive. Where is she? Who? The girl? The one who needs the heart? She's in the hospital. Then we have to hurry, he said. I exhaled slowly. Right. I better go get my game face on. I stood up, summoning the CO to let me out of the conference room, but Shay's voice called me back. Don't forget to say you're sorry, he said. To whom? By then, though, Shay was standing on the chair again, his attention focused on something else. And as I watched, 7 flies landed in quick succession on the palm of his outstretched hand. When I was 5, all I wanted was a Christmas tree. My friends had them, and the menorah we lit at night paled in comparison. My father pointed out that we got 8 presents, but my friends got even more than that, if you added up what was sitting underneath their tree. One cold December afternoon, my mother told my father we were heading to the movies, and instead, she drove me to the mall. We waited in line with little girls who had ribbons in their hair and fancy lace dresses, so that I could sit on Santa's lap and tell him I wanted my pretty pony. Then, with a candy cane fisted in my hand, we walked to the decoration display where there were 15 Christmas trees set up. White ones with glass balls, fake balsam ones strung with red beads and bows, one that had Tinkerbell at the top and all the Disney characters dotted as ornaments. Like this, my mother said. And right in the middle of the department store, we lay down at a crossroads of the trees and gazed up at the blinking light displays. I thought it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I won't tell Daddy, I promised. But she said that didn't matter. This wasn't about another religion, my mother explained. These were just the trappings. You could admire the wrapping without ever taking out what was in the box inside. After I left Shay, I sat in my car and called my mother at the chutzpah. Hi, I said when she answered. What are you doing? There was a beat of silence. Maggie? What's wrong? Nothing. I felt like calling you. Did something happen? Did you get hurt? Can't I call my mother just because I feel like it? You can, she said, but you don't. Well, there was just no arguing with the truth. I took a deep breath and forged ahead. Do you remember the time you took me to see Santa? Please don't tell me you're converting. It'll kill your father. I'm not converting, I said, and my mother sighed with relief. I just was remembering it, that's all. So you called to tell me? No, I said. I called to say I'm sorry. For what? My mother laughed. You haven't done anything. In that moment, I remembered us lying on the floor of the department store, gazing at the lit trees as a security guard loomed over us. Just give her another few minutes, my mother had begged. June Nealon's face flashed before me. Maybe this was the job of a mother, to buy time for her child, no matter what. Even if it meant doing something she'd rather not. Even if it left her flat on her back. Yes, I answered. I know. Desiring religious freedom is nothing new, I said, standing up in front of Judge Haig at the opening of Shay Bourne's trial. One of the most famous cases happened more than 200 years ago, and it didn't take place in our country. Namely, because there was no country. A group of people who dared to hold religious beliefs different from the status quo found themselves being forced to adopt the policies of the Church of England. And instead, they chose to strike off to an unknown place across the ocean. But the Puritans liked religious freedom so much, they kept it all to themselves, often persecuting people who didn't believe what they did. This is precisely why the founders of the new nation of the United States decided to put an end to religious intolerance by making religious freedom a cornerstone of this country. This was a non-jury trial, which meant that the only person I had to preach to was the judge. But the courtroom was still filled. There were reporters there from 4 networks the judge had pre-approved. There were victims' rights advocates. There were death penalty supporters and death penalty opponents. The only party present in support of Shay, and my first witness, was Father Michael, seated just behind the plaintiff's table. Beside me, Shay sat in handcuffs and ankle cuffs, linked to a belly chain. Thanks to the forefathers who crafted the Constitution, everyone in this country has the freedom to practice his own religion, even a prisoner on death row in New Hampshire. In fact, Congress went so far as to pass a law about it. The Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act guarantees an inmate the opportunity to worship whatever he likes, as long as it doesn't impede the safety of others in the prison or affect the running of the prison. Yet, Shay Bourne's constitutional right to practice his religion has been denied by the state of New Hampshire. I looked up at the judge. Shay Bourne is not a Muslim or a Wiccan. He's not a secular humanist or a member of the Baha'i faith. In fact, his system of beliefs may not be familiar to any common world religion you can name off the top of your head. But they are a system of beliefs, and they include the fact that, to Shay, salvation depends on being able to donate his heart after his execution to the sister of his victim. An outcome that's not possible if the state uses lethal injection as a method of execution. I walked forward. Shay Bourne has been convicted of possibly the most heinous crime in the history of this state. He has appealed that conviction, and those appeals have been denied. Yet he is not contesting that decision. He knows he is going to die, Your Honor. All he asks is that, again, the laws of this country be upheld. In particular, the laws that say anyone has the right to practice their religion, wherever, whenever, however. If the state agrees to his execution by hanging, and provides for the subsequent donation of his organs, the safety of other inmates isn't impeded. The running of the prison isn't affected. But it would offer a very significant personal outcome for Shay Bourne: to save a little girl's life, and, in the process, to save his own soul. I sat back down and glanced at Shay. He had a legal pad in front of him. On it, he doodled a picture of a pirate with a parrot on his shoulder. At the defense table, Gordon Greenleaf was seated beside the New Hampshire Commissioner of Corrections, a man with both hair and complexion the color of a potato. Greenleaf tapped his pencil twice on the desk. Ms. Bloom brought up the founding fathers of this country. Thomas Jefferson, in fact, coined a phrase in a letter in 1789. A wall of separation between church and state. He was explaining the First Amendment, in particular, the clauses about religion. And his words have been used by the Supreme Court many times. In fact, the Lemon Test, which the High Court has used since 1971, says that for a law to be constitutional, it must have a secular purpose, must neither advance nor inhibit religion, and must not result in excessive government entanglement with religion. That last part's an interesting bit, since Ms. Bloom is both crediting the forefathers of this nation with the noble division of church and state, and yet simultaneously asking your honor to join them together. He stood up, walking forward. If you were to take her claims seriously, Greenleaf said, you'd see that what she's really asking for is a legally binding sentence to be massaged because of a loophole called religion. What's next? A convicted drug dealer asking that his sentence be overturned because heroin helps him reach nirvana? A murderer insisting that his cell door face Mecca? Greenleaf shook his head. The truth is, Judge, this petition has been filed by the ACLU not because it's a valid and troublesome concern, but because it will purposefully create a three-ring circus during the state's first execution in 69 years. He waved his arm around the crowded gallery. And all of you are proof that it's already working. Greenleaf glanced at Shay. Nobody takes the death penalty lightly, least of all the Commissioner of Corrections in the state of New Hampshire. The sentence in Shay Bourne's case was death by lethal injection. That's exactly what the state has prepared and intends to carry out, with dignity and respect for all parties involved. Let's look at the facts here. No matter what Ms. Bloom says, there is no organized religion that mandates organ donation after death as a means of reaching the afterlife. According to his records, Shay Bourne was raised in foster homes, so he can't claim that he was reared in one religious tradition that fostered organ donation. If he's converted to some religion that is now claiming that organ donation is part of its tenets, we submit to this court that it's pure bunk. Greenleaf spread his hands. We know you'll listen carefully to the testimony, Your Honor, but the reality is that the Department of Corrections is not required to submit to the whim of every misguided prisoner that comes through its doors, especially one who has committed the monstrous torture and murders of 2 New Hampshire citizens, a child and a police officer. Don't let Ms. Bloom and the ACLU take a grave matter and turn it into a spectacle. Allow the state to impose the penalty that was set forth by the court, in as civilized and professional a manner as possible. I glanced at Shay. On his legal pad, he'd added his initials and the logo for the band AC/DC. The judge pushed his glasses up his nose and looked at me. Ms. Bloom, he said, you may call your first witness.
Michael. As soon as I was asked to approach the witness stand, I locked my gaze on Shay's. He stared back at me, silent, blank. The clerk approached, holding a Bible. Do you swear to tell the truth, The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. The leather cover of the book was finely grained and black, worn smooth by the palms of thousands who'd recited a vow just like this one. I thought of all the times I'd held a Bible for comfort, a religious man's security blanket. I used to think it contained all the answers. Now I wondered whether the right questions had even been asked. So help me, God, I thought. Maggie's hands were clasped lightly in front of her. Can you state your name and address for the record? Michael Wright, I said, clearing my throat. 3422 High Street in Concord. How are you employed? I'm a priest at St. Catherine's. How does one become a priest? Maggie asked. You go to seminary for a certain number of years, and then you become a member of the transitional deaconate, learning the ropes under the guidance of a more experienced parish priest. Finally, you get ordained. How long ago did you take your vows, Father? It's been 2 years, I said. I could still remember the ordainment ceremony, my parents watching from the pews, their faces lit as if they had stars caught in their throats. I had been so certain then of my calling, of serving Jesus Christ, of who Jesus Christ was. Had I been wrong then? Or was it simply that there was more than one kind of right? As part of your duties at St. Catherine's, Father, have you been a spiritual advisor for an inmate named Shay Bourne? Yes. And is Shay here in the courtroom today? He is. In fact, Maggie said, he's the plaintiff in this case who was sitting beside me at that table. Isn't that correct? Yes. I smiled at Shay, who looked down at the table. During the course of your training to become a priest, did you speak with parishioners about their religious beliefs? Of course. Is it part of your duty as a priest to help others become familiar with God? Yes. How about deepening their faith in God? Absolutely. She turned to the judge. I'm going to offer up Father Michael as an expert on spiritual advice and religious beliefs, Your Honor. The other attorney shot up. Objection, he said, with all due respect. Is Father Michael an expert on Jewish beliefs, Methodist beliefs, Muslim ones? Sustained, the judge said. Father Michael may not testify as an expert on religious beliefs outside of the Catholic faith, except in his role as a spiritual advisor. I had no idea what that meant, and from the looks on their faces, neither did either attorney. What's the role of a spiritual advisor in the prison? Maggie asked. You meet with inmates who would like a friend to talk to, or a voice to pray with, I explained. You offer them counseling, direction, devotional materials. Basically, you're a priest making a house call. How was it that you were chosen to become a spiritual advisor? St. Catherine's, my parish, received a request from the state prison. Is Shay Catholic, Father? One of his foster mothers had him baptized Catholic, so in the eyes of the Church, yes, he is. However, he does not consider himself a practicing Catholic. How does that work, then? If you're a priest, and he's not Catholic, how are you able to be a spiritual advisor? Because my job isn't to preach to him, but to listen. When was the first time you met with Shay? Maggie asked. March 8th of this year, I said. I've seen him once or twice a week since then. At some point, did Shay discuss his desire to donate his heart to Claire Nealon, the sister of one of his victims? It was the very first conversation we had, I replied. How many times since have you discussed with Shay his feelings about this transplant? Maybe 25, 30. Maggie nodded. There are people here today who think that Shay's desire to become an organ donor has everything to do with buying himself time and nothing to do with religion. Do you agree with that? Objection, the other attorney said. Speculation. The judge shook his head. I'll allow it. He'd die today if you let him donate his heart. It's not time he wants. It's the chance to be executed in a way that would allow for a transplant. Let me play devil's advocate, Maggie said. We all know donating organs is selfless. But where's the link between donation and salvation? Was there something that convinced you this wasn't just altruism on Shay's part, but part of his faith? Yes, I said. When Shay told me what he wanted to do, he said it in a very striking way. It almost sounded like a weird riddle. If I bring forth what's inside me will save me. If I don't bring forth what's inside me will destroy me. I found out later that Shay's statement wasn't original. He was quoting someone pretty important. Who, Father? I looked at the judge. Jesus Christ. Nothing further, Maggie said. And she sat back down beside Shay. Gordon Greenleaf frowned at me. Forgive my ignorance, Father. Is that from the Old Testament or the New Testament? Neither, I replied. It's from the Gospel of Thomas. This stopped the attorney in his tracks. Aren't all Gospels somewhere in the Bible? Objection, Maggie called out. Father Michael can't respond because he's not a religious expert. You offered him up as one, Greenleaf said. Maggie shrugged. Then you shouldn't have objected to it. I'll rephrase, Greenleaf said. So, Mr. Bourne quoted something that is not actually in the Bible, but you're claiming it's proof that he's motivated by religion? Yes, I said, exactly. Well, then what religion does Shay practice? Greenleaf asked. He doesn't label it. You said he's not a practicing Catholic. Is he a practicing Jew, then? No. A Muslim? No. A Buddhist? No, I said. Is Mr. Bourne practicing any type of organized religion that the court might be familiar with, Father? I hesitated. He's practicing a religion, but it isn't formally organized. Like what? Bourneism? Objection, Maggie interrupted. If Shay can't name it, why do we have to? Sustained, Judge Haig said. Let me clarify, Greenleaf said. Shay Bourne is practicing a religion you can't name and quoting from a gospel that's not in the Bible, and yet somehow his desire to be an organ donor is grounded in the concept of religious salvation? Does that not strike you, Father, as the slightest bit convenient on Mr. Bourne's part? He turned, as if he hadn't really expected me to give an answer, but I wasn't going to let him off that easy. Mr. Greenleaf, I said, there are all sorts of experiences that we can't really put a name to. I beg your pardon. The birth of a child, for one, or the death of a parent, falling in love. Words are like nets. We hope they'll cover what we mean, but we know they can't possibly hold that much joy or grief or wonder. Finding God is like that too. If it's happened to you, you know what it feels like. But try to describe it to someone else, and language only takes you so far, I said. Yes, it sounds convenient, and yes, he's the only member of his religion, and no, it doesn't have a name, but I believe him. I looked at Shay until he met my gaze. I believe.
June. When Claire was awake, which was less and less often, we didn't talk about the heart that might be coming for her, or whether or not she'd take it. She didn't want to. I was afraid to. Instead, we talked about things that didn't matter. Who'd been voted off her favorite reality TV show, how the internet actually worked, if I'd reminded Mrs. Wallaby to feed Dudley twice a day instead of 3 times because he was on a diet. When Claire was asleep, I held her hand and told her about the future I dreamed of. I told her that we'd travel to Bali and live for a month in a hut perched over the ocean. I told her that I would learn to water ski barefoot while she drove the boat, and then we'd swap places. How we would climb Mount Katahdin, get our ears double pierced, learn how to make chocolate from scratch. I imagined her swimming up from the sandy bottom of unconsciousness, bursting through the surface, wading to where I was waiting on shore. It was during one of Claire's afternoon drug-induced marathon naps that I began to learn about elephants. That morning, when I had gone down to the hospital cafeteria for a cup of coffee, I passed the same 3 retail establishments I'd passed every day for the past 2 weeks: a bank, a bookstore, a travel agency. Today, though, for the first time, I was magnetically drawn to a poster in the window. "Experience Africa," it said. The bored college girl staffing the office was talking to her boyfriend on the phone when I walked inside, and was more than happy to send me on my way with a brochure, in lieu of actually telling me about the destination herself. "Where were we?" I heard her say as she picked up the phone again when I left the office, and then she giggled. "With your teeth?" Upstairs in Claire's room, I pored over pictures of rooms with beds as wide as the sea, covered with crisp white linens and draped with a net of gauze. Of outside showers, exposed to the bush, so that you were as naked as the animals. Of Land Rovers and African Rangers with phosphorescent smiles. And oh, the animals. Sleek leopards with their Rorschach spots. A lioness with eyes like amber, the massive monolith of an elephant yanking a tree out of the ground. "Did you know," the brochure read, "that elephants live in a society much like ours? That they travel in matriarchal packs and gestate for 22 months? That they can communicate over a distance of 50 kilometers? Come track the amazing elephant in its natural habitat, the Thule block." "What are you reading?" Claire squinted at the brochure, her voice groggy. "Something on safaris," I said. "I thought maybe you and I might go on one." "I'm not taking that stupid heart," Claire said, and she rolled on her side, closing her eyes again. I would tell Claire about the elephants when she woke up, I decided. About a country where mothers and daughters walked side by side for years with their aunts and sisters. About how elephants were either right-handed or left-handed. How they could find their way home years after they'd left. Here is what I wouldn't tell Claire, ever. That elephants know when they're close to dying, and that they make their way to a riverbed for nature to take its course. That elephants bury their dead and grieve. That naturalists have seen a mother elephant carry a dead calf for miles, cradled in her trunk, unwilling and unable to let it go.
Maggie. Nobody wanted Ian Fletcher to testify, including me, when I'd called an emergency meeting with the judge days earlier, asking to add Fletcher to my witness list as an expert on the history of religion. I thought Gordon Greenleaf would burst a blood vessel in Chambers. "Hello," he said. "Rule 26C?" He was talking about the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, which said that witnesses had to be disclosed 30 days before a trial, unless otherwise directed by the court. I was banking on that last clause. "Judge," I said, "we've only had 2 weeks to prepare for this trial. Neither of us disclosed any of our witnesses within 30 days. "You don't get to sneak in an expert just because you happen to stumble over one," Greenleaf said. Federal court judges were notorious for trying to keep their cases on the straight and narrow. If Judge Haig allowed Fletcher to testify, it opened up a whole can of worms. Greenleaf would need to prepare his cross, and would most likely want to hire a counter-expert, which would delay the trial. and we all knew that couldn't happen, since we had a deadline in the strictest sense of the word. But here was the crazy thing. Father Michael had been right. Ian Fletcher's book dovetailed so neatly with the hook I was using to drag Shay's case to a victory that it would have been a shame not to try. And even better, it provided the one element I'd been lacking in this case, a historical precedent. I had fully convinced myself that Judge Haig would laugh in my face anyway when I tried to include a new witness at the last minute. But instead, he looked down at the name. Fletcher, he said, testing the word in his mouth as if it were made of sharp stones. Ian Fletcher? Yes, Your Honor. Is he the one who used to have a television show? I sucked in my breath. I believe so. I'll be damned, the judge said. He said this in a voice that wasn't, wish I had his autograph, but more, he was like a train wreck I couldn't turn away from. The good news was, I was allowed to bring in my expert witness. The bad news was that Judge Haig didn't like him very much, and had in the forefront of his mind my witness's former incarnation as an atheist showboat, when I really wanted him to be seen as a grave and credible historian. Greenleaf was furious that he'd only had days to figure out what tune Fletcher was singing these days. The judge regarded him as a curiosity, and me, well, I was just praying that my whole case didn't self-destruct in the next 10 minutes. Before we begin, Miss Bloom, the judge said, I have a few questions for Dr. Fletcher. He nodded. Shoot, Judge. How does a man who was an atheist a decade ago convince a court that he's an expert on religion now? Your Honor, I interjected. I'm planning on going through Dr. Fletcher's credentials. I didn't ask you, Miss Bloom, he said. But Ian Fletcher wasn't rattled. You know what they say, Your Honor. Sinners make the best reformed saints. He grinned, a slow and lazy smile that reminded me of a cat in the sunlight. I guess finding God is like seeing a ghost. You can be a skeptic until you come face to face with what you said doesn't exist. So, you're a religious man now? The judge asked. I'm a spiritual man, Fletcher corrected. And I do think there's a difference. But being spiritual doesn't pay the rent. Which is why I have degrees from Princeton and Harvard, 3 New York Times best-selling nonfiction books, 42 published articles on the origins of world religions, and positions on 6 interfaith councils, including one that advises the current administration. The judge nodded, making notes, and Greenleaf stipulated to the list of Fletcher's credentials. I might as well start with where Judge Haig left off, I said, beginning the direct examination. It's pretty rare for an atheist to get interested in religion. Did you just sort of wake up one day and find Jesus? It's not like you're vacuuming under the sofa cushions and bingo, there he is. My interest grew more from a historical standpoint, because these days, people act like faith grows in a vacuum. When you break down religions and look politically and economically and socially at what was going on during their births, it changes the way you think. Dr. Fletcher, do you have to be part of a group to be part of a religion? Not only can religion be individualized, it has been in the past. In 1945, a discovery was made in Egypt. 52 texts that were labeled Gospels, and that weren't part of the Bible. Some of them were full of sayings that would be familiar to anyone who's gone to Sunday school. And some of them, to be honest, were really bizarre. They were scientifically dated from the 2nd century, roughly 30 to 80 years younger than the Gospels in the New Testament. And they belonged to a group called Gnostic Christians, a splinter group from Orthodox Christianity, who believed that true religious enlightenment meant undertaking a very personal, individual quest to know yourself, not by your socio-economic status or profession, but at a deeper core. "Hang on," I said. "After Jesus' death, there was more than one kind of Christian?" "Oh, there were dozens. And they had their own Bibles?" "They had their own Gospels," Fletcher corrected. "The New Testament, in particular, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, were the ones that the Orthodoxy chose to uphold. The Gnostic Christians preferred texts like the Gospel of Thomas, and the Gospel of Truth, and the Gospel of Mary Magdalene." "Did those Gospels talk about Jesus, too?" "Yes, except the Jesus they describe isn't the one you'd recognize from the Bible. That Jesus is very different from the humans he's come here to save. But the Gospel of Thomas, my personal favorite from Nag Hammadi, says Jesus is a guide to help you figure out all you have in common with God. So, if you were a Gnostic Christian, you would have expected the road to salvation to be different for everyone. Like donating your heart to someone who needs it?" "Exactly," Fletcher said. "Wow," I said, playing dumb. "How come this stuff isn't taught in Sunday school?" "Because the Orthodox Christian Church felt threatened by the Gnostics. They called their Gospels heresy, and the Nag Hammadi texts were hidden for 2,000 years. Father Wright said that Shay Bourne quoted from the Gospel of Thomas. Do you have any idea where he would have stumbled over that text?" "Maybe he read my book," Fletcher said, smiling widely, and the people in the gallery laughed. "In your opinion, Doctor, could a religion that only one person believes and follows still be valid?" "An individual can have a religion," he said. "He can't have a religious institution. But it seems to me that Shay Bourne is standing in a tradition similar to the ones the Gnostic Christians did nearly 2,000 years ago. He's not the first to say that he can't name his faith. He's not the first to find a path to salvation that is different from others you've heard about. And he's certainly not the first to mistrust the body, to literally want to give it away, as a means to finding divinity inside oneself. But just because he doesn't have a church with a white steeple over his head, or a temple with a 6-pointed star surrounding him, doesn't mean that his beliefs are any less worthy." I beamed at him. Fletcher was easy to listen to, interesting, and he didn't sound like a left-wing nutcase. Or so I thought, until I heard Judge Haig exhale heavily and say court was recessed until the next day.
Lucius. I was painting when Shay returned from his first day of trial, huddled and withdrawn, as going to court made most of us. I'd been working on the portrait all day, and I was quite pleased with the way it was turning out. I glanced up when Shay was escorted past my cell, but didn't speak to him. Better to let him come back to us on his own time. Not 20 minutes afterward, a long, low keen filled the tear. At first I thought Shay was crying, letting the stress of the day bleed from him, but then I realized that the sound was coming from Calloway Reese's cell. "Come on," he moaned. He started smacking his fists against the door of his cell. "Bourne!" he called out. "Bourne, I need your help!" "Leave me alone," Shay said. "It's the bird, man! I can't get him to wake up!" The fact that Batman the Robin had survived inside I-Tier for several weeks on crusts of toast and bits of oatmeal was a wonder in its own right, not to mention the fact that he'd cheated death once before. "Give him CPR," Joey Kunz suggested. "You can't do fucking CPR on a bird," Calloway snapped. "They got beaks." I put down the makeshift brush I was using to paint. a rolled wad of toilet paper, and angled my mirror shank out my door so that I could see. In his enormous palm, Calloway cradled the bird, which lay on its side, unmoving. "Shay," he begged. "Please!" There was no response from Shay's cell. "Fish him to me," I said, and crouched down with my line. I was worried that the bird had grown too big to make it through the little slit at the bottom, but Calloway wrapped him in a handkerchief, roped the top, and sent the slight weight in a wide arc across the floor of the catwalk. I knotted my string with Calloway's and gently drew the bird toward me. I couldn't resist unwrapping the kerchief to peek. Batman's eyelid was purple and creased. His tail feathers spread like a fan. The tiny hooks on the ends of his claws were as sharp as pins. When I touched them, the bird did not even twitch. I placed my forefinger beneath the wing. Did birds have hearts where we did? And felt nothing. "Shay," I said quietly, "I know you're tired, and I know you've got your own stuff going on, but please, just take a look." 5 whole minutes passed, long enough for me to give up. I wrapped the bird in the cloth again and tied him to the end of my fishing line, cast him onto the catwalk for Calloway to retrieve. But before his line could tangle with mine, another whizzed out, and Shay intercepted the bird. In my mirror, I watched Shay take Batman from the kerchief, hold him in his hand. He stroked the head with his finger. He gingerly covered the body with his other hand, as if he had caught a star between his palms. I held my breath, watching for that flutter or feather or the faintest cheep, but after a few moments, Shay just wrapped the bird up again. "Hey!" Calloway had been watching too. "You didn't do anything!" "Leave me alone," Shay repeated. The air had gone bitter as almonds. I could barely stand to breathe it. I watched him fish back that dead bird, and all of our hopes along with it.
Maggie. When Gordon Greenleaf stood up, his knees creaked. "You've studied comparative world religions in the course of your research?" he asked Fletcher. "Yes." "Do different religions take a stand on organ donation?" "Yes," Fletcher said. "Catholics believe only in transplants done after death. You can't risk killing the donor, for example, during the donation. They fully support organ donation, as do Jews and Muslims. Buddhists and Hindus believe organ donation is a matter of individual conscience, and they put a high value on acts of compassion. Do any of those religions require you to donate organs as a means to salvation?" "No," Fletcher said. "Are there Gnostic Christians practicing today?" "No," Fletcher said. "The religion died out." "How come?" "When you have a belief system that says you shouldn't listen to the clergy, and that you should continually ask questions instead of accepting doctrine, it's hard to form a community. On the other hand, the Orthodox Christians were delineating the steps to being card-carrying members of the group. Confess the creed, accept baptism, worship, obey the priests. Plus, their Jesus was someone the average Joe could relate to. Someone who'd been born, had an overprotective mom, suffered and died. That was a much easier sell than the Gnostic Jesus, who was never even human. The rest of the Gnostics' decline, Fletcher said, was political. In AD 312, Constantine, the Roman emperor, saw a crucifix in the sky and converted to Christianity. The Catholic Church became part of the Holy Roman Empire, and having Gnostic texts and beliefs were punishable by death. So, it's fair to say no one's practiced Gnostic Christianity for 1,500 years, Greenleaf said. Not formally. But there are elements of Gnostic belief in other religions that have survived. For example, Gnostics recognize the difference between the reality of God, which was impossible to describe with language, and the image of God as we knew it. This sounds a lot like Jewish mysticism, where you find God being described as streams of energy, male and female, which pool together into a divine source, or God as the source of all sounds at once. And Buddhist enlightenment is very much like the Gnostic idea that we live in a land of oblivion, but can waken spiritually right here while we're still part of this world. But Shay Bourne can't be a follower of a religion that no longer exists. Isn't that true? He hesitated. From what I understand, donating his heart is Shay Bourne's attempt to learn who he is, who he wants to be, how he is connected to others. And in that very basic sense, the Gnostics would agree that he's found the part of him that comes closest to being divine. Fletcher looked up. A Gnostic Christian would tell you that a man on death row is more like us than unlike us, and that, as Mr. Bourne seems to be trying to suggest, he still has something to offer the world. Yeah, whatever. Greenleaf raised a brow. Have you ever even met Shay Bourne? Actually, Fletcher said, no. So, for all you know, he doesn't have any religious beliefs at all. This could all be some grand plan to delay his execution, couldn't it? I've spoken with his spiritual advisor. The lawyer scoffed. You've got a guy practicing a religion by himself that seems to hearken back to a religious sect that died out thousands of years ago. Isn't it possible that this is a bit too easy? That Shay Bourne could just be making it all up as he goes along? Fletcher smiled. A lot of people thought that about Jesus. Dr. Fletcher, Greenleaf said, are you telling this court that Shay Bourne is a messiah? Fletcher shook his head. Your words, not mine. Then how about your stepdaughter's words? Greenleaf asked. Or is this some kind of family trait you all have, running into God and state prisons and elementary schools and laundromats? Objection, I said. My witness isn't on trial here. Greenleaf shrugged. His ability to discuss the history of Christianity is overruled, Judge Haig said. Fletcher narrowed his eyes. What my daughter did or didn't see has no bearing on Shay Bourne's request to donate his heart. Did you believe she was a fake when you first met her? The more I spoke with her, the more I— When you first met her, Greenleaf interrupted. Did you believe she was a fake? Yes, Fletcher admitted. And yet, with no personal contact, you were willing to testify in a court of law that Mr. Bourne's request to donate his organs could be massaged to fit your loose definition of a religion. Greenleaf glanced at him. I guess, in your case, old habits die fairly easy. Objection! Withdrawn. Greenleaf started back to his seat, but then turned. Just one more question, Dr. Fletcher. This daughter of yours. She was 7 years old when she found herself at the center of a religious media circus not unlike this one, correct? Yes. Are you aware that's the same age of the little girl Shay Bourne murdered? A muscle in Fletcher's jaw twitched. No, I wasn't. How do you think you'd feel about God if your stepdaughter was the one who'd been killed? I shot to my feet. Objection! I'll allow it, the judge answered. Fletcher paused. I think that kind of tragedy would test anyone's faith. Gordon Greenleaf folded his arms. Then it's not faith, he said. It's being a chameleon.
Michael. During the lunch recess, I went to see Shay in his holding cell. He was sitting on the floor near the bars, while a U.S. Marshal sat outside on a stool. Shay held a pencil and a scrap of paper as if he were conducting an interview. H, the Marshal said, and Shay shook his head. M? Shay scribbled something on the paper. I'm down to your last toe, dude. The Marshal sucked in his breath. K. Shay grinned. I win. He scrawled something else on the page and passed it through the bars. Only then did I notice that it had been a game of hangman, and that this time around Shay was the executioner. Scowling, the Marshal stared down at the paper. Sig-zig isn't a real word. You didn't say that it had to be real when we started playing, Shay replied, and then he noticed me standing at the threshold of the door. I'm Shay's spiritual advisor, I told the Marshal. Can we have a minute? No problem. I have to take a whiz. He stood up, offering me the stool he was vacating, and headed out of the room. How are you doing? I said quietly. Shay walked to the back of the cell, where he lay down on the metal bunk and faced the wall. I want to talk to you, Shay. Just because you want to talk doesn't mean I want to listen. I sank down on the stool. I was the last one on your jury to vote for the death penalty, I said. I was the reason we deliberated so long. And even after I'd been convinced by the rest of the jury that this was the best sentence, I didn't feel good about it. I kept having panic attacks. One day, during one, I stumbled into a cathedral and started to pray. The more I did it, the fewer panic attacks I had. I clasped my hands between my knees. I thought that was a sign from God. Still with his back to me, Shay snorted. I still think it's a sign from God, because it's brought me back into your life. Shay rolled onto his back and flung one arm over his eyes. Don't kid yourself, he said. It's brought you back into my death. Ian Fletcher was already standing at a urinal when I ran into the men's room. I had been hoping it would be empty. Shay's comment, the bald truth, had made me so sick to my stomach that I'd rushed out of the holding cell without explanation. I pushed into a stall, fell to my knees, and got violently ill. No matter how much I wanted to fool myself, no matter what I said about atoning for my past sins, the bottom line was that for the second time in my life, my actions were going to result in the death of Shay Bourne. Fletcher pushed the door of the stall open and put his hand on my shoulder. Father, you all right? I wiped my mouth, slowly got to my feet. I'm fine, I said, then shook my head. No, actually, I'm awful. I walked to the sink, turned on the faucet, and splashed water on my face as Fletcher watched. Do you need to sit down or something? I dried my face with a paper towel he passed me, and suddenly, I wanted someone else to bear this burden. Ian Fletcher was a man who'd unraveled secrets from 2,000 years ago. Surely he could keep one of mine. I was on his jury, I murmured into the recycled brown paper. I'm sorry? No, I am, I thought. I met Fletcher's gaze. I was on the jury that sentenced Shay Bourne to death, before I joined the priesthood. Fletcher let out a long, low whistle. Does he know? I told him a few days ago. And his lawyer? I shook my head. I keep thinking that this must be how Judas felt after turning Jesus in. Fletcher's mouth turned up at the corners. Actually, there's a recently discovered Gnostic gospel, the Gospel of Judas. And there's very little in there about betrayal. In fact, this gospel paints Judas as Jesus' confidant, the only one he trusted to make what needed to happen, happen. Even if it was an assisted suicide, I said. I'm sure Judas felt like crap about it afterward. I mean, he killed himself. Well, Fletcher said, there was that. What would you do if you were me? I asked. Would you carry through with this, help Shay donate his heart? I guess that depends on why you're helping him, Fletcher said slowly. Is it to save him, like you said on the stand? Or are you really just trying to save yourself? He shook his head. If man had the answers for questions like those, there wouldn't be a need for religion. Good luck, Father. I went back into the stall and closed the lid of the toilet, sat down. I slipped my rosary out of my pocket and whispered the familiar words of the prayers, sweet in my mouth like sucking candies. Finding God's grace wasn't like locating missing keys or the forgotten name of a 1940s pinup girl. It was more of a feeling. The sun breaking through an overcast morning. The softest bed sinking under your weight. And, of course, you couldn't find God's grace unless you admitted you were lost. A bathroom stall at the federal courthouse might not be the most likely spot to find God's grace, but that didn't mean it couldn't be done. Find God's grace. Find grace. If Shay was willing to give up his heart, then the least I could do was make sure he'd be remembered in someone else's, someone who, unlike me, had never condemned him. That was when I decided to find Shay's sister.
June. It is not an easy thing to pick the clothes in which your child will be buried. I had been told by the funeral director, after the murders, to think about it. He suggested something that represented her, a beautiful girl, such as a nice little dress, one that opened up the back, preferably. He asked me to bring in a picture of her so that he could use makeup to match the blush of her cheek, the natural color of her skin, her hairstyle. What I had wanted to say to him was, Elizabeth hated dresses. She would have worn pants without buttons because they were frustrating, or possibly last year's Halloween costume, or the tiny set of doctor's scrubs she got for Christmas. I had, just days before, found her operating on an overgrown zucchini that was the size of a newborn. I would have told him that Elizabeth did not have a hairstyle, because you couldn't ground her long enough to brush it, much less braid or curl. And that I did not want him putting makeup on her face, not when I would never have that bonding moment between a mother and daughter in a bathroom before an elegant night on the town, when I could let her try the eyeshadow, a smudge of mascara, pink lipstick. The funeral director told me that it might be nice to have a table of mementos that meant something to Elizabeth, stuffed animals or family vacation photos, chocolate chip cookies, to play her favorite music, to let her school friends write messages to her, which could be buried in a silk satchel inside the coffin. What I wanted to say to him was, don't you realize that by telling me the same things you tell everyone else about how to make a meaningful funeral, you're making it meaningless? That Elizabeth deserved fireworks, an angel choir, the world turning backward on its axis. In the end, I addressed Elizabeth in a ballerina's tutu, one she somehow always wanted to wear when we went grocery shopping, and that I always made her take off before we left. I let the funeral director put makeup on her face for the first time. I gave her a stuffed dog, her stepfather, and most of my heart to take with her. It was not an open casket funeral, but before we left for the graveside service, the funeral director lifted the cover to make final adjustments. At that moment, I pushed him out of the way. "Let me," I had said. Kurt was wearing his uniform, as befitted a police officer killed in the line of duty. He looked exactly like he did every day, except for the fine white line around his finger where his wedding ring had been. That I now wore on a chain around my neck. Elizabeth looked delicate, angelic. Her hair was tied up in matching ribbons. Her arm was around her stepfather's waist. I reached into the coffin, and the moment my hand brushed my daughter's cheek, I shivered, because somehow I had still expected it to be warm, not this fake flesh, this cool-to-the-touch skin. I tugged the ribbons out of her hair, gently lifted her head, fanned her hair on both sides of her face. I tugged the left leotard sleeve down a 1/4 inch to match the one on the right. "I hope you're pleased," the funeral director had said. It didn't look like Elizabeth, not one bit, because she was too perfect. My daughter would have been rumpled and untucked, her hands dirty from chasing frogs, her socks mismatched, her wrists ringed with bracelets she'd beaded herself. But in a world where things happen that shouldn't, you find yourself saying and doing things that are the complete opposite of what you mean. So I had nodded and watched him seal away the 2 people I loved most in this world. Now I found myself in the same position I'd been in 11 years ago, standing in the middle of my daughter's bedroom and sifting through her clothes. I sorted through shirts and skirts and tights, jeans as soft as flannel, and a sweatshirt that still smelled like the apple orchard where she last wore it. I chose a pair of flared black leggings and a long-sleeved tee that had Tinkerbell printed on it, clothes that I had seen Claire wear on the laziest of Sundays, when it was snowing and there was nothing to be done but read the Sunday paper and doze with your cheek pressed against the wall of heat thrown by the fireplace. I picked out a pair of underwear. Saturday, it read across the front, but I couldn't find any other days of the week scattered in the drawer. It was when I was looking that I found, wrapped in a red bandana, the photograph. In a tiny silver oval frame. I thought at first it was one of Claire's baby pictures, and then I realized it was Elizabeth. The frame used to sit on top of the piano that nobody played anymore, gathering dust. The fact that I never even noticed it was missing was a testament to the fact that I must have learned how to live again. Which is why I collected the clothes and put them into a shopping bag to take to the hospital. An outfit in which I sincerely hoped I would not bury my daughter, but instead bring her back home.
Lucius. These nights I slept well. There were no more sweats, no diarrhea, no fevers to keep me thrashing in my bunk. Crash Vitale was still in solitary, so his rants didn't wake me. From time to time, the extra officer who'd been assigned to Shay for protection would prowl through the tier, his boots a soft-soled shuffle on the catwalk. I had been sleeping so well, in fact, that I was surprised I woke up to the quiet conversation going on in the cell next door to mine. "Will you just let me explain?" Shay asked. "What if there's another way?" I waited to hear whom he was talking to, but there was no answer. "Shay?" I said. "Are you okay?" "I tried to give away my heart," I heard him say, "and look what it turned into." Shay kicked at the wall. Something heavy in his cell tumbled to the floor. "I know what you want, but do you know what I want?" "Shay?" His voice was just a braid of breath. "Abba?" "It's me, Lucius." There was a beat of silence. "You were listening to my conversation. Was it a conversation if you were having a monologue in your own cell? I didn't mean to. You woke me up. Why were you asleep? Shay asked. Because it's 3 a.m, I replied. Because that's what you're supposed to be doing? What I'm supposed to be doing, Shay repeated. Right. There was a thud, and I realized Shay had fallen. The last time that had happened, he'd been having a seizure. I scrabbled underneath the bunk and pulled out the mirror shank. Shay! I called out. Shay? In the reflection I could see him. He was on his knees in front of the cell, with his hands spread wide. His head was bowed, and he was bathed in sweat, which, from the dim crimson light on the catwalk, looked like beads of blood. Go away, he said, and I withdrew the mirror from the slats of my own door, giving him privacy. As I hid my makeshift mirror, I caught a glimpse of my own reflection. Like Shay's, my skin looked scarlet, and yet even that didn't stop me from noticing the familiar ruby sore that had opened up once again across my forehead. A scar, a stain, a planet's moving storm.
Michael. Shay's last foster mother, Renata Ledoux, was a Catholic who lived in Bethlehem, New Hampshire. And as I'd traveled up to meet with her, the irony of the name of the town where Shay had spent his teenage years did not escape me. I was wearing my collar and had on my gravest priest demeanor because I was pulling out all the stops. I was going to say whatever was necessary to find out what had happened to Grace. As it turned out, though, it hardly took any work at all. Renata invited me in for tea, and when I told her I had a message for Grace from a person in my congregation, she simply wrote out an address and handed it to me. "We're still in touch," she said simply. Gracie was a good girl. I couldn't help but wonder what she thought of Shay. Didn't she have a brother? That boy, Renata had said, deserves to burn in hell. It was ludicrous to believe that Renata had not heard about Shay's death sentence. The news would have reached up here even in rural Bethlehem. I had thought, maybe as his foster mother, she'd at least harbor some soft spot for him. But then again, the boy she'd raised had left her home to go to juvenile prison and had grown up to become a convicted murderer. Yes, I'd said. Well. Now, 20 minutes later, I was approaching Grace's house and hoping for a better reception. It was the pink one with gray shutters and the number 131 on a carved stone at the end of the drive. But the shades were drawn, the garage door was closed. There were no plants hanging on the porch, no doors open for a breeze, no outgoing mail in the box. Nothing to indicate that the inhabitant was home. I got out of my car and rang the doorbell. Twice. Well, I could leave a note and ask her to call me. It would take more time Shay did not really have. But if it was the best I could do, then so be it. Just then the door opened just a crack. Yes? A voice inside murmured. I tried to see into the foyer, but it was pitch dark. Does Grace Bourne live here? A hesitation. That's me. I'm Father Michael Wright. I have a message for you from one of the parishioners in my congregation. A slender hand slipped out. You can give it to me, Grace said. Actually, could I just come in for a bit, use your restroom? It's been a long drive from Concord. She hesitated. I suppose I would too if a strange man showed up at my door and I was a woman living alone, even if he was wearing a collar. But the door opened wide, and Grace stepped back to let me in. Her head was ducked to the side. A long curtain of black hair hung over her face. I caught a glimpse of long, dark lashes and a ruby of a mouth. You could tell, even at first glance, how pretty she must be. I wondered if she was agoraphobic, painfully shy. I wondered who had hurt her so much that she was afraid of the rest of the world. I wondered if it was Shay. "Grace," I said, reaching for her hand. "It's nice to meet you." She lifted her chin then, and the screen of hair fell back. The entire left side of Grace Bourne's face was ravaged and pitted, a lava flow of skin that had been stretched and sewed to cover an extensive burn. "Boo," she said. I'm sorry. I didn't mean—" "Everyone stares," Grace said quietly. "Even the ones who try not to." "There was a fire," Shay had said. "I don't want to talk about it." "I'm sorry." "Yeah, you said that already. The bathroom's down the hall." I put a hand on her arm. There were patches of skin there, too, that were scarred. "Grace, that message, it's from your brother." She took a step away from me, stunned. "You know Shay?" "He needs to see you, Grace. He's going to die soon." "What did he say about me?" "Not a lot," I admitted. "But you're the only family he has." "Do you know about the fire?" Grace asked. "Yes. It was why he went to juvenile prison." "Did he tell you that our foster father died in it?" This time it was my turn to be surprised. A juvenile record would be sealed, which is why I hadn't known during the capital murder trial what Shay had been convicted of. I'd assumed when fire had been mentioned that it was arson. I hadn't realized that the charges might have included negligent homicide or even manslaughter. And I understood exactly why, now, Renata Ledoux might viscerally hate Shay. Grace was staring at me intently. "Did he ask to see me?" "He doesn't actually know I'm here." She turned away, but not before I saw that she had started to cry. "He didn't want me at his trial. He probably didn't want you to have to witness that. You don't know anything." She buried her face in her hands. "Grace," I said, "come back with me. Come see him." "I can't," she sobbed. "I can't. You don't understand." But I was beginning to. Shay had set the fire that had disfigured her. That's all the more reason to meet with him. Forgive him before it's too late. "Forgive him. Forgive him," Grace parroted. "No matter what I say, it won't change what happened. You don't get to do your life over." She glanced away. You should go." It was my dismissal. I nodded, accepting. "The bathroom's the second door on the right." Right. My ruse to get inside. I walked down the hall to a restroom that was floral, overpowering in a scent of air freshener and rose potpourri. There were little crocheted toilet paper holders, a crocheted bra for the toilet tank, and a crocheted cover for the Kleenex box. There were roses on the shower curtain, and art on the walls, framed prints of flowers, except for one of a child's drawing, a dragon or maybe a lizard. The room felt like the kind of abode for an elderly lady who'd lost count of her cats. It was stifling. Slowly, Grace Bourne was suffocating herself to death. If Shay knew that his sister forgave him for the fire, then maybe, even if he wasn't allowed to donate his heart, it would be enough to let him die in peace. Grace was in no condition to be convinced right now, but I could work on her. I'd get her phone number and call her, until I'd worn down her resistance. I opened the sliding mirrored medicine cabinet, looking for a prescription with Grace's phone number so that I could copy it down. There were lotions and creams and exfoliants, toothpaste and floss and deodorant. There was also a medicine bottle of Ambien, with Grace's phone number across the top of the label. I wrote it on the inside of my palm with a pen and set the pills back on the shelf beside a small pewter frame. 2 tiny children sat at a table. Grace in a high chair with a glass of milk in front of her, and Shay hunched over a picture he was drawing. A dragon, or maybe a lizard. He was smiling, so wide it looked like it might hurt. Every inmate is someone's child, and so is every victim. I walked out of the bathroom. Handing Grace a card with my name and number on it, I thanked her. "Just in case you change your mind." "Mine was never the one that needed changing," Grace said, and closed the door behind me. Immediately I heard the bolt slide shut, the curtain in the front window rustle. I kept envisioning the dragon picture, which was carefully matted and framed in the bathroom. "To Gracie," it had said, in the upper left-hand corner. I was all the way to Crawford Notch before I realized what had been niggling in my mind about that photo of Shay as a child. In it, he'd been holding a pen in his right hand, but in prison, when he ate, when he wrote, he was a lefty. Could someone change so radically over a lifetime? Or could all of these changes in Shay, from his dominant hand to his miracles to his ability to quote the Gospel of Thomas, have come from some possession? It sounded like some bad science fiction movie, but that wasn't to say it couldn't happen. If prophets could be overtaken by the Holy Spirit, why not a murderer? Or maybe it was simpler than that. Maybe who we were in the past informed who we chose to be in the future. Maybe Shay had intentionally shifted his writing hand. Maybe he cultivated miracles to make up for a sin as horrible as setting a fire that took the lives of 2 people, one literal, one metaphorical. It struck me that even in the Bible, there was no record of Jesus' life between the ages of 8 and 33. What if he'd done something awful? What if his later years were a response to that? You could do a horrible thing, and then spend your whole natural life trying to atone. I knew that better than anyone.
Maggie. The last conversation I had with Shay Bourne, before putting him on the stand as a witness, had not gone well. In the holding cell, I'd reminded him what was going to happen in court. Shay didn't deal well with curves being thrown at him. He could just as likely become belligerent as curl up in a ball beneath the wooden stand. Either way, the judge would think he was crazy, and that couldn't happen. So, after the marshal helps you into the seat, I had explained, they're going to bring you a Bible. I don't need one. Right, but they need you to swear on it. I want to swear on a comic book, Shay had replied, or a Playboy magazine. You have to swear on a Bible, I'd said, because we have to play by their rules before we're allowed to change the game. Just then, a U.S. Marshal had come to tell me that court was about to convene. Remember, I had said to Shay, focus only on me. Nothing else in that courtroom's important. It's just us having a chat. He had nodded, but I could see that he was jittery. And now, as I watched him being brought into the courtroom, everyone else could see it too. He was bound at the ankles and the wrists, with a belly chain to link the others. The links rattled as he shuddered into his seat beside me. His head was ducked, and he was murmuring words no one but me could hear. He was actually cursing out one of the U.S. Marshals who'd let him into the courtroom. But with any luck, people who watched his mouth moving silently would think he was praying. As soon as I put him on the witness stand, a quiet pall fell over the people in the gallery. "You are not like us," their silence seemed to say. "You never will be." And there, without me asking a single question, was my answer. No amount of piousness could erase the stain on the hands of a murderer. I walked in front of Shay and waited until he caught my eye. "Focus," I mouthed, and he nodded. He gripped the front of the witness box railing, and his chains clinked. Damn it. I'd forgotten to tell him to keep his hands in his lap. It would be less of a reminder to the judge and the gallery that he was a convicted felon. "Shay," I asked, "why do you want to donate your heart?" He stared right at me. Good boy. "I have to save her." "Who?" "Claire Nealon." "Well," I said, "you're not the only person in the world who can save Claire. There are other suitable heart donors." "I'm the one who took the most away from her," Shay said, just like we had practiced. "I have the most to give back to her." "Is this about clearing your conscience?" I asked. Shay shook his head. "It's about clearing the slate." So far, I thought, so good. He sounded rational, clear, and calm. "Maggie," Shay said just then, "can I stop now?" I smiled tightly. "Not quite yet, Shay. We've got a few more questions." "The questions are bullshit." There was a gasp in the rear of the gallery. Probably one of the blue-haired ladies I'd seen filing in with their Bibles wrapped in protective quilted cozies, who hadn't stumbled across a cuss word since before menopause. "Shay," I said, "we don't use that language in court, remember?" "Why is it called court?" he asked. "It's not like a tennis court or a basketball court where you're playing a game. Or maybe you are, and that's why there's a winner and a loser. Except it has nothing to do with how well you make a three-point shot or how fast your serve is." He looked at Judge Haig. "I bet you play golf." "Ms. Bloom," the judge said, "control your witness." If Shay didn't shut up, I was going to personally cover his mouth with my hand. "Shay, tell me about your religious upbringing as a child," I said firmly. "Religion's a cult. You don't get to choose your own religion. You're what your parents tell you you are. It's not upbringing at all, just a brainwashing. When a baby's getting water poured over his head at a christening, he can't say, 'Hey man, I'd rather be a Hindu,' can he?" "Shay, I know this is hard for you, and I know that being here is very distracting," I said. "But I need you to listen to the question I'm asking and answer it. Did you go to church when you were a kid?" "Part of the time. And part of the time I didn't go anywhere at all. Except hide in the closet so I wouldn't get beat up by another kid or the foster dad, who'd try to keep everyone in line with a metal hairbrush. It kept us in line, all right, all the way down our backs. The whole foster care system in this country is a joke. It ought to be called foster don't care. Don't give a shit except for the stipend you're getting from the—" "Shay," I warned him with a flash of my eyes. "Do you believe in God?" This question, somehow, seemed to calm him down. "I know God," Shay said. "Tell me how." "Everyone's got a little God in them. And a little murder in them, too. It's how your life turns out that makes you lean to one side or the other." "What's God like?" Math, Shay said. An equation. Except when you take everything away, you get infinity instead of zero. And where does God live, Shay? He leaned forward, lifted his chained hands so that the metal chinked. He pointed to his heart. Here. You said you used to go to church when you were a kid. Is the God you believe in today the same God you were taught about at church? Shay shrugged. Whatever road you take, the view is going to be the same. I was nearly 100% certain I'd heard that phrase before, at the one and only Bikram yoga class I'd attended, before I decided that my body wasn't meant to bend in certain ways. I couldn't believe Greenleaf wasn't objecting, on the grounds that channeling the Dalai Lama wasn't the same as answering a question. Then again, I could believe Greenleaf wasn't objecting. The more Shay said, the crazier he appeared. It was hard to take someone's claims about religion seriously when he sounded delusional. Shay was digging a grave big enough for both of us. If the judge orders you to die by lethal injection, Shay, and you can't donate your heart, will that upset God? I asked. It'll upset me. So yeah, it'll upset God. Well then, I said, what is it about giving your heart to Claire Nealon that will please God? He smiled at me then. The sort of smile you see on the faces of saints in frescoes, and that makes you wish you knew their secret. My end, Shay said, is her beginning. I had a few more questions, but to be honest, I was terrified of what Shay might say. He already was talking in riddles. Thank you, I replied, and sat down. I have a question, Mr. Bourne, Judge Haig said. There's a lot of talk about odd things that have occurred at the prison. Do you believe you can perform miracles? Shay looked at him. Do you? I'm sorry, but that's not how a courtroom works. I'm not allowed to answer your question, but you still need to answer mine. So, the judge said, do you believe you can perform miracles? I just did what I was supposed to. You can call that whatever you want. The judge shook his head. Mr. Greenleaf, your witness. Suddenly, a man in the gallery stood up. He unzipped his jacket, revealing a T-shirt that had been emblazoned with the numbers 3:16. He started yelling, his voice hoarse. For God so loved the world that he gave his only son. By then, 2 U.S. Marshals had descended, hauling him out of his seat and dragging him up the alley, as the news cameras swiveled to follow the action. His only son, the man yelled. Only! You are going to hell once they pump your veins full of... The doors of the courtroom banged shut behind him, and then it was utterly silent. It was impressive that this man had gotten into the court in the first place. There were checkpoints with metal detectors and marshals in place before you entered. But his weapon had been the fundamental fury of his righteousness, and at that moment, I would have been hard-pressed to decide whether he or Shay had come off looking worse. Yes, Gordon Greenleaf said, getting to his feet. Well... He walked toward Shay, who rested his chained hands on the witness stand rail again. You're the only person who subscribes to your religion? No. No? I don't belong to a religion. Religion's the reason this world's falling apart. Did you see that guy get carted out of here? That's what religion does. It points a finger. It causes wars. It breaks apart countries. It's a petri dish for stereotypes to grow in. Religion's not about being holy, Shay said. Just holier than thou. At the plaintiff's table, I closed my eyes. At the very least, Shay had surely just lost the case for himself. At the most, I was going to wind up with a cross being burned on my lawn. Objection, I said feebly. It's not responsive. Overruled, the judge replied. He's not your witness now, Ms. Bloom. Shay continued muttering, more quietly now. You know what religion does? It draws a big fat line in the sand. It says, if you don't do it my way, you're out. He wasn't yelling. He wasn't out of control. But he wasn't in control either. He brought his hands up to his neck, started scratching at it as the chains jangled down his chest. These words, he said, they're cutting my throat. Judge, I said immediately, alert to a rapidly approaching meltdown. Can we take a recess? Shay started rocking back and forth. 15 minutes, Judge Haig said, and the U.S. Marshals approached to remand Shay into custody. Panicking, Shay cowered and raised his arms in defense. And we all watched as the chains he was wearing, the ones that secured him at the wrists and the ankles and the waist, the ones that had jangled throughout his testimony, fell to the floor with a clatter, as if they'd been no more substantial than smoke. Bono, at the National Prayer Breakfast, February 2nd, 2006, said, Religion often gets in the way of God. Maggie. Shay stood, his arms akimbo, looking just as surprised to be unshackled as we were to see him that way. There was a collective moment of disbelief, and then chaos exploded in the courtroom. Screams rang out from the gallery. One marshal dragged the judge off the bench and into his chambers, while the other drew his weapon, yelling for Shay to put his hands up. Shay froze, only to have the marshal tackle and handcuff him. Stop! Father Michael cried behind me. He doesn't know what's happening. As the marshal pushed Shay's head against the wooden floor, he looked up at us, terrified. I whipped around to face the priest. What the hell's going on? He's gone from being Jesus to being Houdini? This is the kind of thing he does, Father Michael said. Was it me, or did I hear a note of satisfaction in his voice? I tried to tell you. Let me tell you, I shot back. Our friend Shay just earned himself a one-way ticket to the lethal injection gurney. Unless one of us can convince him to say something to Judge Haig to explain what just happened. You're his lawyer, Michael said. You're his advisor. Remember how I told you Shay won't talk to me? I rolled my eyes. Could we just pretend we're not in 7th grade anymore and do our jobs? He let his gaze slide away, and immediately I knew that whatever else this conversation had to hold, it wasn't going to be pleasant. By now, the courtroom had emptied. I had to get to Shay and put a solitary, cohesive thought in his head. One that I hoped he could retain long enough to take to the witness stand. I didn't have time for Father Michael's confessions right now. I was on the jury that convicted Shay, the priest said. My mother had a trick she'd employed since I was a teenager. If I said something that made her want to A, scream, B, whack me, or C, both, she would count to 10, her lips moving silently, before she responded. I could feel my mouth rounding out the syllables of the numbers. And with some dismay, I realized that finally, I had become my mother. Is that all? I asked. Isn't that enough? Just making sure. My mind raced. I could get into a lot of trouble for not telling Greenleaf that fact in advance. Then again, I hadn't known in advance. Is there a reason you waited so long to mention this? Don't ask, don't tell, he said, parroting my own words. At first, I thought I'd just help Shay understand redemption, and then I'd tell you the truth. But Shay wound up teaching me about redemption, and you said my testimony was critical, and I thought maybe it was better you didn't know. I thought it wouldn't screw up the trial quite as much. I held up my hand, stopping him. Do you support it? I asked. The death penalty? The priest hesitated before he spoke. I used to. I would have to tell Greenleaf. Even if Father Michael's testimony was stricken from the record, though, you couldn't make the judge forget hearing it. The damage had been done. Right now, however, I had more important things to do. I have to go. In the holding cell, I found Shay still distraught, his eyes squinched shut. Shay, I said. It's Maggie. Look at me. I can't, he cried. Turn the volume down. The room was quiet. There was no radio playing, no sound at all. I glanced at the marshal, who shrugged. Shay, I commanded, coming up to the bars of the cell. Open your goddamn eyes. One eye squinted open a crack, then the other. Tell me how you did it. Did what? Your little magic act in there. He shook his head. I didn't do anything. You managed to get out of handcuffs, I said. What did you do? Make a key and hide it in a seam? I don't have a key. I didn't unlock them. Well, technically, this was true. What I'd seen were the still-fastened cuffs, clattering to the floor, while Shay's hands were somehow free of them. He certainly could have unfastened the locks and snapped them shut again, but it would have been noisy, something we all would have heard. And we hadn't. I didn't do anything, Shay repeated. I'd read somewhere of magicians who learned to dislocate their shoulders to get out of straitjackets. Maybe this had been Shay's secret. Maybe he could double-joint his thumbs, or resettle the bones of his fingers and slide out of the metal fittings without anyone being the wiser. Okay, whatever. I exhaled heavily. Here's the thing, Shay. I don't know if you're a magician or a messiah. I don't know very much about salvation or miracles, or any of those things that Father Michael and Ian Fletcher talked about. I don't even know if I believe in God. But what I do know is the law. And right now, everyone in that courtroom thinks you're a raving lunatic. You have to pull it together. I glanced at Shay and saw him looking at me with utter focus, his eyes clear and shrewd. You have one chance, I said slowly. One chance to speak to the man who will decide how you die and whether Claire Nealon gets to live. So what are you going to tell him? Once, when I was in 6th grade, I let the most popular girl in the school cheat off my paper during a math test. You know what? She said afterward. You're not totally uncool. She let me sit with her at the lunch table, and for one glorious Saturday, I was invited to the mall with her Gordian knot of friends, who spritzed perfume onto their wrists at department stores and tried on expensive skinny jeans that didn't even come in my size. I told them I had my period, and I didn't ever shop for jeans when I was bloated. A total lie, And yet one of the girls offered to show me how to make yourself throw up in the bathroom to take off that extra 5. It was when I was getting a makeover at the Clinique counter, with no intent of buying any of the makeup, that I looked in a mirror and realized I did not like the girl staring back. To be the person they wanted me to be, I'd lost myself. Watching Shay take the witness stand again, I thought about that 6th grade thrill I'd gotten when, for a moment, I'd been part of the in crowd. I'd been popular. The gallery, hushed, waited for another outburst. But Shay was mild-mannered and calm, quiet to a fault. He was triple-chained and had to hobble to the stand, where he didn't look at anyone and simply waited for me to address him with the question we had practiced. I wondered whether remaking him in the image of a viable plaintiff said more about who he was willing to be, or whom I had become. "Shay," I said, "what do you want to tell this court?" He looked up at the ceiling, as if he were waiting for the words to drift down like snow. "The Spirit of the Lord is on me, because he has anointed me to preach good news," he murmured. "Amen," said a woman in the gallery. I'll be honest. This was not quite what I had in mind when I had told Shay he could make one final attempt to sway this court. To me, religious scripture sounded just as wacky and zealous as the diatribe Shay had given on the nature of organized religion. But maybe Shay was smarter than I was, because his quote made the judge purse his lips. "Is that from the Bible, Mr. Bourne?" "I don't know," Shay replied. "I don't remember where it comes from." A tiny paper airplane torpedoed over my shoulder to land in my lap. I opened it up, read Father Michael's hastily scrawled note. "Yes, Judge," I said quickly. "It is." "Marshal," Judge Haig said, "bring me the Bible." He began to thumb through the onion skin pages. "Do you happen to know where, Miss Bloom?" I didn't know when or if Shay Bourne had been reading scripture. This quote could have come from the priest. It could have come from God. It could have been the only line he knew in the whole Old Testament. But somehow, he'd piqued the interest of Judge Haig, who was no longer dismissing my client outright, but instead tracing the pages of the Bible as if it were written in Braille. I stood, armed with Father Michael's citation. "It's in Isaiah, Your Honor," I said. During the lunch recess, I drove to my office. Not because I had such an inviolable work ethic, although technically I had 16 other cases going at the same time as Shay's. My boss had given me his blessing to put them on the back burner of the largest metaphorical stove ever. But because I just needed to get away from the trial completely. The secretary at the ACLU office blinked when I walked through the door. "Aren't you supposed to be—" "Yes," I snapped, and I walked through the maze of filing cabinets to my desk. I didn't know how Shay's outburst would affect the judge. I didn't know if I'd already lost this case, before the defense had even presented its witnesses. I did know that I hadn't slept well in 3 weeks, and was flat out of rabbit food for Oliver. And I was having a really bad hair day. I rubbed my hands down my face, and then realized I'd probably smeared my mascara. With a sigh, I glanced at the mountain of paperwork on my desk that had been steadily growing without me there to act as clearinghouse. There was an appeal that had been filed in the Supreme Court by the attorneys of a skinhead who'd written the word towelhead in white paint on the driveway of his employer, a Pakistani convenience store owner who'd fired him for being drunk on the job. Some research about why the words "under God" had been added to the Pledge of Allegiance in 1954 during the McCarthy era, and a stack of mail equally balanced between desperate souls who wanted me to fight on their behalf and right-wing conservatives who berated the ACLU for making it criminal to be a white church-going Christian. One letter sifted through my hands and dropped onto my lap. A plain envelope printed with the address of the New Hampshire State Prison, the office of the warden. I opened it and found inside a pressed white sheet of paper, still bearing its watermark. It was an invitation to attend the execution of Isaiah Bourne. The guest list included the Attorney General, the Governor, the lawyer who originally prosecuted Shay's case, me, Father Michael, and several other names I didn't recognize. By law, there had to be a certain number of people present for an execution from both the inmates and the victims' sides. In this, it was a bit like organizing a wedding. And just like a wedding, there was a number to call to RSVP. It was 15 days before Shay was scheduled to die. Clearly, I was the only one who found it remotely hilarious that the first and only witness the defense called, the Commissioner of Corrections, was a man named Joe Lynch. He was a tall, thin man whose sense of humor had apparently dissipated along with the hair on his scalp. I was quite sure that when he took the job, he'd never dreamed that he would be faced with New Hampshire's first execution in more than half a century. "Commissioner Lynch," the Assistant Attorney General said, "what preparations have been made for the execution of Shay Bourne?" "As you're aware," Lynch said, "the state of New Hampshire was not equipped to deal with the death sentence handed down to inmate Bourne. We'd hoped that the job could be done at Terre Haute, but found out that wasn't going to happen. To that end, we've had to construct a lethal injection chamber, which now occupies a good corner of what used to be our exercise yard at the state penitentiary. Can you give us a breakdown of the costs involved?" The commissioner began to read from a ledger. The architectural and construction fees for the project were $39,100. A lethal injection gurney cost $830. The equipment associated with lethal injection cost $684. In addition, the human cost included meeting with staff, training the staff, and attending hearings, totaling $48,846. Initial supplies were $1,361, and the chemicals cost $426. In addition to this, several physical improvements were made to the space where the execution would occur. Vertical blinds in the witness area, a dimmer switch in the chamber, a tinted one-way mirror, air conditioning and an emergency generator, a wireless microphone and amplifier into the viewing area, a monoplug phone jack. These ran up to $14,669. "You've done the math, Commissioner. By your calculation, what do you estimate you've spent on Shay Bourne's execution so far?" $105,916. "Commissioner," Greenleaf asked, "does the state of New Hampshire have a gallows that could be used if the court ordered Mr. Bourne to be hanged?" "Not anymore," Lynch replied. "Would it be correct to assume, then, that there would be an additional outlay for the taxpayers of New Hampshire if a new gallows had to be constructed?" "That's correct." "What specifications are needed to build a gallows?" The commissioner nodded. "A floor height of at least 9 feet, a crossbeam of 9 feet, with a clearance of 3 feet above the inmate being executed. The opening in the trapdoor would have to be at least 3 feet to ensure proper clearance. There would have to be a means of releasing the trapdoor and stopping it from swinging after it has been opened, and a fastening mechanism for the rope with the noose." In a few short sentences, Gordon Greenleaf had recentered this trial from the woo-woo, touchy-feely freedom of religion aspect to the inevitability of Shay's imminent death. I glanced at Shay. He had gone white as the blank sheet of paper framed between his chained hands. "You're looking at no less than $7,500 for construction and materials," the commissioner said. "In addition, there would be the investment of a body restraint." "What's that, exactly?" Greenleaf asked. "A waist strap with 2 wrist restraints, made of 3,000-pound test nylon, and another leg restraint made from the same materials. We'd need a frame, basically a human dolly that enables the officers to transport the inmate to the gallows in the event of a physical collapse, and a hood, and a mechanical hangman's knot." "You can't just use rope?" "Not if you're talking about a humane execution," the commissioner said. "This knot is made from a Delran cylinder and has 2 longitudinal holes and a steel U-clamp to fasten the rope, as well as a noose sleeve, a rope in 30-foot lengths, not lubricant." Even I was impressed at how much time and thought had gone into the death of Shay Bourne. "You've done a great deal of research," Greenleaf said. Lynch shrugged. "Nobody wants to execute a man. It's my job to do it with as much dignity as possible." "What would be the cost of constructing and purchasing all this equipment, Commissioner Lynch?" "A bit less than 10,000. "And you said the state of New Hampshire has already invested over 100,000 on the execution of Shay Bourne?" "That's correct." "Would it be a burden on the penitentiary system if you were required to construct a gallows at this time, in order to accommodate Mr. Bourne's so-called religious preferences?" The commissioner puffed out a long breath. "It would be more than a burden. It would be damn near impossible, given the date of the execution." "Why?" "The law said we were to execute Mr. Bourne by lethal injection, and we are ready and able to do it after much preparation. I wouldn't feel personally and professionally comfortable cutting corners to create a last-minute gallows." "Maggie," Shay whispered, "I think I'm going to throw up." I shook my head. "Swallow it." He lay his head down on the table. With any luck, a few sympathetic people would assume that he was crying. "If you were ordered by the court to construct a gallows," Greenleaf asked, "how long would it delay Mr. Bourne's execution?" "I'd say 6 months to a year," the commissioner said. "A whole year that inmate Bourne would live past his execution warrant date?" "Yes." "Why so long?" "You're talking about construction going on inside a working penitentiary system, Mr. Greenleaf. Background checks have to be done before a crew can come to work inside our gates. They're bringing in tools from the outside, which can be security threats. We have to have officers standing guard to watch them to make sure they don't wander into insecure areas. We have to make sure they're not trying to pass contraband to the inmates. It would be a substantial burden on the correctional institution if we had to, well, start from scratch." "Thank you, Commissioner," Greenleaf said. "Nothing further." I rose from my seat and approached the commissioner. "Your estimate for constructing the gallows is about $10,000? "Yes." "So, in fact, the cost to hang Shay Bourne would be 1/10 the cost of executing him by lethal injection." "Actually," the commissioner said, "it would be 110%. You can't get a lethal injection chamber at Nordstrom with a satisfaction guarantee, Ms. Bloom. I can't return what we've already built." "Well, you needed to construct that chamber anyway, didn't you?" Not if inmate Bourne isn't going to be executed that way. The Department of Corrections didn't have the lethal injection chamber available for any other death row prisoners, however. Ms. Bloom, the commissioner said, New Hampshire doesn't have any other death row prisoners. I couldn't very well suggest that in the future we might. No one wanted to entertain that option. Would executing Shay Bourne by hanging affect the safety of the other inmates in the prison? No, not during the actual process. Would it impinge on the safety of the officers there? No. And in terms of the personnel, there would be, in fact, less manpower needed for an execution by hanging than an execution by lethal injection, correct? Yes, the commissioner said. So, there's no safety issue involved in changing Shay's method of execution. Not for staff and not for inmates. The only thing you can point to as a burden on the Department of Corrections, really, is a cost of just under $10,000 to construct a gallows. 10,000 lousy bucks. Is that right, Commissioner? The judge caught the commissioner's eye. Do you have that in the budget? I don't know, Lynch said. Budgets are always tight. Your Honor, I have here a copy of the budget of the Department of Corrections to be entered into evidence. I handed it to Greenleaf, to Judge Haig, and, finally, to Commissioner Lynch. Commissioner, does this look familiar? Yes. Can you read me the line that's highlighted? Lynch settled his spectacles on his nose. Supplies for capital punishment, he said. $9,880. By supplies, what did you mean? Chemicals, the commissioner said, and whatever else came along. What he meant, I was sure, was a fudge line in the budget. By your own testimony, chemicals would cost only $426. We didn't know what else might be involved, Lynch said. Police blocks, traffic direction, medical supplies, extra manpower on staff. This is our first execution in nearly 70 years. We budgeted conservatively, so that we wouldn't find ourselves short when it actually came to pass. If that money was going to be spent on Shay Bourne's execution no matter what, does it really matter whether it's used to purchase sodium pentothal or to construct a gallows? Lynch stammered. It's still not $10,000. No, I admitted. You're $120 short. Tell me, is that worth the price of a man's soul?
June. Someone once told me that when you give birth to a daughter, you've just met the person whose hand you'll be holding the day you die. In the days after Elizabeth was born, I would watch those minuscule fingers, the nail beds like tiny shells, the surprisingly firm grip she had on my index finger, and wonder if, years from now, I'd be the one holding on so tight. It is unnatural to survive your child. It's like seeing an albino butterfly, or a blood-red lake, a skyscraper tumbling down. I had already been through it once. Now I was desperate to keep from experiencing that again. Claire and I were playing hearts, and don't think I didn't appreciate the irony. The deck of cards showcased Peanuts characters. My game strategy had nothing to do with the suit, and everything to do with collecting as many Charlie Browns as I could. "Mom," Claire said, "play like you mean it." I looked up at her. "What are you talking about?" "You're cheating, but you're doing it so you'll lose." She shuffled the remaining deck and turned over the top card. "Why do you think they're called clubs?" "I don't know,"
Do you think it's the kind you want to join? Or the kind that you use to beat someone up? Beside her, on the cardiac monitor, Claire's failing heart chugged a steady rhythm. At moments like these, it was hard to believe that she was as sick as she was. But then, all I had to do was witness her trying to swing her legs over the bed to go to the bathroom, see how winded she became, to know that looks could be deceiving. "Do you remember when you made up that secret society?" I asked. "The one that met behind the hedge?" Claire shook her head. "I never did that." "Of course you did," I said. "You were little, that's why you've forgotten. But you were absolutely insistent about who could and couldn't be a member of the club. You had a stamp that said canceled and an ink pad. You put it on the back of my hand, and if I even wanted to tell you dinner was ready, I had to give a password first." Across the room, my cell phone began to ring in my purse. I made a beeline for it. Mobile phones were strictly verboten in the hospital, and if a nurse caught you with one, you would be given the look of death. "Hello?" "June, this is Maggie Bloom." I stopped breathing. Last year, Claire had learned in school that there were whole segments of the brain devoted to involuntary acts like digesting and oxygen intake, which was so evolutionarily clever. And yet, these systems could be felled by the simplest of things: love at first sight, acts of violence, words you did not want to hear. "I don't have any formal news yet," Maggie said, "but I thought you'd want to know. Closing arguments start tomorrow morning, and then, depending on how long the judge deliberates, we'll know if and when Claire will have the heart." There was a crackle of silence. "Either way, the execution will take place in 15 days. "Thank you," I said, and closed the clamshell of the phone. In 24 hours, I might know if Claire would live or die. "Who called?" Claire asked. I slipped the phone into the pocket of my jacket. "The dry cleaner," I said. "Our winter coats are ready to be picked up." Claire just stared at me. She knew I was lying. She gathered up the cards, although we were not finished with our game. "I don't want to play anymore," she said. "Oh, okay." She rolled onto her side, turning her face away from me. "I never had stamps and an ink pad," Claire murmured. "I never had a secret club. You're thinking of Elizabeth." "I'm not thinking of—" I said automatically, but then I broke off. I could clearly picture Kurt and I standing at the bathroom sink, grinning as we scrubbed off the temporary tattoos we'd been given, wondering if our daughter would speak to us at breakfast without that mark of faith. Claire could not have initiated her father into her secret world. She had never even met him. "I told you so," Claire said.
Lucius. Shay was not on I-tier often, but when he was transported to conference rooms in the infirmary. He'd tell me, when he came back, about the psych tests they ran on him, about the way they tapped at the crooks of his elbows, checking his veins. I supposed it was important for them to dot their I's and cross their T's before the big event, so that they didn't look stupid when the rest of the world was watching. The real reason they kept shuttling Shay around for medical tests, though, was to get him out of the pod so that they could have their practice runs. They'd done a couple of these in August. I'd been in the exercise cage when the warden led a small group of COs to the lethal injection chamber that was being built. I watched them in their hard hats. "What we need to figure out, people," Warden Coyne had said, "is how long it'll take the victim's witnesses to get from my office to the chamber. We can't have them crossing paths with the inmates' witnesses." Now that the chamber was finished, they had even more to check and double-check. If the phone lines to the governor's office worked, if the straps on the gurney were secure. Twice now, while Shay was at medical, a group of officers, the special ops team, who had volunteered to be part of the execution, arrived on I-tier. I'd never seen any of them before. I suppose that there is humanity in not having the man who kills you be the same guy who has brought you your breakfast for the past 11 years. And likewise, it must be easier to push the plunger on that syringe if you haven't had a conversation with the inmate about whether the Patriots would win another Super Bowl. This time, Shay had not wanted to go to medical. He put up a fight, saying that he was tired, that he didn't have any blood left for them to draw. Not that he had a choice, of course. The officers would have dragged him there kicking and screaming. Eventually, Shay agreed to be chained so that he could make the trip off I-tier, and 15 minutes after he was gone, the special ops team showed up. They put an officer pretending to be Shay into his cell, and then one of the other COs started a stopwatch. "We're rolling," he said. I don't know how the mistake happened, to be honest. I mean, I suppose that was the whole point of a practice run. You were leaving room for human error. But somehow, just as the special ops team was escorting fake Shay off the pod as part of their training, the real Shay was entering I-tier again. For a moment, they hesitated at the door, gazing at one another. Shay stared at his faux counterpart until Officer Whitaker had to drag him through the door of I-tier, and even then, he craned his neck, trying to see where his future was heading. In the middle of the night, the officers came for Shay. He was banging his head against the walls of his cell, speaking in a river of gibberish. Usually, I would have heard all of this. I was often the first to know that Shay was upset, but I had slept through it. I woke up when the officers arrived in their goggles and shields, swarming over him like a clot of black cockroaches. "Where are you taking him?" I yelled, but the words sliced my throat to ribbons. I thought of the run-through and wondered if it was time for the real thing. One of the officers turned to me, a nice one, but in that instant I could not grasp his name, although I had seen him every week for the past 6 years. "It's okay, Lucius," he said. "We're just taking him to an observation cell, so he doesn't hurt himself." When they left, I lay down on my bunk and pressed my palm against my forehead. Fever. It was a school of fish swimming through my veins. Once before, Adam had cheated on me. I found a note in his pocket when I went to take his shirts to the dry cleaner. Gary, and a phone number. When I asked him about it, he said it had only been one night, after a show at the gallery where he worked. Gary was one of the artists, a man who created miniature cities out of plaster of Paris. New York was currently on display. He told me about the Art Deco detail on the top of the Chrysler Building, the individual leaves that were hand-fastened to the trees on Park Avenue. I imagined Adam standing with Gary, their feet planted in Central Park, their arms around each other, monstrous as Godzilla. "It was a mistake," Adam had said. "It was just so exciting, for a minute, to know someone else was interested." I could not imagine how people would not be interested in Adam, with his pale green eyes, his mocha skin. I saw heads turn all the time, gay and straight, when we walked down the street. "It felt all wrong," he said, "because it wasn't you." I had been naive enough to believe then that you could take something toxic and poisonous, and contain it so that you'd never be burned by it again. You'd think, after all that happened later with Adam, I had learned my lesson. But things like jealousy, rage, and infidelity, they don't disappear. They lie in wait, like a cobra, to strike you again when you least expect it. I looked down at my hands, at the dark blotches of Kaposi's sarcoma that had already begun to blend into one another, turning my skin as dark as Adam's, as if my punishment were to reinvent myself in his image. "Please don't do this," I whispered. But I was begging to stop something that had already started. I was praying, although I couldn't remember to whom.
Maggie. After court had adjourned for the weekend, I took a trip to the ladies' room. I was sitting in a stall when suddenly a microphone snaked underneath the metal wall from the cubicle beside mine. "I'm Ella Windhammer from Fox News," a woman said. "I wonder if you have a comment about the fact that the White House has given a formal statement about the Bourne trial and the separation of church and state?" I hadn't been aware that the White House had given a formal statement. There was a part of me that shivered with a thrill to know that we'd attracted that much attention. Then I considered what the statement most likely had been, and how it probably wouldn't help my case at all. And then I remembered that I was in the bathroom. "Yeah, I've got a comment," I said, and flushed. Because I didn't want to be ambushed by Ella Windhammer or any of the other 100 reporters crawling over the steps of the courthouse like a lichen, I retreated into a foxhole, an attorney-client conference room, and locked the door. I took out a legal pad and began to write my closing for Monday, hoping that by the time I finished, the reporters would have moved on to a fresher kill. It was dark when I slipped on my heels again and packed away my notes. The lights had been turned off in the courthouse. Distantly, I could hear a custodian buffing the floors. I walked through the lobby, past the dormant metal detectors, took a deep breath, and opened the door. The majority of the media had packed up for the night. In the distance, though, I could see one tenacious reporter holding his microphone. He called out my name. I forged past him. "No comment," I muttered, and then I realized he wasn't a reporter, and he wasn't holding a microphone. "It's about time," Christian said, and he handed me the rose.
Michael. "You're a spiritual advisor," Warden Coyne said when he phoned me at 3 in the morning. "Go give him some advice." I had tried to explain to the warden that Shay and I weren't quite on speaking terms, but he hung up before I got the chance. Instead, with a sigh, I dragged myself out of bed and rode to the prison. Instead of taking me to I-tier, however, the CO led me elsewhere. "He's been moved," the officer explained. "Why? Did someone hurt him again?" "Nah, he was doing a good job of that on his own," he said. And as we stopped in front of Shay's cell, I understood. Bruises mottled most of his face. His knuckles were scraped raw. A trickle of blood ran down his left temple. He was chained at the wrist and ankles and belly, even though he was inside the cell. "Why haven't you called a doctor?" I demanded. "He's been here 3 times, the CO said. "Our boy here keeps ripping off the bandages. That's why we had to cuff him." "If I promise you that he'll stop doing whatever he's doing, slamming his head into the wall..." "Right. If I give you my word, will you take off the handcuffs?" I turned to Shay, who was studiously avoiding me. "Shay," I said, "how does that sound?" He didn't react one way or another, and I had no idea how I was going to convince Shay to stop harming himself. But the CO motioned him toward the cell door and removed the cuffs from his wrist and ankles. The belly chain, however, stayed on. "Just in case," he said, and left. "Shay," I said, "why are you doing this?" "Get the fuck away from me." "I know you're scared, and I know you're angry," I said. "I don't blame you." "Then I guess something's changed. Because you sure did once. You and 11 other people." Shay took a step forward. "What was it like? In that room? Did you sit around talking about what kind of monster would do those horrible things? Did you ever think that you hadn't gotten the whole story? Then why didn't you tell it?" I burst out. You gave us nothing, Shay. We had the prosecution's explanation of what had happened. We heard from June. But you didn't even stand up and ask us for a lenient sentence. Who would believe what I had to say over the word of a dead cop? He said. My own lawyer didn't. He kept talking about how we ought to use my troubled childhood to get me off, not my story of what happened. He said I didn't look like someone the jury would trust. He didn't care about me. He just wanted to get his 5 seconds on the news at night. He had a strategy. Well, you know what his strategy was? First he told the jury I didn't do it. Then it comes time for sentencing and he says, okay, he did it, but here's why you shouldn't kill him for it. You might as well admit that pleading not guilty in the first place was a lie. I stared at him, stunned. It had never occurred to me during the capital murder trial that all this might be whirling around in Shay's head. That the reason he did not get up and beg for clemency during sentencing was because in order to do that, it felt like he'd also be admitting to the crime. Now that I look back on it, it had felt like the defense had changed their tune between the penalty phase and the sentencing phase of the trial. It had made it harder to believe anything they said. And Shay? Well, he'd been sitting right there, with his unwashed hair and his vacant eyes. His silence, which I'd read as pride or shame, might only have been the understanding that for people like him, the world did not work the way it should, and I, like the other 11 jurors, had judged him before any verdict was given. After all, what kind of man gets put on trial for a double murder? What prosecutor seeks the death penalty without good reason? Since I'd become his spiritual advisor, he told me that what had happened in the past didn't matter now, and I'd taken that to mean that he wouldn't accept responsibility for what he'd done. But it could also have meant that in spite of his innocence, he knew he was still going to die. I'd been present at that trial. I'd heard all the testimony. To think Shay might not have deserved a death sentence seemed ridiculous, impossible. Then again, so were miracles. But Shay, I said quietly, I heard that evidence. I saw what you did. I didn't do anything. He ducked his head. It was because of the tools. I left them at the house. No one came when I knocked on the door, so I just went inside to get them. And then I saw her. I felt my stomach turn over. Elizabeth. She used to play with me. A staring game. Whoever smiled first, that was the loser. I used to get her every time, and then one day while we were staring, she lifted up my screwdriver, I didn't even know she'd taken it, and waved it around like a maniac with a knife. I burst out laughing. I got you, she said. I got you. And she did. She had me 100%. His face twisted. I never would have hurt her. When I came in that day, she was with him. He had his pants down and she was crying. He was supposed to be her father. He flung an arm up over his face, as if he could stop himself from seeing the memory. She looked up at me, like it was a staring contest, but then she smiled. Except this time, it wasn't because she lost. It was because she knew she was going to win. Because I was there. Because I could rescue her. My whole life, people looked at me like I was a fuck-up. Like I couldn't do anything right. But it was like she believed in me, Shay said. And I wanted to believe her. He took a deep breath. I grabbed her and ran upstairs to the room I was finishing. I locked the door. I told her we would be safe there. But then there was a shot. and the whole door was gone, and he came in and pointed his gun at me. I tried to imagine what it would be like to be Shay, easily confused and unable to communicate well, and to suddenly have a pistol thrust in my face. I would have panicked too. There were sirens, Shay said. He'd called them in. He said they were coming for me, and that no cop would believe any story from a freak like me. She was screaming, "Don't shoot, don't shoot." He said, "Get over here, Elizabeth." And I grabbed the gun so we couldn't hurt her, and we were fighting, and both our hands were on it, and it went off and went off again. He swallowed. I caught her. The blood, it was everywhere. It was on me, it was on her. He kept calling her name, but she wouldn't look at him. She stared at me, like we were playing our game. She stared at me, except it wasn't a game. And then her eyes were still open, but she'd stopped staring. And it was over, even though I didn't smile. He choked on a sob, pressed his hand against his mouth. I didn't smile. "Shay," I said softly. He glanced up at me. She was better off dead. My mouth went dry. I remembered Shay saying that same sentence to June Nealon at the restorative justice meeting, her storming out of the room in tears. But what if we'd taken Shay's words out of context? What if he truly believed Elizabeth's death was a blessing, after what she'd suffered at the hands of her stepfather? Something snagged in the back of my mind, a splinter of memory. "Her underpants," I said. "You had them in your pocket." Shay stared at me as if I were an idiot. "Well, that's because she didn't have a chance to put them back on yet, before everything else happened." The Shay I had grown to know was a man who could close an open wound with a brush of his hand, yet who also might have a breakdown if the mashed potatoes in his meal platter were more yellow than the day before. That Shay would not see anything suspicious about the police finding a little girl's underwear in his possession. It would make perfect sense to him to grab them when he grabbed Elizabeth, for the sake of her modesty. "Are you telling me the shootings were accidental?" "I never said I was guilty," he answered. The pundits who downplayed Shay's miracles were always quick to point out that if God were to return to Earth, he wouldn't choose to be a murderer. But what if he hadn't? What if the whole situation had been misunderstood? What if Shay had not willfully, intentionally killed Elizabeth Nealon and her stepfather, but in fact had been trying to save her from him? It would mean that Shay was about to die for someone else's sins. Again. "Not a good time," Maggie said when she came to the door. "It's an emergency." "Then call the cops. Or pick up your red phone and dial God directly. I'll give you a call tomorrow morning." She started to close the door, but I stuck my foot inside. "Is everything all right?" A man with a British accent was suddenly standing beside Maggie, who had turned beet red. "Father Michael," she said. "This is Christian Gallagher." He held out his hand to me. "Father, I've heard all about you." "I hope not. I mean, if Maggie was having a date, clearly there were better topics of conversation." "So," Christian said amiably, "where's the fire?" I felt heat rising to the back of my neck. In the background, I could hear soft music playing. There was half a glass of red wine in the man's hand. There was no fire. It was already burning, and I had just thrown a bucket of sand on it. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean—" I stepped backward. "Have a nice night." I heard the door close behind me, but instead of walking to my bike, I sat down on the front stoop. The first time I'd met Shay, I'd told him that you can't be lonely if God is with you all the time. But that wasn't entirely true. He's lousy at checkers, Shay had said. Well, you couldn't take God out to a movie on a Friday night either. I knew that I could fill the space a companion normally would with God, and it was more than enough. That wasn't to say I didn't feel that phantom limb sometimes. The door opened, and into the slice of light stepped Maggie. She was barefoot, and she had her power suit coat draped over her shoulders. "I'm sorry," I said. "I didn't mean to ruin your night." "That's okay. I should have known better than to assume all the planets had aligned for me." She sank down beside me. "What's up?" In the dark, with her face lit in profile by the moon, she was as beautiful as any Renaissance Madonna. It struck me that God had chosen someone just like Maggie when he picked Mary to bear his son, someone willing to take the weight of the world on her shoulders, even when it wasn't her own burden. "It's Shay," I said. "I think he's innocent."
Maggie. I was not particularly surprised to hear what Shay Bourne had told the priest. No, what surprised me was how fervently he'd fallen for it. Hook, line, and sinker. "It's not about protecting Shay's rights anymore," Michael said. "Or letting him die on his own terms. We're talking about an innocent man being killed." We had moved into the living room, and Christian, well, he was sitting on the other end of the couch, pretending to do a Sudoku puzzle in the newspaper, but actually listening to every word we said. He'd been the one to come outside and invite me back into my own home. I fully intended to pop Father Michael's bubble of incensed righteousness and get back to the spot I'd been in before he arrived, which was flat on my back, with Christian's hand moving over my side, showing me where you made the incision to remove a gallbladder. Something that, in person, was far more exciting than it sounds. "He's a convicted murderer," I said. "They learn how to lie before they learn how to walk." "Maybe he never should have been convicted," Michael said. "You were on the jury that found him guilty." Christian's head snapped up. "You were?" "Welcome to my life," I sighed. "Father, you sat through days of testimony. You saw the evidence firsthand." "I know, but that was before he told me that he walked in on Kurt Nealon molesting his own stepdaughter, and that the gun went off repeatedly while he was struggling to get it out of Kurt's hand." At that, Christian leaned forward. "Well, that makes him a bit of a hero, doesn't it?" "Not when he still kills the girl he's trying to rescue," I said. "And why, pray tell? Did he not gift his defense attorney with this information?" "He said he tried, but the lawyer didn't think it would fly." "Well, gee," I said. "Doesn't that speak volumes?" "Maggie, you know Shay. He doesn't look like a clean-cut American boy, and he didn't back then either. Plus, he'd been found with a smoking gun and a dead cop and girl in front of him. Even if he told the truth, who would have listened? Who's more likely to be cast as a pedophile? The heroic cop and consummate family man? Or the sketchy vagrant who was doing work in the house? Shay was doomed before he ever walked into a courtroom. Why would he take the blame for someone else's crime? I argued. Why not tell someone, anyone, in 11 years? He shook his head. "I don't know the answer to that, but I'd like to keep him alive long enough to find out." Father Michael glanced at me. "You're the one who says the legal system doesn't always work for everyone. It was an accident. Manslaughter, not murder." "Correct me if I'm wrong," Christian interrupted. "But you can't be sentenced to death for manslaughter, can you?" I sighed. Do we have any new evidence? Father Michael thought for a minute. He told me so. Do we have any evidence? I repeated. His face lit up. We have the security camera outside the observation cell, Michael said. That's got to be recorded somewhere, right? It's still just a tape of him telling you a story, I explained. It's different if you tell me, that there's semen we can link to Kurt Nealon. You're an ACLU lawyer. You must be able to do something. Legally, there's nothing we can do. We can't reopen his case unless there's some fantastic forensic proof. What about calling the governor? Christian suggested. Our heads both swiveled toward him. Well, isn't that what happens on TV? And in John Grisham novels? Why do you know so much about the American legal system? I asked. He shrugged. I used to have a torrid crush on the Partridge girl from LA Law. I sighed and walked to the dining room table. My purse was slogged across it like an amoeba. I dug inside for my cell phone, punched a number. This better be good, my boss growled on the other end of the line. Sorry, Rufus, I know it's late. Cut to the chase. I need to call Flynn, on behalf of Shay Bourne, I said. Flynn? As in Mark Flynn, the governor? Why would you want to waste your last appeal before you even get a verdict back from Hague? Shay Bourne's spiritual advisor is under the impression that he was falsely convicted. I looked up to find Christian and Michael both watching me intently. Do we have any new evidence? I closed my eyes. Well, no, but this is really important, Rufus. A moment later, I hung up the phone and pressed the number I'd scrawled on a paper napkin into Michael's hand. It's the governor's cell number. Go call him. Why me? Because, I said, he's Catholic. I have to leave, I had told Christian. The governor wants us to come to his office right now. If I had a quid for every time a girl's used that one on me, he said. And then, just as if it were the most normal thing in the world, he kissed me. Okay, it had been a quick kiss. And one that could have ended a G-rated movie. And it had been performed in front of a priest. But still, it looked completely natural. As if Christian and I had been kissing at the ends of sentences for ages, while the rest of the world was still hung up on punctuation. Here's where it went all wrong. So, I had said, maybe we could get together tomorrow? I'm on call for the next 48 hours, he said. Monday? But Monday I was in court again. Well, Christian said, I'll call. I was meeting Father Michael at the State House, because I wanted him to go home and get clothing that was as priestly as possible. The jeans and button-down shirt in which he'd come to my door weren't going to win us any favors. Now, as I waited for him in the parking lot, I replayed every last syllable of my conversation with Christian, and began to panic. Everyone knew that when a guy said he'd call, it really meant that he wouldn't. He just wanted a swift escape. Maybe it had been the kiss, which was the precursor to that whole line of conversation. Maybe I had garlic breath. Maybe he'd just spent enough time in my company to know I wasn't what he wanted. By the time Father Michael rode into the parking lot, I decided that if Shay Bourne had cost me my first shot at a relationship since the Jews went to wander the desert, I would execute him myself. I was surprised that Rufus had wanted me to go meet Governor Flynn alone. I was even more surprised that he thought Father Michael should be the one to finesse the interview in the first place. But Flynn wasn't a born New Englander. He was a transplanted Southern boy, and he apparently preferred informality to pomp and circumstance. "He'll be expecting you to come to him for a state of execution after the trial," Rufus had mused. "So maybe catching him off guard is the smartest thing you can do." He suggested that instead of a lawyer putting through the call, maybe a man of the cloth should do it instead. And within 2 minutes of conversation, Father Michael had discovered that Governor Flynn had heard him preach at last year's Christmas Mass at St. Catherine's. We were let into the State House by a security guard, who put us through the metal detectors and then escorted us to the governor's office. It was an odd, eerie place after hours. Our footsteps rang like gunshots as we hustled up the steps. At the top of the landing, I turned to Michael. "Do not do anything inflammatory," I whispered. "We get one shot at this." The governor was sitting at his desk. "Come in," he said, getting to his feet. "Pleasure to see you again, Father Michael." "Thanks," the priest said. "I'm flattered you remembered me." "Hey, you gave a sermon that didn't put me to sleep. That puts you into a very small category of clergymen. You run the youth group at St. Catherine's too, right? My college roommate's kid was getting into some trouble a year ago, and then he started working with you." "Joe Cacciatoni?" "Joey," Father Michael said. "He's a good kid." The governor turned to me. "And you must be—" "Maggie Bloom," I said, holding out my hand. "Shay Bourne's attorney." I had never been this close to the governor before. I thought, irrationally, that he looked taller on television. "Ah, yes," the governor said. "The infamous Shay Bourne." "If you're a practicing Catholic," Michael said to the governor, "how can you condone an execution?" I blinked at the priest. Hadn't I just told him not to say anything provocative? "I'm doing my job," Flynn said. "There's a great deal that I don't agree with, personally, that I have to carry out professionally." "Even if the man who's about to be killed is innocent?" Flynn's gaze sharpened. "That's not what a court decided, Father." "Come talk to him," Michael said. "The penitentiary. It's a 5-minute drive. Come listen to him, and then tell me if he deserves to die." "Governor Flynn," I interrupted, finally finding my voice. "During a confession, Shay Bourne made some revelations that indicate there are details of his case that weren't revealed at the time, that the deaths occurred accidentally, while Mr. Bourne was in fact trying to protect Elizabeth Nealon from her father's sexual abuse. We feel that with a stay of execution, we'll have time to gather evidence of Bourne's innocence." The governor's face paled. "I thought priests couldn't reveal confessions." "We're obligated to, if there's a law about to be broken, or if a life is in danger. This qualifies on both counts." The governor folded his hands, suddenly distant. "I appreciate your concerns, both religious and political. I'll take your request under advisement." I knew a dismissal when I heard one. I nodded and stood. Father Michael looked up at me, then scrambled to his feet, too. We shook the governor's hand again and groveled our way out of the office. We didn't speak until we were outside, beneath a sky spread with stars. "So," Father Michael said, "I guess that means no." "It means we have to wait and see, which probably means no." I dug my hands into the pockets of my suit jacket. "Well, seeing as my entire evening has been shot to hell, I'm just going to call it a night." "You don't believe he's innocent, do you?" Michael said. I sighed. "Not really." "Then why are you willing to fight so hard for him?" On December 25th, when I was a kid, I'd wake up and it would be just another day. On Easter Sunday, My family was the only one in the movie theater. The reason I fight so hard for Shay, I finished, is because I know what it's like when the things you believe make you feel like you're on the outside looking in. I didn't realize. How could you? I said, smiling faintly. The guys at the top of the totem pole never see what's carved at the bottom. See you Monday, Father. I could feel his gaze on me as I walked to my car. It felt like a cape made of light, like the wings of the angels I'd never believed in. My client looked like he'd been run over by a truck. Somehow, in the middle of trying to get me to save his life, Father Michael had neglected to mention that Shay had begun a course of self-mutilation. His face was scabbed and bloomed with bruises. His hands, cuffed tightly to his waist after last week's fiasco, were scratched. You look like crap, I murmured to Shay. I'm going to look worse after they hang me, he whispered back. We have to talk about what you said to Father Michael. But before I could go any further, the judge called on Gordon Greenleaf to offer his closing argument. Gordon stood heavily. Your Honor, this case has been a substantial waste of the court's time and the state's money. Shay Bourne is a convicted double murderer. He committed the most heinous crime in the history of the state of New Hampshire. I glanced at Shay beneath my lashes. If what he'd said was true, if he'd seen Elizabeth being abused, then the two murders became manslaughter and self-defense. DNA testing had not been in vogue when he was convicted. Was it possible that there was some shred of carpet or couch fabric left that could corroborate Shay's account? He's exhausted all legal remedies at every level, Gordon continued. State, First Circuit, Supreme Court. And now he's desperately trying to extend his life by filing a bogus lawsuit that claims he believes in some bogus religion. He wants the state of New Hampshire and its taxpayers to build him his own special gallows so that he can donate his heart to the victim's family, a group that he suddenly has feelings for. He certainly didn't have feelings for them the day he murdered Kurt and Elizabeth Nealon. It was, of course, highly unlikely that there would still be evidence. By now, even the underwear that had been found in his pocket had been destroyed or given back to June Nealon. This was a case that had closed 11 years ago, in the minds of the investigators. And all the eyewitnesses had died at the scene, except for Shay. Yes, there is a law that protects the religious freedom of inmates, Greenleaf said. It exists so that Jewish inmates can wear yarmulkes in prison, and Muslims can fast during Ramadan. The Commissioner of Corrections always makes allowances for religious activity in compliance with federal law. But to say that this man, who's had outbursts in the courtroom, who can't control his emotions, who can't even tell you what the name of his religion is, deserves to be executed in some special way to comply with federal law is completely inappropriate, and is not what our system of justice intended. Just as Greenleaf sat down, a bailiff slipped a note to me. I glanced at it and took a deep breath. Miss Bloom? The judge prompted. $120, I said. You know what you can do with $120? You can get a great pair of Stuart Weitzman shoes on sale. You can buy 2 tickets to a Bruins game. You can feed a starving family in Africa. You can purchase a cell phone contract. Or you can help a man reach salvation and rescue a dying child. I stood up. Shay Bourne is not asking for freedom. He's not asking for his sentence to be overturned. He's simply asking to die in accordance with his religious beliefs. And if America stands for nothing else, It stands for the right to practice your own religion, even if you die in the custody of the state. I began to walk toward the gallery. People still flock to this country because of its religious freedom. They know that in America, you won't be told what God should look like or sound like. You won't be told there is one right belief, and yours isn't it. They want to speak freely about religion and to ask questions. Those rights were the foundation of America 400 years ago, and they're still the foundation today. It's why, in this country, Madonna can perform on a crucifix, and the Da Vinci Code was a bestseller. It's why, even after 9/11, religious freedom flourishes in America. Facing the judge again, I pulled out all the stops. Your Honor, we're not asking you to remove the wall between church and state by ruling in favor of Shay Bourne. We just want the law upheld, the one that promises Shay Bourne the right to practice his religion even in the state penitentiary, unless there's a compelling governmental interest to keep him from doing so. The only governmental interest that the state can point to here is $120, and a matter of a few months. I walked back to my seat, slipped into it. How do you weigh lives and souls against 2 months and $120? Once the judge returned to chambers to reach his verdict, 2 marshals came to retrieve Shay. "Maggie," he said, getting to his feet. "Thanks." "Guys," I said to the marshals, "can you give me a minute with him in the holding cell?" "Make it quick," one of them said, and I nodded. "What do you think?" Father Michael said, still seated in the gallery behind me. "Does he have a chance?" I reached into my pocket, retrieved the note the bailiff had passed me just before I began my closing, and handed it to Michael. "You better hope so," I said. The governor denied his stay of execution. He was lying on the metal bunk, his arm thrown over his eyes, by the time I reached the holding cell. "Shay," I said, standing in front of the bars. "Father Michael came to talk to me about what happened the night of the murders." "It doesn't matter." "It does matter," I said urgently. "The governor denied your stay of execution, which means we're up against a brick wall. DNA evidence is used routinely now to overturn capital punishment verdicts. There was some talk about sexual assault during the trial, wasn't there, before that charge was dropped? If that semen sample still exists, we can have it tested and matched to Kurt. I just need you to give me the details about what happened, Shay, so that I can get the ball rolling." Shay stood up and walked toward me, resting his hands on the bars between us. "I can't." "Why not?" I challenged. "Were you lying when you told Father Michael you were innocent?" He glanced up at me, his eyes hot. "No." I cannot tell you why I believed him. Maybe I was naive, because I hadn't been a criminal defense attorney. Maybe I just felt that a dying man had very little left to lose. But when Shay met my gaze, I knew that he was telling me the truth, and that executing an innocent man was even more devastating, if possible, than executing a guilty one. "Well then," I said, my head already swimming with possibilities. "You told Father Michael your first lawyer wouldn't listen to you. But I'm listening to you now. Talk to me, Shay. Tell me something I can use to convince a judge you were wrongly convicted. Then I'll write up the request for DNA testing. You just have to sign—" "No. I can't do this alone," I exploded. "Shay, we're talking about overturning your conviction. Do you understand that? About you walking out of here, free." "I know, Maggie," So instead of trying, you're just going to die for a crime you didn't commit? You're okay with that? He stared at me and slowly nodded. I told you that the first day I met you. I didn't want you to save me. I wanted you to save my heart. I was stunned. Why? He struggled to get the words out. It was still my fault. I tried to rescue her, and I couldn't. I wasn't there in time. I never liked Kurt Nealon. I used to try to not be in the same room as him when I was working, so I wouldn't feel him looking at me. But June, she was so nice. She smelled like apples, and she'd make me tuna fish for lunch, and let me sit at the kitchen table like I belonged there with her and the girl. Afterward, it was bad enough that June wouldn't have them anymore. I didn't want her to lose the past, too. Family's not a thing. It's a place, Shay said softly. It's where all the memories get kept. So he took the blame for Kurt Nealon's crimes, in order to allow the grieving widow to remember him with pride instead of hate. How much worse would it have been for June if DNA testing had existed back then? If the alleged rape of Elizabeth had proved Kurt as the perpetrator? You go looking for evidence now, Maggie, and you'll rip her wide open again. This way, well, this is the end, and then it's over. I could feel my throat closing, a fist of tears. And what if one day June finds out the truth and realizes that you were executed, even though you were innocent? Then, Shay said, a smile breaking over him like daylight, she'll remember me. I had gone into this case knowing that Shay and I wanted different outcomes. I had expected to be able to convince him that an overturned conviction was a cause for celebration, even if living meant organ donation would have to be put on hold for a while. But Shay was ready to die. Shay wanted to die. He wasn't just giving Claire Nealon a future. He was giving one to her mother, too. He wasn't trying to save the world like me. Just one life at a time. Which is why he had a fighting chance of succeeding. He touched my hand, where it rested on the bars. It's okay, Maggie. I've never done anything important. I didn't cure cancer, or stop global warming, or win a Nobel Prize. I didn't do anything with my life, except hurt people I loved. But dying will be different. How? They'll see their lives are worth living. I knew that I would be haunted by Shay Bourne for a very long time, whether or not his sentence was carried out. Someone who thinks like that, I said, does not deserve to be executed. Please, Shay, help me help you. You don't have to play the hero. Maggie, he said. Neither do you.
June. Code blue, the nurse had said. A stream of doctors and nurses flooded Claire's room. One began chest compressions. I don't feel a pulse. We need an airway. Start chest compressions. Can we get an IV access? What rhythm is she in? We need to shock her. Put on the patches. Charge to 200 joules. All clear. Fire. Hold compressions. No pulse. Give epi, lidocaine, bicarb. Check for a pulse. Dr. Wu flew through the door. Get the mother out of here, he said, and a nurse grasped my shoulders. You need to come with me, she said, and I nodded, but my feet would not move. Someone held the defibrillator to Claire's chest again. Her body jackknifed off the bed, just as I was dragged through the doorway. I had been the one present when Claire flatlined. I was the one who'd run to the nurse's desk. And I was the one sitting with her now that she'd been stabilized, now that her heart, battered and ragged, was beating again. She was in a monitored bed, and I stared at the screens, at the mountainous terrain of her cardiac rhythm, sure that if I didn't blink, we'd be safe. Claire whimpered, tossing her head from side to side. The monitors cast her skin an alien green. Baby, I said, moving beside her. Don't try to talk. You've still got a tube in. Her eyes slitted open. She pleaded to me with her eyes and mimed holding a pen. I gave her the white board Dr. Wu had given me. Until Claire was extubated tomorrow morning, she would have to use this to communicate. Her writing was shaky and spiked. What happened? Your heart, I said, blinking back tears. It wasn't doing so well. Mommy, do something. Anything, honey. Let go of me. I glanced down. I was not touching her. Claire circled the words again, and this time I understood. Suddenly I remembered something Kurt had told me once. You could only save someone who wanted to be saved. Otherwise, you'd be dragged down for the count, too. I looked at Claire, but she was asleep again, the marker still curled in her hand. Tears slipped down my cheeks onto the hospital blanket. Oh, Claire, I'm so sorry, I whispered, and I was. For what I had done. For what I knew I had to do.
Lucius. When I coughed, it turned me inside out. I could feel the tendons tangle on the outside of my skin and the fever in my head steaming against the pillow. You put ice chips on my tongue, and they vanished before I swallowed. Isn't it funny how now things come back that I was so sure I'd forgotten, like this moment of high school chemistry? Sublimation. That's the word, the act of turning into something you never expected to become. The room, it was so white that it hurt the backs of my eyeballs. Your hands were like hummingbirds or butterflies. Stay with us, Lucius, you said, but it was harder and harder to hear you, and I could only feel you instead, your humming fly hands, your butterbird fingers. They talk about white lights and tunnels, and there was a part of me expecting to see, oh, I'll just say it outright, Shay, but none of that was true. Instead, it was him, and he was holding out his hand and reaching for me. He was just like I remembered, coffee skin, ebony eyes, 5 o'clock shadow, that dimple too deep for tears, and I saw how foolish I had been. How could I not have known it would be him? How could I not have known that you see God every time you look at the face of the person you love? There were so many things I expected him to say to me now when it counted the most. I love you. I missed you. But instead, he smiled at me with those white teeth, those white wolf's teeth, and he said, I forgive you, Lucius. I forgive you. Your hands pounded and pumped at me, your electricity shot through my body, but you could not reclaim my heart, it already belonged to someone else. He spread the fingers of his hand, a star, a beacon, and I went to him. I am coming. I am coming. Wait for me.
Maggie. I wouldn't have called you in here on a Sunday, normally, Warden Coyne said to me. But I thought you'd want to know. He closed the door to his office for privacy. Lucius Dufresne died last night. I sank down into one of the chairs across from the warden's desk. How? AIDS-related pneumonia. Does Shay know? The warden shook his head. We thought that might not be the best course of action at this moment. What he meant, of course, was that Shay was already in an observation cell for slamming his own head into a wall. They didn't need to give him even more reason to be upset. He could hear about it from someone else. That's true, Coyne said. I can't stop rumors. I remembered the reporters glorifying Lucius's initial cure. How would this turn the tide of public opinion against Shay even more? If he wasn't a messiah, then, by default, he was only a murderer. I glanced up at the warden. So you asked me here so I could break the bad news to him? That's your call, Ms. Bloom. I asked you here to give you this. He reached into his desk and removed an envelope. It was with Lucius's personal effects. The manila envelope was addressed to Father Michael and me in shaky spiderweb handwriting. What is it? I didn't open it, the warden said. I unhinged the clasp of the envelope and reached inside. At first, I thought I was looking at a magazine advertisement of a painting. The detail was that precise. But a closer look showed that this was a piece of cardstock, that the pigment wasn't oil, but what seemed to be watercolor and pen. It was a copy of Raphael's Transfiguration, something I only knew because of an art history course I'd taken when I fancied myself in love with the TA who ran the class sessions. A tall, anemic guy with ski-slope cheekbones who wore black, smoked clove cigarettes, and wrote Nietzsche quotes on the back of his hand. Although I didn't really care about 16th century art, I'd gotten an A trying to impress him, only to discover he had a live-in lover named Henry. The Transfiguration was thought to be Raphael's last painting. It was left unfinished and was completed by one of his students. The upper part of the painting shows Jesus floating above Mount Tabor, with Moses and Elijah. The bottom part of the painting shows the miracle of the possessed boy, waiting for Jesus to cure him, along with the apostles and the other disciples. Lucius's version looked exactly like the painting I'd seen slides of in a darkened amphitheater, until you looked closely. Then, you noticed that my face was superimposed where Moses's should have been. Father Michael was standing in for Elijah. The possessed boy, there, Lucius had drawn his self-portrait. And Shay rose in white robes above Mount Tabor, his face turned upward. I slipped the painting back into the envelope carefully and looked at the warden. I'd like to see my client, I said. Shay stepped into the conference room. Did you get the verdict? Not yet. It's still the weekend. I took a deep breath. Shay, I have some bad news for you. Lucius died last night. The light faded from his face. Lucius? I'm sorry. He was getting better. I guess he wasn't, really. It only looked that way, I said. I know you thought you helped him. I know you wanted to help him. But Shay, you couldn't have. He was dying from the moment you met him. Like me, Shay said. He bent over, as if the hand of grief were pushing hard on him, and started to cry. And that, I realized, was going to be my undoing. Because when he got right down to it, what was different between Shay and everyone else in this world was not nearly as profound as what we had in common. Maybe my hair was brushed, and I could string words together to make a sentence. Maybe I hadn't been convicted of murder. But if someone told me that the only friend I really had in this world had left it, I'd sink to my knees sobbing too. Shay, I said at a loss, approaching him. How come there were no words for this kind of comfort? Don't touch me, Shay growled, his eyes feral. I ducked at the last moment as he swung at me, and his fist punched through the double pane of glass that separated us from the officer standing watch. He wasn't supposed to die, Shay cried, as his hand bled down the front of his prison scrubs like a trail of regret. A small army of officers rushed in to save me and secure him, and then haul him off to the infirmary for stitches. Proof, as if either of us needed it, that Shay was not invincible. 1 year in junior high, during a sex ed unit, our teacher discussed the painfully obvious fact that some of us would not mature as quickly as our classmates. This was not a lesson you had to teach someone like me, whose waistline was larger than her bra size, or Cheryl Otensky, who had gotten her period in full view of every other sixth grader during an assembly where she happened to be wearing white pants. Late bloomers, the teacher called it. That was close enough to my last name for me to be the butt of every joke for the remaining week. I had told my mother I had the bubonic plague and refused to get out of bed for 3 days, spending most of it under the covers and wishing I could just miraculously skip ahead 10 or 15 years to when my life surely would be more pleasant. After seeing Shay, I was sorely tempted to pull the same act. If I stayed in bed when the verdict was read, did that mean the plaintiff lost by default? Instead of driving to my house, however, I found myself pointing in the opposite direction and turned into the emergency entrance of the hospital. I felt as if I'd been pole-axed, which surely qualified me for medical attention. But I didn't think that even the most gifted physician could cure a skeptic who'd come to see the light. I could not remain as emotionally unattached from my client as I'd believed. This wasn't, as I'd told myself, about the death penalty in America. It wasn't about my career as a litigator. It was about a man I'd been sitting next to. A man whose scent I could recognize. Head and Shoulders shampoo and pungent industrial soap. Whose voice was familiar, rough as sandpaper, with words dropped like stepping stones. Who would, very shortly, be dead. I did not know Shay Bourne well, but that didn't mean he would not leave a hole in my life when he exited his own. I need to see Dr. Gallagher, I announced to the triage nurse. I'm a personal... What? Friend? Girlfriend? Stalker? Before the nurse could rebuff me, however, I saw Christian coming down the hall with another doctor. He noticed me, and before I could even make a decision to go to him, he came to me. What's wrong, sweetheart? No one except for my father had ever called me that. For this reason, and a dozen others, I burst into tears. Christian folded me into his arms. Follow me, he said, and led me by the hand into an empty family waiting room. The governor denied Shay's stay of execution, I said, and Shay's best friend died, and I was the one who had to tell him. And he's going to die, Christian, because he won't let me try to find new evidence to exonerate him. I drew away from him, wiping my eyes on my sleeve. How do you do it? How do you let go? The first patient who died on my table, Christian said, was a 76-year-old woman who came in complaining of abdominal pain after a meal at a posh London restaurant. A half hour into the surgery, she coded, and we couldn't bring her back. He looked up at me. When I went into the family waiting area to speak with her husband, the man just kept staring at me. Finally, I asked him if he had any questions, and he said he'd taken his wife to dinner to celebrate the 50th wedding anniversary. Christian shook his head. That night, I sat with her body in the morgue. Silly, I know, but I thought that on one's 50th anniversary, one didn't deserve to spend the night alone. If I hadn't been swayed before by Christian's charm, good looks, or the way he called the trunk of his car a boot, and the hood a bonnet, I was now completely smitten. Here's the thing, Christian added. It doesn't get any easier, no matter how many times you go through it. And if it does, well, I suspect that means you've lost some part of yourself that's critically important. He reached for my hand. Let me be the attending physician at the execution. You can't, I said automatically. Killing a man was a violation of the Hippocratic Oath. Doctors were contacted privately by the Department of Corrections, and the whole event was kept secret. In fact, in the other executions I'd studied before Shay's trial, the doctor's name was never mentioned, not even on the death certificate. Let me worry about that, Christian said. I felt a fresh wave of tears rising. You would do that for Shay? He leaned forward and kissed me lightly. I would do that for you, he said. If this had been a trial, here were the facts I'd present to the jury. 1. Christian had suggested that he swing by my house after his shift, just to make sure I wasn't falling apart at the seams. 2. He was the one who brought the bottle of Penfolds. 3. It would have been downright rude to refuse to have a glass. Or 3. 4. I truly could not establish the casual line between how we went from kissing on the couch to lying on the carpet with his hands underneath my shirt, and me worrying about whether or not I was wearing underwear that was a step above granny panties. 5. Other women, those who have sex with men more often than once, during a senatorial term, for example, probably have a whole set of underwear just for moments like these, like my mother has a set of Sabbath china. 6. I was truly hammered if I had just thought of sex and my mother in the same sentence. Maybe the details here weren't nearly as important as the outcome. I had a man in my bed, right now, waiting for me. He was even more beautiful without clothes on than he was in them. And where was I? Locked in the bathroom. So paralyzed by the thought of my disgusting, white, fish-bellied body being seen by him that I couldn't open the door. I had been discreet about it, lowering my lashes and murmuring something about changing. I'm sure Christian assumed I meant slipping into lingerie. Me? I was thinking more along the lines of morphing into Heidi Klum. Bravely, I unbuttoned my blouse and stepped out of my jeans. There I was in the mirror, in my bra and panties, just like a bikini. Except I wouldn't be caught dead in a bikini. Christian sees 100 bodies a day, I told myself. Yours can't be any worse than those. But here was the ripple of cottage cheese cellulite that I usually avoided by dressing in the dark. Here was the inch, or two, that I could pinch with my fingers, which vanished beneath the waistband. Here was my butt, large enough to colonize, which could so craftily be camouflaged by black trousers. Christian would take one look at the acoustic version of me and run screaming for the hills. His voice came, muffled, through the bathroom door. "Maggie," Christian said. "Are you all right in there?" "I'm fine. I'm fat." "Are you coming out?" I didn't answer that. I was looking inside the waistband of my pants. They were a 12, but that didn't count, because this label had resized downward so that 14s like me could feel better about themselves for being able to squeeze into the brand at all. But hadn't Marilyn Monroe been a size 14? Or was that back when a size 14 was really an 8? Which meant that, comparatively, I was a behemoth compared to your average 1940s starlet? Well, hell, I was a behemoth compared to your average 2008 starlet, too. Suddenly, I heard scratching outside the door. It couldn't have been Oliver. I'd put him in his cage when he kept sniffing around our heads as we'd rolled across the living room carpet having our from here to eternity moment. To my horror, the locked doorknob popped open and began to twist. I grabbed my ratty red bathrobe from the back of the door and wrapped it around myself just in time to see the door swing open. Christian stood there, holding a wire hanger with its neck straightened. "You can pick locks, too?" I said. Christian grinned. "I do laparoscopic surgery through belly buttons," he explained. "This isn't dramatically different." He folded his arms around me and met my gaze in the mirror. "I can't say come back to bed, because you haven't been in it yet." His chin notched over my shoulder. "Maggie," he murmured, and at that moment, he realized that I was wearing a robe. Christian's eyes lit up, and his hand slipped down to the belt. Immediately, I started to tug him away. "Please, don't." His hands fell to his sides, and he took a step back. The room must have cooled 20 degrees. "I'm sorry," Christian said, all business. "I must have misread." "No!" I cried, facing him. "You didn't misread anything. I want this. I want you. I'm just afraid that you won't want me." "Are you joking? I've wanted you since the moment I didn't get to examine you for appendicitis." "Why?" "Because you're smart, and fierce, and funny, and so beautiful." I smiled wryly. "I almost believed you, until that last part." Christian's eyes flashed. "You truly think you're not?" In one smooth motion, before I could stop him, he yanked the wide shawl collar of the robe down to my elbows, and my blouse along with it. My arms were trapped. I stood before him in my underwear. "Look at you, Maggie," he said with quiet awe. "My God." I could not look at myself in the mirror. So instead, I looked at Christian. He wasn't scrutinizing breasts that sagged, or a waist that was too thick, or thighs that rubbed together when the temperature climbed above 80 degrees. He was just staring at me. And as he did, his hands began to shake where they touched me. "Let me show you what I see when I look at you," Christian said quietly. His fingers were warm as they played over me, as they coaxed me into the bedroom and under the covers, as they traced the curves of my body like a roller coaster, a thrill ride, a wonder. And somewhere in the middle of it all, I stopped worrying about sucking in my stomach, or if he could see me in the half-light of the moon, and instead noticed how seamlessly we fit together. How when I let go of me, there was only room for us. Wow. I woke up with the sun slicing the bed like a scalpel, and every muscle in my body feeling like I'd started training for a triathlon. Last night could effectively be classified as a workout, and to be honest, it was the first exercise routine I could see myself really looking forward to on a daily basis. I smoothed my hand over the side of the bed where Christian had slept. In the bathroom, I heard the shower being turned off. The door opened, and Christian's head popped out. He was wearing a towel. "Hi," he said. "I hope I didn't knock you up." "Well, I hope so, too." Christian frowned, confused, and I realized that we were not speaking the same language. "Let me guess," I said. "Where you come from, that doesn't mean getting a girl pregnant?" "Good God, no. It's, rousing someone from their sleep." I rolled onto my back and started laughing, and he sank down beside me, the towel slipping dangerously low. "But since I've knocked you up," he said, leaning down to kiss me, "maybe I could try my hand at knocking you up." I had morning breath and hair that felt like a rat had taken nest in it, not to mention a courtroom verdict to attend. But I wrapped my arms around Christian's neck and kissed him back, which was about the same moment that a phone began to ring. "Bloody hell," Christian muttered, and he swung over the far side of the bed to where he'd folded his clothes in a neat pile, his cell phone and pager resting on top. "It's not mine," he said, but by then I'd wrapped his discarded towel around me and hiked to my purse in the living room to dig out my own. "Miss Bloom," a woman's voice said. "This is June Nealon." "June," I said, immediately sobering. "Is everything all right?" "Yes," she said, and then, "No. Oh, God. I can't answer that question." There was a beat of silence. "I can't take it," June whispered. "I can't imagine how difficult all this waiting has been for you," I said, and I meant it. "But we should know definitively what's going to happen by lunchtime." "I can't take it," June repeated. "Give it to someone else." And she hung up the phone, leaving me with Shay's heart.
Michael. There were only 7 people attending Monday morning Mass, and I was one of them. I wasn't officiating. It was my day off, so Father Walter was presiding, along with a deacon named Paul O'Hurley. I participated in the Lord's Prayer and the Sign of Peace, and I realized these were the moments Shay had missed, when people came together to celebrate God. You might be able to find him on your own spiritual journey, but it was a lonelier trip. Coming to church felt like validation, like a family where everyone knew your flaws, and in spite of that was still willing to invite you back. Long after Father Walter finished Mass and said his goodbyes to the congregants, I was still sitting in a pew. I wandered toward the votive candles, watching the tongues of their flames wag like gossips. "I didn't think we'd see you today. With the verdict and all," Father Walter said, walking up to me. "Yeah," I said. Maybe that's why I needed to come. Father Walter hesitated. You know, Mikey, you haven't been fooling anyone. I felt the hair stand up on the back of my neck. No? You don't have to be embarrassed about having a crisis of faith, Father Walter said. That's what makes us human. I nodded, not trusting myself to respond. I wasn't having a crisis of faith. I just didn't particularly think Father Walter was any more right in his faith than Shay was. Father Walter reached down and lit one of the candles, murmuring a prayer. You know how I see it. There's always going to be bad stuff out there, but here's the amazing thing. Light trumps darkness every time. You stick a candle into the dark, but you can't stick the dark into the light. We both watched the flame reach higher, gasping for oxygen before settling comfortably. I guess from my point of view, we can choose to be in the dark or we can light a candle, and for me, Christ is that candle. I faced him. But it's not just candles, is it? There are flashlights and fluorescent bulbs and bonfires. Christ says that there are others doing miracles in his name. Father Walter agreed. I never said there might not be a million points of light out there. I just think Jesus is the one who strikes the match. He smiled. I couldn't quite understand why you were so surprised when you thought God had showed up, Mikey. I mean, when hasn't he been here? Father Walter started to walk back down the church aisle, and I fell into step beside him. You got time for lunch in the next few weeks? He asked. Can't, I said, grinning. I'll be doing a funeral. It was a joke between priests. You couldn't schedule anything when your plans were likely to be changed by the lives and deaths of your parishioners. Except this time, as I said it, I realized it wasn't a joke. In days, I'd be presiding over Shay's funeral. Father Walter met my gaze. Good luck today, Mike. I'll be praying. Out of the blue, I remembered the Latin words that had been combined to create religion, re and legere. I had always assumed they translated to reconnect. It was only when I was at seminary that I learned the correct translation was to bind. Back then, I hadn't seen a difference. When I first arrived at St. Catherine's, I was given the task of hosting a heart. St. Jean-Marie Baptiste Vignes, to be precise, a French priest who died in 1859 at the age of 73. 45 years later, when his body was exhumed, the priest's heart had not decayed. Our parish had been chosen as the U.S. location for the heart's veneration. Thousands of Catholics from the Northeast were expected to view the organ. I remembered being very stressed out and wondering why I had to battle police lines and roadblocks when I had turned to the priesthood to get closer to God. I watched Catholics file into our little church and disrupt our Mass schedule and our confession schedule. But after the doors were locked and the onlookers gone, I'd stare down at the glass case with the organ sealed inside. The real wonder, to me, was the course of events that had brought this ancient relic all the way across an ocean to be venerated. Timing was everything. After all, if they hadn't dug up the saint's body, they never would have known about his heart or told others. A miracle was only a miracle if someone witnessed it, and if the story was passed along to someone else. Maggie sat in front of me with Shay, her back straight as a poker, her wild mane of hair tamed into a bun at the base of her neck. Shay was subdued, shuffling, fidgety. I glanced down at my lap, which held a manila envelope Maggie had passed me, a piece of art left behind by Lucius Dufresne, who'd passed away over the weekend. There'd also been a note on a piece of lined paper. June has refused the heart, have not told Shay. If, on a long shot, we won this case, how would we break the news to Shay that we still could not give him what he so desperately wanted? "All rise," a U.S. Marshal called. Maggie glanced at me over her shoulder and offered a tight smile, and the entire courtroom got to its feet while Judge Haig entered. It was so quiet that I could hear the tiny electronic gasps of the video equipment as the judge began to speak. "This is a unique case in New Hampshire's history," Haig said, "and possibly a unique case in the federal court system. The Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act certainly protects the religious freedoms of a person confined to an institution such as Mr. Bourne. But that doesn't mean that such a person can simply claim that any of his beliefs constitutes a true religion. For example, imagine what would happen if a death row inmate announced that by the tenets of his religion, he had to die of old age. Therefore, when balancing the religious rights of inmates against the compelling governmental interest of the state, this court is mindful of more than just the monetary cost, or even the security cost to other inmates." The judge folded his hands. "That being said, we are not in the habit in this country of allowing the government to define what a church is, or vice versa. And that puts us at a standstill, unless we can develop a litmus test for what religion really is. So how do we go about doing that? Well, all we have to work with is history. Dr. Fletcher posed similarities between Gnosticism and Mr. Bourne's beliefs. However, Gnosticism is not a flourishing religion in today's world climate. It's not even an existing religion in today's world climate. Although I don't presume to be the expert on the history of Christianity that Dr. Fletcher is, it seems to me a stretch to connect the belief system of an individual inmate in a New Hampshire state prison to a religious sect that's been dead for nearly 2,000 years. Maggie's hand slipped back through the slatted rails that separated the first row of the gallery from the plaintiff's table. I snatched the folded note she held between her fingers. "We're screwed," she had written. "Then again," the judge continued, "some of Mr. Bourne's observations about spirituality and divinity seem awfully familiar. Mr. Bourne believes in one God. Mr. Bourne thinks salvation is linked to religious practice. Mr. Bourne feels that part of the contract between man and God involves personal sacrifice. All of these are very familiar concepts to the average American who is practicing a mainstream religion." He cleared his throat. "One of the reasons religion doesn't belong in a courtroom is because it's a deeply personal pursuit. Yet, ironically, something Mr. Bourne said struck a chord with this court." Judge Haig turned to Shay. "I am not a religious man. I have not attended a service for many years, but I do believe in God. My own practice of religion, you could say, is a non-practice. I personally feel that it's just as worthy on a weekend to rake the lawn of an elderly neighbor, or to climb a mountain and marvel at the beauty of this land we live in, as it is to sing hosannas or go to Mass. In other words, I think every man finds his own church, and not all of them have four walls. But just because this is how I choose to fashion my faith, doesn't mean that I'm ignorant about formal religion. In fact, some of the things I learned as a young man studying for his bar mitzvah resonate with me even now." My jaw dropped. Judge Haig was Jewish? "There's a principle in Jewish mysticism called tikkun olam," he said. "It means, literally, world repair. The idea is that God created the world by containing divine light in vessels, some of which shattered and got scattered all over. It's the job of humanity to help God by finding and releasing those shards of light, through good deeds and acts. Every time we do, God becomes more perfect, and we become a little more like God. From what I understand, Jesus promised his believers entry into the kingdom of heaven, and urged them to prepare through love and charity. The Bodhisattva in Buddhism promises to wait for liberation until all who suffer have been freed. And apparently, Even those long-gone Gnostics thought that a spark of divinity was inside all of us. It seems to me that no matter what religion you subscribe to, acts of kindness are the stepping stones to making the world a better place, because we become better people in it. And that sounds, to me, a bit like why Mr. Bourne wants to donate his heart. Did it really matter whether you believe that Jesus spoke the words in the Bible or the words in the Gospel of Thomas? Did it matter whether you found God in a consecrated church or a penitentiary or even in yourself? Maybe not. Maybe it only mattered that you not judge someone else who chose a different path to find meaning in his life. I find, under the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act of 2000, that Shay Bourne has a valid and compelling religious belief that he must donate his organs at the time of his death. Judge Haig pronounced. I further find that the state of New Hampshire's plan to execute Mr. Bourne by lethal injection imposes a substantial burden on the ability to exercise his religious practices, and that they therefore must comply with an alternate means of execution, such as hanging, that will allow organ donation to be medically feasible. Court's adjourned, and I want to see counsel in my chambers. The gallery exploded in a riot of noise. As reporters tried to get to the attorneys before they left to meet with the judge, there were women sobbing and students punching their fists in the air, and in the back of the room, someone had begun to sing a psalm. Maggie reached over the bar to embrace me and then quickly hugged Shay. "I gotta run," she said, and Shay and I were left staring at each other. "Good," he said. "This is good." I nodded and reached out to him. I had never embraced Shay before, and it was a shock to me how strong his heart beat against my own chest, how warm his skin was. "You have to call her," he said. "You have to tell the girl." How was I supposed to explain that Claire Nealon didn't want his heart? "I will," I lied, the words staining his cheek like Judas's kiss.
Maggie. Wait until I told my mother that Judge Haig was not Catholic, like Alexander, but Jewish. No doubt it would inspire her to give me the speech again about how, with time and perseverance, I could be a judge too. I had to admit, I liked his ruling, and not just because it had come out in favor of my client. His words had been thoughtful, unbiased, not at all what I expected. "All right," Judge Haig said. "Now that the cameras aren't on us, let's just cut the crap. We all know that this trial wasn't about religion, although you found a lovely legal coat rack to hang your complaint on, Ms. Bloom." My mouth opened and closed, sputtering. So much for thoughtful and unbiased. Judge Haig's spirituality, apparently, was the kind that made itself present only when the right people were there to see it. "Your Honor, I firmly believe in my client's religious freedoms. I'm sure you do," the judge interrupted. "But get off your high horse so we can settle this business." He turned to Gordon Greenleaf. "Is the state really going to appeal this for $120? "Probably not, Judge. But I'd have to check." "Then go make a phone call," Judge Haig said. "Because there's a family out there who deserves to know what's going to happen, and when. Are we clear on that?" "Yes, Judge," we both parroted. I left Gordon in the hallway, hunched over his cell phone, and headed downstairs to the holding cell, where Shay was most likely still incarcerated. With each step, I moved a little more slowly. "What did you say to the man whose imminent death you just set in motion?" He was lying on the metal bench in the cell, facing the wall. "Shay," I said. "You okay?" He rolled toward me and grinned. "You did it." I swallowed. "Yeah, I guess I did." If I had gotten my client the verdict he wanted, why did I feel like I was going to be sick? Did you tell her yet? He was talking about June Nealon, or Claire Nealon, which meant that Father Michael had not had the guts to tell Shay the truth either yet. I pulled up a chair and sat down outside the cell. I spoke to June this morning, I said. She said Claire's not going to be using your heart. But the doctor told me I was a match. It's not that she can't use it, Shay, I said quietly. It's that she doesn't want to. I did everything you wanted, Shay cried. I did what you asked. I know, I said. But again, this doesn't have to be the end. We can try to see what evidence still exists from the crime scene, and I wasn't talking to you, Shay said. And I don't want you to do anything for me. I don't want that evidence reviewed. How many times do I have to tell you? I nodded. I'm sorry, it's just hard for me to be riding on the coattails of your death wish. Shay glanced at me. No one asked you to, he said flatly. He was right, wasn't he? Shay didn't ask me to take on his case. I'd swooped down like an avenging angel and convinced him that what I wanted to do could somehow help him do what he wanted to do. And I'd been right. I'd raised the profile of the nature of death penalty cases. I'd secured his right to be hanged. I just hadn't realized that winning would feel, well, quite so much like losing. The judge. He's made it possible for you to donate your organs afterward. And even if Claire Nealon doesn't want them, there are thousands of people in this country who do. Shay sank onto the bunk. Just give it all away, he murmured. It doesn't matter anymore. I'm sorry, Shay. I wish I knew why she changed her mind. He closed his eyes. I wish you knew how to change it back.
Michael. Priests get used to the business of death, but that doesn't make it any easier. Even now that the judge had ruled in favor of a hanging, that still meant there was a will to be written, a body to be disposed of. As I stood in the prison waiting room, handing over my license so that I could visit Shay, I listened to the commotion outside. This was nothing new. The mob would grow at leaps and bounds through the date of Shay's execution. You don't understand. A woman was pleading. I have to see him. Take a number, sweetheart, the officer said. I looked out the open window, trying to see the woman's face. It was obscured by a black scarf. Her dress reached from ankle to wrist. I burst through the front door and stood behind the line of correctional officers. Grace! She looked up, tears in her eyes. They won't let me in. I have to see him. I reached over the human barrier of guards and pulled her forward. She's with me. She's not on Bourne's visitor list. That's because, I said, we're going to see the warden. I had no idea how to get someone who had not had a background check done into the prison, but I figured that rules would be relaxed for a death row prisoner, and if they weren't, I was willing to say what I had to convince the warden. In the end, Warden Coyne was more amenable than I expected. He looked at Grace's driver's license, made a call to the state's attorney's office, and then offered me a deal. I couldn't take Grace into the tier, but he was willing to bring Shay out to an attorney-client conference room as long as he remained handcuffed. I'm not going to let you do this again, he warned, but that hardly mattered. We both knew that Shay didn't have time for that. Grace's hand shook as she emptied her pockets to go through the metal detector. We followed the officer to the conference room in silence, but as soon as the door was closed and we were left alone, she started to speak. "I wanted to come to the courthouse," Grace said. "I even drove there. I just couldn't get out of the car." She faced me. "What if he doesn't want to see me?" "I don't know what frame of mind he'll be in," I said honestly. "He won his trial, but the mother of the heart recipient doesn't want him to be the donor anymore. I'm not sure if his attorneys told him that yet. If he refuses to see you, that may be why." Only a few minutes passed before 2 officers brought Shay into the room. He looked hopeful, his fists clenched tight. He saw my face and then turned, expecting Maggie most likely. He'd probably been told there were 2 visitors, and figured one of us had managed to change June's mind. As he saw his sister, however, he froze. "Gracie, is that you?" She took a step forward. "Shay, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." "Don't cry," he whispered. He went to lift his hand to touch her, but he was handcuffed, and instead just shook his head. "You grew up. The last time I saw you, I was only 15. He smiled ruefully. "Yeah. I was fresh out of juvie jail, and you wanted nothing to do with your loser brother. I think your exact words were, 'Get the hell away from me.' That's because I hadn't..." She was sobbing hard now. "I don't want you to die." "I have to, Grace, to make things right. I'm okay with that." "Well, I'm not." She looked up at him. "I want to tell someone, Shay." He stared at her for a long time. "All right," Shay said. "But only one person, and I get to pick. And," he added, "I get to do this." He reached for the tail of the veil wrapped around her face, which was level with his bound hands. Tugging, he unraveled it until it fluttered to the ground between them. Grace brought her hands up to cover her face, but Shay reached up as far as he could in his chains until Grace threaded her fingers with his. Her skin was pocked and puckered, a whirlpool in some places, too tight in others. A relief map of the topology of regret. Shay ran his thumb over the spot where her eyebrow should have been, where her lip twisted as if he could repaint her. The look on his face was so honest, so replete that I felt like I was intruding. I had seen it before. I just couldn't place it. And then it came to me. A Madonna. Shay was staring at his sister, the same way Mary looked at Jesus in all the paintings, all the sculptures. A relationship carved out of not what they had, but what they'd been destined to lose.
June. I had never seen the woman who came into Claire's hospital room, but I'd never forget her. Her face was horribly disfigured, the kind that you're always telling your kids not to stare at in the grocery store, and yet, when push came to shove, you found yourself doing that very thing. "I'm sorry," I said quietly, standing up from the chair I'd pulled beside Claire's bed. "I think you must have the wrong room." Now that I had agreed to Claire's wishes and given up the heart, now that she was dying by degrees, I kept a vigil 24/7. I didn't sleep, I didn't eat, because years from now, I knew I would miss those minutes. "You're June Nealon?" the woman asked, and when I nodded, she took a step forward. "My name is Grace. I'm Shay Bourne's sister." You know how when you're driving and skid on ice, or just avoid hitting the deer, you find yourself with your heart racing and your hands shaking and your blood gone to ice? That's what Grace's words did to me. Get out, I said, my jaw clenched. Please, just hear me out. I want to tell you why I look this way. I glanced down at Claire, but who was I kidding? We could scream at the top of our lungs and not disturb her. She was in a medically induced haze. What makes you think I want to listen? She continued, as if I hadn't spoken at all. When I was 13, I was in a fire. So was my whole foster family. My foster father, he died. She took a step forward. I ran in to try to get my foster father out. Shay was the one who came to save me. Sorry, but I can't quite think of your brother as a hero. When the police came, Shay told them he'd set the fire, Gray said. I folded my arms. She hadn't said anything yet that surprised me. I knew that Shay Bourne had been in and out of the foster care system. I knew that he'd been sent to juvenile prison. You could throw 10,000 more excuses for a sorry childhood on his shoulders, and in my opinion, it still wouldn't negate the fact that my husband, my baby, had been killed. The thing is, Grace said, Shay lied. She pushed her hand through her hair. I'm the one who set the fire. My daughter is dying, I said tightly. I'm sorry you had such a traumatic past, but right now I have other things to focus on. Undaunted, Grace kept speaking. It would happen when my foster mom went to visit her sister. Her husband would come to my bedroom. I used to beg to leave my lights on at night. At first it was because I was afraid of the dark. Then later it was because I so badly wanted someone to see what was happening. Her voice trailed off. So, one day, I planned it. My foster mother was gone overnight, and Shay was, I don't know where, but not home. I guess I didn't think about the consequences until after I lit the match. So I ran in to try to wake my foster dad up. But someone dragged me back out. Shay. And as the sirens got closer, I told him everything, and he promised me he'd take care of it. I never thought he meant to take the blame, but he wanted to, because he hadn't been able to rescue me before. Grace glanced up at me. I don't know what happened that day, with your husband and your little girl, and my brother, but I bet, somehow, something went wrong. That Shay was trying to save her, the way he couldn't save me. It's not the same, I said. My husband would never have hurt Elizabeth like that. My foster mother said that too. She met my gaze. How would you have felt if, when Elizabeth died, someone told you that you can't have her back, but that a part of her could still be somewhere in the world? You may not know that part. You may not ever have contact with it, but you'd know it was out there, alive and well. Would you have wanted that? We were both standing on the same side of Claire's bed. Grace Bourne was almost exactly my height, my build. In spite of her scars, it felt like looking into a mirror. There's still a heart, June, she said. And it's a good one. We pretend that we know our children, because it's easier than admitting the truth. From the minute that cord is cut, they are strangers. It's far easier to tell yourself your daughter is still a little girl than to see her in a bikini and realize she has the curves of a young woman. It's safer to say you were a good parent who has all the right conversations about drugs and sex than to acknowledge there are 1,000 things she would never tell you. How long ago had Claire decided that she couldn't fight any longer? Did she talk to a friend, a diary, Dudley, because I didn't listen? And had I done this before, ignored another daughter, because I was too afraid to hear what she had to say? Grace Bourne's words kept circling around my mind. My foster mother said that too. No. Kurt would never. But there were other images clouding my mind, like flags thrown on a grassy field. The pair of Elizabeth's panties that I found inside a couch cushion liner when she was too little to know how to work a zipper. The way he often needed to search for something in the bathroom, Tylenol, an ace bandage, when Elizabeth was in the tub. And I heard Elizabeth every night when I tucked her in. "Leave the lights on," she'd beg, just like Grace Bourne had. I had thought it was a phase she'd outgrow, but Kurt said we couldn't let her give in to her fears. The compromise he suggested was to turn off the light and lie down with her until she fell asleep. "What happens when I'm asleep?" she'd asked me once. "Does everything stop?" What if that had not been the dreamy question of a 7-year-old still figuring out this world, but a plea from a child who wanted to escape it? I thought of Grace Bourne, hiding behind her scarves. I thought of how you can look right at a person and not see them. I realized that I might never know what had really happened between them. Neither Kurt nor Elizabeth could tell. And Shay Bourne, well, no matter what he saw, his fingerprints had still been on that gun. After the last time, I didn't know if I could ever bear to face him again. She was better off dead, he'd said, and I'd run away from what he was trying to tell me. I pictured Kurt and Elizabeth together in that coffin, his arms holding her tight, and suddenly I thought I was going to throw up. "Mom?" Claire said, her voice thin and wispy. "Are you okay?" I put my hand on her cheek, where there was a faint flush induced by the medicine. Her heart was not strong enough to put a bloom on her face. "No, I'm not," I admitted. "I'm dying." She smiled a little. "What a coincidence." But it wasn't funny. I was dying by degrees. "I have to tell you something," I said, "and you're going to hate me for it." I reached for her hand and squeezed it tightly. "I know it isn't fair, but you're the child and I'm the parent, and I get to make the choice, even though the heart gets to beat in your chest." Her eyes filled with tears. "But you said, you promised. Don't make me do this." "Claire, I cannot sit here and watch you die when I know that there's a heart waiting for you." "But not just any heart." She was crying now, her head turned away from me. "Did you think at all what it will be like for me after?" I brushed her hair off her forehead. "It's all I think about, baby." "That's a lie," Claire argued. "All you ever think about is yourself, and what you want, and what you've lost. You know, you're not the only one who missed out on a real life." "That's exactly why I can't let you throw this one away." Slowly, Claire turned to face me. "I don't want to be alive because of him." "Then stay alive because of me." I drew in my breath and pulled my deepest secret free. "See, I'm not as strong as you are, Claire. I don't think I can stand to be left behind again." She closed her eyes, and I thought she had drifted back into sleep, until she squeezed my hand. "Okay," she said, "but I hope you realize I may hate you for the rest of my life." The rest of my life. Was there any other phrase with so much music in it?
Oh, Claire, I said tightly. That's going to be a long, long time.
From the Gay Science by Friedrich Nietzsche. God is dead. But considering the state man is in, there will perhaps be caves for ages yet in which his shadow will be shown. Michael. When inmates tried to kill themselves, they'd use the vent. They would string coaxial cables from their television sets through the louvers, wrap a noose around their necks, and step off the metal bunk. For this reason, 1 week before Shay's execution, he was transferred to an observation cell. There was a camera monitoring his every move. An officer was stationed outside the door. It was a suicide watch, so that a prisoner could not kill himself before the state had its turn. Shay hated it. It was all he talked about as I sat with him for 8 hours a day. I'd read from the Bible, and from the Gospel of Thomas, and from Sports Illustrated. I'd tell him about the plans I'd made for the youth group to host a 4th of July pie auction, a holiday that he would not be around to celebrate. He would act like he was listening. But then he'd address the officer standing outside. "Don't you think I deserve some privacy?" he'd yell. "If you only had a week left, would you want someone watching you every time you cried, ate, took a piss?" Sometimes, he seemed resigned to the fact that he was going to die. He'd ask me if I really thought there was a heaven, if you could catch stripers or rainbows or salmon there, if fish even went to heaven in the first place, if fish souls were just as good eating as the real kind. Other times he sobbed so hard that he made himself sick. He'd wipe his mouth on the sleeve of his jumpsuit and lie down on the bunk, staring up at the ceiling. The only thing that got him through those darker times was talking about Claire Nealon, whose mother had reclaimed Shay's heart. He had a grainy newspaper photo of Claire, and by now he'd run his hands over it so often that the girl's pale face had become a blank white oval, features left to the imagination. The scaffold had been built. Throughout the prison you could smell the sap of the pine, taste the fine sawdust in the air. Although there had indeed already been a trap door in the chaplain's office, it proved too costly to decimate the cafeteria below it, which accommodated the drop. Instead, a sturdy wooden structure went up beside the injection chamber that had already been built. But when editorials in the Concord Monitor and the Union Leader criticized the barbarism of a public execution, they speculated that any paparazzi capable of crashing Madonna's wedding in a helicopter would also be able to get footage of the hanging. The warden scrambled to conceal the scaffold. On short order, their best arrangement was to purchase an old big-top tent from a family-run Vermont circus that was going out of business. The festive red and purple stripes took up most of the prison courtyard. You could see its spire from Route 93. Come one, come all, the greatest show on earth. It was a strange thing, knowing that I was going to see Shay's death. Although I'd witnessed the passing of a dozen parishioners, although I'd stood beside the bed while they took their last breaths, this was different. It wasn't God who was cutting the thread of this life, but a court order. I stopped wearing my watch and kept time by Shay's life instead. There were 72 hours left, 48, and then 24. I stopped sleeping, like Shay, choosing instead to stay up with him around the clock. Grace continued to visit once a day. She would only tell me that what had separated them before was a secret, something that had apparently been resolved after she visited June Nealon, and that she was making up for the time she'd lost with her brother. They spent hours with their heads bent together, trading memories. But Shay was adamant that he didn't want Grace at the execution. He did not want that to be her last memory of him. Instead, Shay's designated witnesses would be me, Maggie, and Maggie's boss. When Grace came for her visit, I'd leave her alone with Shay, I would go to the staff cafeteria and grab a soda or sit and read the newspaper. Sometimes I watched the news coverage of the upcoming execution. The American Medical Association had begun to protest outside the prison with huge banners that read, "First do no harm." Those who still believed that Shay was, well, more than just a murderer, began to light candles at night, thousands of them, spelling out a message that burned so brightly airplane pilots departing from Manchester could read it as they soared skyward. Have mercy. Mostly, I prayed. To God, to Shay, to anyone who was willing to listen, frankly. And I hoped that God, at the last minute, would spare Shay. It was hard enough ministering to a death row inmate when I'd believed him to be guilty, but it was far worse to minister to an innocent man who had resigned himself to death. At night, I dreamed of train wrecks. No matter how loud I shouted for someone to throw the switch to the rail, no one understood what I was saying. On the day before Shay's execution, when Grace arrived, I excused myself and wandered into the courtyard between buildings, along the massive perimeter of the circus tent. This time, however, the officers who usually stood guard at the front entrance were missing, and the flap that was usually laced shut was pinned open instead. I could hear voices inside. "Don't want to get too close to the edge. 30 seconds from the rear entrance to the steps. 2 of you out in front, 3 in back." I poked my head in, expecting to be yanked away by an officer, but the small group inside was far too busy to even notice me. Warden Coyne stood on a wooden platform along with 6 officers. One was slightly smaller than the rest and wore handcuffs, ankle cuffs, and a waist chain. He was sagging backward, a dead weight in the other officer's hands. The gallows itself was a massive metal upright with a crossbeam set on a platform that had a set of double trap doors. Below the trap was an open area where you'd be able to see the body drop. Off to both the left and right of the gallows were small rooms with a one-way mirror in the front, so that you could look out, but no one could look in. There was a ramp behind the gallows, and 2 white curtains that ran the entire length of the tent, one above the gallows, one below it. As I watched, 2 of the officers dragged the smaller one onto the gallows platform in front of the open curtain. Warden Coyne pushed a button on his stopwatch, and "Cut," he said. "That's 7 minutes 58 seconds. Nicely done." The warden gestured to the wall. "Those red phones are direct hookups to the governor's office and the attorney general. The commissioner will call to make sure there's been no stay of execution, no last-minute reprieve. If that's the case, then he'll come onto the platform and say so. When he exits, I come up and read the warrant of execution, blah, blah, blah. Then I ask the inmate if he has any final words. As soon as he's finished, I walk off the platform. The minute I cross this taped yellow line, the upper curtain will close, and that's when you 2 secure the inmate. Now, I'm not going to close the curtains right now, but give it a try." They placed a white hood over the smaller officer's head and fitted the noose around his neck. It was made of rough rope, wrapped with leather. The loop wasn't made from a hangman's knot, but instead passed through a brass eyelet. "We've got a drop of 7 feet 7 inches, Warden Coyne explained as they finished up. "That's the standard for a 126-pound man. You can see the adjusting bracket above. That gold mark is where it should be lined up, at the eye bolt. During the actual event, you 3, Hughes, Hutchins, and Greenwald, will be in the chamber to the right. You'll have been placed a few hours ahead of time, so that you aren't seen coming into the tent at all. You will each have a button in front of you. As soon as I enter the control chamber and close the door, you will push that button. Only one of the 3 actually electromagnetically releases the trapdoor of the gallows. The other 2 are dummies. Which of the 3 buttons connects will be determined randomly by computer." One of the officers interrupted. What if the inmate can't stand up? We have a collapse board outside his cell, modeled after the one used at Walla Walla in '94. If he can't walk, he'll be strapped onto it and wheeled up by gurney. They kept saying, the inmate, as if they did not know who they were executing in 24 hours. I knew, though, that the reason they would not say Shay's name was that none of them were brave enough. That would make them accountable for murder, the very same crime for which they were hanging a man. Warden Coyne turned to the other booth. How's that work for you? A door opened, and another man walked out. He put his hand on the mock prisoner's shoulder. I beg your pardon, he said. And as soon as he spoke, I recognized him. This was the British man who'd been at Maggie's apartment when I barged in to tell her Shay was innocent. Gallagher, that was his name. He took the noose and readjusted it around the smaller man's neck, but this time he tightened the knot directly below the left ear. You see where I've snugged the rope? Make sure it's here, not at the base of the skull. The force of the drop, combined with the position of the knot, is what's meant to fracture the cervical vertebrae and separate the spinal cord. Warden Coyne addressed the staff again. The court's ordered us to assume brain death based on the measured drop and the fact that the inmate has stopped breathing. Once the doctor gives us the signal, the lower curtains will close as well, and the body gets cut down immediately. It's important to remember that our job doesn't end with the drop. He turned to the doctor. And then? We'll intubate, to protect the heart and other organs. After that, I'll perform a brain perfusion scan to fully confirm brain death, and we'll remove the body from the premises. After the criminal investigation unit comes in and clears the execution, the body will go to the medical examiner's staff. They'll have an unmarked white van behind the tent, the warden said. And the Special Operations Unit will transport the body back to the hospital along with them. I noticed that the warden did not speak the doctor's name either. The rest of the visitors will be exiting from the front of the tent, Warden Coyne said, pointing to the open flaps of the doorway and spotting me for the first time. Everyone on the gallows platform stared at me. I met Christian Gallagher's gaze, and he nodded imperceptibly. Warden Coyne squinted, and as he recognized me, he sighed. I can't let you in here, Father, he said. But before the officers could escort me out, I had already slipped from the tent and back into the building, where Shay was even now waiting to die. That night, Shay was moved to the death tent. They had built a single cell there, one that would be manned round the clock. At first, it was just like any other cell. But 2 hours into his stay there, the temperature began to plummet. Shay kept shivering, no matter how many blankets were piled upon him. The thermostat says it's 66 degrees, the officer said, smacking the bulb with his hand. It's May, for Christ's sake. Well, does it feel like 66 degrees to you? I asked. My toes were numb. There was an icicle hanging from the bottom rung of my stool. Can we get a heater, another blanket? The temperature continued to drop. I put on my coat and zipped it tight. Shay's entire body was racked with tremors. His lips had started to turn blue. Frost swirled on the metal door of the cell, like a white feathered fern. It's 10 degrees warmer outside this building, the officer said. I don't get it. He was blowing on his hands, a small exclamation of breath that hovered in the air. I could call maintenance. Let me into the cell, I ordered. The officer blinked at me. I can't. Why? I've been searched twice over. I'm not near any other inmates, and you're here. It's no different than a meeting in an attorney-client conference room, is it? I could get fired for this. I'll tell the warden it was my idea, and I'll be on my best behavior, I said. I'm a priest. Would I lie to you? He shook his head and unlocked the cell with an enormous Folger Adam key. I heard the tumblers click into place as he secured me inside. As I entered Shay's 6x6 world, Shay glanced up at me, his teeth chattering. "Move over," I said, and sat down on the bunk beside him. I draped a blanket over us and waited until the heat from my body conducted through the slight space between us. "Why is it so cold?" Shay whispered. I shook my head. "Try not to think about it. Try not to think about the fact that it is sub-zero in this tiny cell. Try not to think about the fact that it backs up to a gallows from which you will swing tomorrow. Try not to think about the sea of faces you will see when you stand up there, about what you will say when you are asked to, about your heart pounding so fast with fear that you cannot hear the words you speak. Try not to think about that same heart being cut from your chest minutes later when you are gone." Earlier, Alma the nurse had come to offer Shay Valium. He'd declined, but now I wished I'd taken her up on his behalf. After a few minutes, Shay stopped shaking so violently. He was down to an occasional tremor. "I don't want to cry up there," he admitted. "I don't want to look weak." I turned to him. "You've been on death row for 11 years. You fought and won the right to die on your own terms. Even if you had to crawl up there tomorrow, there's not a single person who'd think of you as weak." "Are they all still out there?" By they, he meant the crowds. And they were. And were still coming, blocking the exits off 93 to get into Concord. In the end, and this was the end, it did not matter whether or not Shay was truly messianic, or just a good showman. It mattered that all of those people had someone to believe in. Shay turned to me. "I want you to do me a favor. Anything. I want you to watch over Grace." I had already assumed he'd ask that. An execution bound people together much like any other massive emotional moment, a birth, an armed robbery, a marriage, a divorce. I would be linked to the parties involved forever. "I will. And I want you to have all my things." I could not imagine what this entailed. His tools, maybe, for money was a carpenter? I'd like that. I pulled the blanket up a little higher. "Shay, about your funeral. It really doesn't matter." I had tried to get him a spot in the St. Catherine's Cemetery, but the committee in charge had vetoed it. They did not want the grave of a murderer resting beside their loved ones. Private plots and burials were thousands of dollars. Thousands that neither Grace nor Maggie nor I had to spend. An inmate whose family did not make alternate plans would be buried in a tiny graveyard behind the prison. A headstone carved only with his correctional facility number, not his name. 3 days, Shay said, yawning. 3 days? He smiled at me. And for the first time in hours, I actually felt warm to the core. "That's when I'm coming back." At 9 o'clock on the morning of Shay's execution, a tray was brought up from the kitchen. Sometime during the night, the frost had broken, and with it, the cement that had been poured for the base of the holding cell. Weeds from the courtyard sprouted in tufts and bunches. Vines climbed up the metal wall of the cell door. Shay took off his shoes and socks and walked across the new grass barefoot, a big smile on his face. I had moved back to my outside stool, so that the officer watching over Shay would not get into trouble, but the sergeant who arrived with the food was immediately wary. "Who brought in the plants?" "No one," the officer said. "They just sort of showed up overnight." The sergeant frowned. "I'm going to tell the warden." "Yeah," the officer said. Go on. I'm sure he's got nothing else to think about right now. At his sarcasm, Shay and I looked at each other and grinned. The sergeant left, and the officer handed the tray through the trap door. Shay uncovered the items one by one. Malamars, corn dogs, chicken nuggets, kettle corn and cotton candy, s'mores, curly fries, ice cream crowned with a halo of maraschino cherries, fry bread sprinkled with powdered sugar, a huge blue Slurpee. There was more than one man could ever eat, and it was all the sort of food you got at a country fair, the sort of food you remembered from your childhood. If, unlike Shay, you'd had one. I worked on a farm for a while, Shay said absently. I was putting up a timber frame barn. One day, I watched the guy who ran it empty the whole sack of grain out into the middle of the pasture for his steers, instead of just a scoop. I thought that was so cool, like Christmas for them, until I saw the butcher's truck drive up. He was giving them all they could eat, because by then, it didn't matter. Shay rolled the French fry he'd been holding between his fingers, then set it back on the plate. You want some? I shook my head. Yeah, he said softly. I guess I'm not so hungry either. Shay's execution was scheduled for 10 a.m. Although death penalty sentences used to be carried out at midnight, it felt so cloak and dagger that now they were staggered at all times of the day. The family of the inmate was allowed to visit up to 3 hours prior to the execution, although this was not an issue, since Shay had told Grace not to come. The attorney of record and the spiritual advisor were allowed to stay up to 45 minutes prior to the execution. After that, Shay would be alone, except for the officer guarding him. After the breakfast tray was removed, Shay got diarrhea. The officer and I turned our backs to give him privacy, then pretended it had not happened. Shortly afterward, Maggie arrived. Her eyes were red, and she kept wiping at her tears with a crumpled Kleenex. I brought you something, she said. And then she saw the cell overrun with vegetation. What's this? Global warming? I said. Well, my gift's a little redundant. Maggie emptied her pockets, full of grass, Queen Anne's lace, lady slippers, Indian paintbrushes, buttercups. She fed them to Shay through the metal mesh on the door. Thank you, Maggie. For God's sake, don't thank me, Maggie said. I wish this wasn't the way it ended, Shay. She hesitated. What if I... No. Shay shook his head. It's almost over. And then you can go on to rescuing people who want to be rescued. I'm okay, really. I'm ready. Maggie opened her mouth to speak, but then pressed her lips together and shook her head. I'll stand where you can see me. Shay swallowed. Okay. I can't stay. I need to make sure that Warden Coins talk to the hospital, so that everything happens like it's supposed to. Shay nodded. Maggie, he said, promise me something. Sure, Shay. He rested his head against the metal door. Don't forget me. Not a chance, Maggie said, and she pressed her lips against the metal door, as if she could kiss Shay goodbye. Suddenly we were alone, with a half hour stretching between us. How are you doing? I asked. Shay said. Never better? Right. Stupid question. I shook my head. Do you want to talk? Pray, be by yourself. No, Shay said quickly. Not that. Is there anything I can do? Yeah, he said. Tell me about her again. I hesitated. She's at the playground, I said, pumping her legs on a swing. When she gets to the top, and she's sure her sneakers have actually kicked the cloud, she jumps off because she thinks she can fly. She's got long hair, and it's like a flag behind her, Shay added. Fairy tale hair, so blonde it's nearly silver. A fairy tale, Shay repeated. A happy ending. It is, for her. You're giving her a whole new life, Shay. I'm saving her again. I'm saving her twice. Now with my heart, and once before she was ever born. He looked directly at me. It wasn't just Elizabeth he could have hurt. She got in the way when the gun went off, but the other... I had to do it. I glanced over my shoulder at the officer standing watch, but he had moved to a far corner and was speaking into his walkie-talkie. My words were thick, rubbery. Then, you did commit capital murder. Shay shrugged. Some people, he said simply, deserve to die. I stood, speechless as the officer approached. Father, I'm really sorry, he said, but it's time for you to leave. At that moment, the sound of bagpipes filled the tent. An accompanying swell of voices. The people outside, maintaining their vigil, had begun to sing. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. I didn't know if Shay was guilty of murder or innocent and misunderstood. I didn't know if he was the Messiah or a savant who channeled text he'd never read. I didn't know if we were making history or only reliving it. But I did know what to do. I motioned Shay forward, closed my eyes, and made the sign of the cross on his forehead. Almighty God, I murmured, look on this your servant, lying in great weakness, and comfort him with the promise of life everlasting, given in the resurrection of your Son, Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. I opened my eyes to find Shay smiling. See you around, Father, he said.
Maggie. As soon as I left Shay's cell, I stumbled out of the circus tent. That's what this was, you know, a circus. And threw up on the grass in the courtyard. Hey, a voice said. You all right? I felt an arm steadying me, and I glanced into the dizzying sunlight to find Warden Coyne, looking just as unhappy to see me as I was to see him. Come on, he said. Let's get you a glass of water. He led me through dark, dismal corridors. Corridors far more suited to an execution, I thought, than the beautiful spring day outside, with its brilliant blue sky and tufted clouds. In the empty staff cafeteria, he pulled out a chair for me, then went to the cooler to get me something to drink. I finished the whole cup of water, and still could taste the bitterness in my throat. Sorry, I said. Didn't mean to vomit on your parade. He sat down in a chair beside me. You know, Ms. Bloom, there's a hell of a lot about me you don't know. Nor do I want to, I said, standing. For example, Warden Coyne continued blithely, I don't really believe in the death penalty. I stared at him, snapped my mouth shut, and sank back into my chair. I used to, don't get me wrong. And I'll perform an execution if I have to, because it's part of my job. But that doesn't mean I condone it, he said. Truth is, I've seen plenty of inmates for whom life in prison is just as well served. And I've seen inmates I wish would be killed. There are just some people you cannot find the good in. But who am I to decide if someone should be killed for murdering a child, instead of for murdering a drug addict during a deal that went bad? Or even if we should be killing the inmate himself. I'm not smart enough to be able to say which life is worth more than the other. I don't know if anyone is. If you know it's not fair, and you still do this, how do you sleep at night? Warden Coyne smiled sadly. I don't, Ms. Bloom. The difference between you and me is that you expect me to be able to. He got to his feet. I trust you know where to go from here? I was supposed to wait at the Public Information Office, along with Father Michael, so that we could be brought to the tent apart from the witnesses for the state and the victim. But somehow, I knew that wasn't what Warden Coyne had meant. And even more surprising, I think he knew that I knew that. The inside of the circus tent was painted with blue sky. Artificial clouds rose into the peaks, above the black iron of the gallows that had been constructed. I wondered if Shay would look at it and pretend that he was outside. The tent itself was divided by a line of correctional officers, who kept the witnesses for both sides separated, like a human dam. We had been warned about our behavior in the letters from the Department of Corrections. Any name-calling or inappropriate actions would result in us being hauled out of the tent. Beside me, Father Michael was praying a rosary. On my other side sat Rufus Urquhart, my boss. I was shocked to see June Nealon sitting quietly in the front row across from us. Somehow, I'd assumed she'd be with Claire, especially given the fact that Claire would be getting ready for her heart transplant. When she'd called me to say she wanted Shay's heart, I hadn't asked any questions. I hadn't wanted to jinx it. Now, I wished I could go over to her and ask whether Claire was all right, if everything was on schedule. But I would run the risk of the officers thinking I was harassing her. And truth be told, I was afraid to hear her answer. Somewhere behind that curtain, Christian was checking to make sure the rope and noose were exactly as they should be, to ensure as humane a hanging as possible. I knew this was supposed to comfort me. But to be honest, I had never felt more alone in my life. It was a hard thing, accepting to myself that I had befriended someone convicted of murder. Lawyers knew better than to become emotionally and personally involved with their clients, but that didn't mean it didn't happen. At exactly 10 o'clock, the curtains opened. Shay seemed very small on the gallows platform. He wore a white t-shirt, orange scrub pants, and tennis shoes, and was flanked by 2 officers I'd never seen before. His arms were fastened behind him, and his legs were bound together with what looked like a strap of leather. He was shaking like a leaf. Commissioner Lynch walked onto the platform. "There has been no stay of execution," he announced. I thought about Christian's hands checking the knot against Shay's neck. I knew the mercy of his touch. I was grateful that Shay's last physical contact with a human would be gentle. The warden stepped onto the platform as Lynch exited, and he read the entire warrant aloud. The words slipped in and out of my mind. Whereas on the 6th day of March, 1997, Isaiah Matthew Bourne was duly and legally convicted of 2 counts of the crime of capital murder. Said court pronounced sentence upon Isaiah Matthew Bourne, in accordance with said judgment fixing the time for the execution for 10 a.m. on Friday, the 23rd of May, 2008. Command you to execute the aforesaid judgment and sentence by hanging in a manner that produces brain death in said Isaiah Matthew Bourne. When the warden finished, he faced Shay. Inmate Bourne, do you have any final words? Shay squinted until he found me in the front row. He kept his eyes on me for a long moment, and then drifted toward Father Michael. But then, he turned to the side of the tent where the witnesses for the victim were gathered, and he smiled at June Nealon. I forgive you, he said. Immediately afterward, a curtain was drawn. It reached only to the floor of the gallows, and it was a translucent white. I didn't know if the warden had intended for us to see what was happening behind it, but we could, in macabre silhouette. The hood being placed over Shay's head, the noose being tightened against his neck. The 2 officers who'd secured him stepping backward. Goodbye, I whispered. Somewhere, a door slammed, and suddenly the trap was open and the body plummeted. One quick firecracker snap as the weight caught at the end of the rope. Shay slowly turned counterclockwise with the unlikely grace of a ballerina. An October leaf. A snowflake falling. I felt Father Michael's hand on mine, conveying what there were not words to say. It's over, he whispered. I don't know what made me turn toward June Nealon, but I did. The woman sat with her back straight as a redwood, her hands folded so tightly in her lap that I could see the half-moons her own nails were cutting in her skin. Her eyes were tightly squeezed shut. After all this, she hadn't even watched him die. The lower curtain closed 3 minutes and 10 seconds after Shay had been hanged. It was opaque, and we could not see what was happening behind it, although the fabric fluttered with movement and activity. The officers in the tent didn't let us linger, though. They hustled us out separate doors to the courtyard. We were led out of the prison gates and immediately inundated with the press. This is good, Rufus said, pumped up with adrenaline. This is our moment. I nodded, but my attention was focused on June. I could see her only briefly, a tiny crow of a woman ducking into a waiting car. Mr. Urquhart, a reporter said, as 20 microphones were held up to his face, a bouquet of black roses. Do you have any comment? I stepped back, watching Rufus in the limelight. I wished I could just vanish on the spot. I knew that Rufus didn't mean to use Shay as a pawn here, that he was only doing his job as head of the ACLU. And yet, how did that make him different from Warden Coyne? Shay Bourne is dead, Rufus said soberly. The first execution in this state in 69 years. In the only first world country to still have death penalty legislation on the books. He looked out over the crowd. Some people say that the reason we have a death penalty in this country is because we need to punish certain inmates. It's said to be a deterrent. But in fact, murder rates are higher in death penalty jurisdictions than in those without it. It's said to be cheaper to execute a man than to keep him in prison for life. But in fact, when you factor in the cost of 11 years of appeals, paid for with public funds, it costs about 1/3 more to execute a prisoner than to sentence him to life in prison. Some people say that the death penalty exists for the sake of the victim's family, that it offers closure so that they can deal finally and completely with their grief. But does knowing that the death toll has risen above and beyond their family member really offer justice? And how do we explain the fact that a murder in a rural setting is more likely to lead to a death sentence than one that occurs in the city? Or that the murder of a white victim leads to the death penalty 3.5 times more often than the murder of a black victim? Or that women are sentenced to death only 2/3 as often as men? Before I realized what I was doing, I had stepped into the tiny circle of space that the media had offered to Rufus. "Maggie," he whispered, covering the mics. "I'm working this here." A reporter gave me my invitation. "Hey, weren't you his lawyer?" "Yes," I said. "Which I hope means I'm qualified to tell you what I'm going to. I work for the ACLU. I can spout all the same statistics that Mr. Urquhart just did. But you know what that speech leaves out? That I am truly sorry for June Nealon's loss after all this time. And that today, I lost someone I cared about. Someone who'd made some serious mistakes. Someone who was a hard nut to crack. But someone I'd made a place for in my life." "Maggie," Rufus hissed, pulling at my sleeve. "Save the true confessional for your diary." I ignored him. You know why I think we still execute people? Because, even if we don't want to say it out loud, for the really heinous crimes, we want to know that there's a really heinous punishment. Simple as that. We want to bring society closer together, huddle and circle our wagons, and that means getting rid of people we think are incapable of learning a moral lesson. I guess the question is, who gets to identify those people? Who decides what crime is so awful that the only answer is death? And what if, God forbid, they get it wrong? The crowd was murmuring. The cameras were rolling. I don't have children. I can't say I'd feel the same way if one of them was killed. And I don't have the answers. Believe me, if I did, I'd be a lot richer. But you know, I'm starting to think that's okay. Maybe instead of looking for answers, we ought to be asking some questions instead. Like, what's the lesson we're teaching here? What if it's different every time? What if justice isn't equal to due process? Because at the end of the day, this is what we're left with. A victim who's become a file to be dealt with instead of a little girl or a husband. An inmate who doesn't want to know the name of a correctional officer's child because that makes the relationship too personal. A warden who carries out executions even if he doesn't think they should happen in principle. And an ACLU lawyer who's supposed to go to the office, close the case, and move on. What we're left with is death, with the humanity removed from it. I hesitated a moment. So you tell me, did this execution really make you feel safer? Did it bring us all closer together? Or did it drive us all farther apart? I pushed past the cameras, whose heavy heads swung like bulls to follow my path, and into the crowd, which carved a canyon for me to walk through. And I cried. God, I cried. I turned on my windshield wipers on the way home, even though it was not raining. But I was falling apart at the seams and sobbing, and I couldn't see. Somehow I thought this would help. I had upstaged my boss on what was arguably the most important legal outcome for the New Hampshire ACLU in the past 50 years. Even worse, I didn't particularly care. I would have liked to talk to Christian, but he was at the hospital by now, supervising the harvest of Shay's heart and other organs. He'd said he'd come over as soon as he could, as soon as he had word that the transplant was going to be a success. Which meant that I was going home to a house with a rabbit in it, and not much else. I turned the corner to my street, and immediately saw the car in my driveway. My mother was waiting for me at the front door. I wanted to ask her why she was here instead of at work. I wanted to ask her how she'd known I'd need her. But when she wordlessly held out a blanket that I usually kept on the couch, one with fuzzy fleece inside, I stepped into it and forgot all my questions. Instead, I buried my face against her neck. "Oh, Mags," she soothed. "It's going to be all right." I shook my head. It was awful. Every time I blink, I can see it, like it's still happening. I drew in a shuddering breath. It's stupid, isn't it? Up to the last minute, I was expecting a miracle. Like in the courtroom. That he'd slip out of the noose or, I don't know, fly away or something. "Here, sit down," my mother said, leading me into the kitchen. "Real life doesn't work that way. It's like you said, to the reporters." "You saw me?" I glanced up. "On television. Every channel, Maggie. Even CNN." Her face glowed. "4 people already called me to say you were brilliant." I suddenly remembered sitting in my parents' kitchen when I was in college, unable to decide on a career. My mother had sat down, propped her elbows on the table. "What do you love to do?" she had asked. "Read," I'd told her, "and argue." She had smiled broadly. "Maggie, my love, you were meant to become a lawyer." I buried my face in my hands. I was an idiot. Rufus is going to fire me. "Why? Because you said what nobody has the guts to say?" The hardest thing in the world is believing someone can change. It's always easier to go along with the way things are than to admit that you might have been wrong in the first place. She turned to me, holding out a steaming, fragrant bowl. I could smell rosemary, pepper, celery. "I made you soup, from scratch." "You made me soup from scratch?" My mother rolled her eyes. "Okay, I bought soup someone else made from scratch." When I smiled a little, she touched my cheek. "Maggie," she said, "eat." Later that afternoon, while my mother did the dishes and cleaned up in my kitchen, and with Oliver curled up at my side, I fell asleep on the living room couch. I dreamed that I was walking in the dark in my favorite Stuart Weitzman heels, but they were hurting me. I glanced down to discover I was not walking on grass, but on a ground that looked like tempered glass after it's been shattered, like the cracked, parched landscape of a desert. My heels kept getting stuck in the crevices, and finally, I had to stop to pull one free. When I did, a clod of earth overturned, and beneath it was light, the purest, most liquid lava form of it. I kicked at another piece of the ground with my heel, and more beams spilled outward and upward. I poked holes, and rays shined up. I danced, and the world became illuminated, so bright that I had to shade my eyes, so bright that I could not keep them from filling with tears.
June. This, I had told Claire, the night before the surgery, is how they'll transplant the heart. You'll be brought into the operating room and given general anesthesia. Grape, she'd said. She liked it way better than bubblegum, although the root beer wasn't bad. You'll be prepped and draped, I told her. Your sternum will be opened with a saw. Won't that hurt? Of course not, I said. You'll be fast asleep. I knew the procedure as well as any cardiac resident. I'd studied it that carefully and that long. What comes next? Claire had asked. Sutures, stitches, get sewn into the aorta, the superior vena cava, and the inferior vena cava. Catheters are placed. Then you're put on the heart-lung machine. What's that? It works so you don't have to. It drains blue blood from the two cava and returns red blood through the cannula in the aorta. Cannula's a cool word. I like how it sounds on my tongue. I skipped over the part about how her heart would be removed, the inferior and superior vena cava divided, then the aorta. Keep going. His heart, no need to say whose, is flushed with cardioplegia solution. It sounds like something you use to wax a car. Well, you'd better hope not. It's chock full of nutrients and oxygen and keeps the heart from beating as it warms up. And after that? Then the new heart goes to its new home, I had said, and I tapped her chest. First, the left atriums get sewn together, then the inferior vena cava, then the superior vena cava, then the pulmonary artery, and finally, the aorta. When all the connections are set, the cross-clamp on your aorta is removed, warm blood starts flowing into the coronaries and... Wait, let me guess. The heart starts beating. Now, hours later, Claire beamed up at me from her hospital gurney. As the parent of a minor, I was allowed to accompany her to the OR, gowned and suited, while she was put under anesthesia. I sat down on the stool provided by a nurse, amid the gleaming instruments, the shining lights. I tried to pick out the familiar face of the surgeon from his kind eyes above the mask. "Mom?" Claire said, reaching for my hand. "I'm right here. I don't hate you." "I know, baby." The anesthesiologist fitted the mask to Claire's face. "I want you to start counting for me, hon. Backward from 10. 10, Claire said, looking into my eyes. 9. 8. Her lids dropped, half-masked. 7, she said, but her lips went slack on the last syllable. "You can give her a kiss if you want, Mom," said a nurse. I brushed my paper mask against the soft bow of Claire's cheek. "Come back to me," I whispered.
Michael. 3 days after Shay's death, and 2 after his funeral, I returned to the prison cemetery. The headstones formed a small field, each one marked with a number. Shay's grave didn't have one yet. It was only a small, raw plot of earth. And yet, it was the only one with a visitor. Sitting on the ground, her legs crossed, was Grace Bourne. I waved as she got to her feet. "Father," she said, "it's good to see you." "You too." I came closer, smiled. "That was a nice service you did the other day." She looked down at the ground. I know it didn't seem like I was listening, but I was. At Shay's funeral, I hadn't read from the Bible at all. I hadn't read from the Gospel of Thomas either. I had created my own gospel, the good news about Shay Bourne, and spoke it from the heart to the few people who'd been present: Grace, Maggie, Alma the nurse. June Nealon had not come. She was at the hospital with her daughter, who was recovering from the heart transplant. She'd sent a spray of lilies to lay on Shay's grave. They were still here, wilting. Maggie told me that Claire's doctor had been thrilled with the outcome of the operation, that the heart had started beating like a jackrabbit. Claire would be leaving the hospital by the end of the week. "You heard about the transplant?" I said. Grace nodded. "I know that wherever he is, he's happy about that." She dusted off her skirt. "Well, I was on my way out. I have to get back to Maine for a 7 o'clock shift." "I'll call you in a few days," I said, and I meant it. I had promised Shay that I would look after Grace, but to be honest, I think he wanted to be sure that she'd be looking after me as well. Somehow, Shay had known that without the church, I'd need a family too. I sat down. In the same spot where Grace had been, I sighed, leaned forward, and waited. The problem was, I wasn't sure what I was waiting for. It had been 3 days since Shay's death. He had told me he was coming back, a resurrection. But he had also told me that he'd murdered Kurt Nealon intentionally, and I couldn't hold the two thoughts side by side in my mind. I didn't know if I was supposed to be on the lookout for an angel, like Mary Magdalene had seen, to tell me that Shay had left this tomb. I didn't know if he'd mailed me a letter that I could expect to receive later that afternoon. I was waiting, I suppose, for a sign. I heard footsteps, and saw Grace hurrying toward me again. I almost forgot. "I'm supposed to give this to you." It was a large shoebox, wrapped with a rubber band. The green cardboard had begun to peel away from the corners, and there were spots that were watermarked. "What is it?" "My brother's things. The warden, he gave them to me. But there was a note inside from Shay. He wanted you to have them. I would have given it to you at the funeral, but the note said I was supposed to give it to you today." "You should have these," I said. "You're his family." She looked up at me. "So were you, Father." When she left, I sat back down beside Shay's grave. "Is this it?" I said aloud. "Is this what I was supposed to wait for?" Inside the box was a canvas roll of tools and 3 packages of bazooka bubblegum. "He had 1 piece of gum," I heard Lucius say, "and there was enough for all of us." The only other item inside was a small, flat, newspaper-wrapped package. The tape had peeled off years ago. The paper was yellowed with age. Folded in its embrace was a tattered photograph that made me catch my breath. I held in my hands the picture that had been stolen from my dorm when I was in college, my grandfather and I showing off our day's catch. Why had he taken something so worthless to a stranger? I touched my thumb to my grandfather's face, and suddenly recalled Shay talking about the grandfather he'd never had, the one he'd imagined from this photo. Had he swiped it because it was proof of what he'd missed in his life? Had he stared at it wishing he was me? I remembered something else. The photo had been stolen before I was picked for Shay's jury. I shook my head in disbelief. It was possible Shay had known it was me when he saw me sitting in the courtroom. It was possible he had recognized me again when I first came to him in prison. It was possible the joke had been on me all along. I started to crumple up the newspaper that photo had been wrapped in, but realized it wasn't newspaper at all. It was too thick for that and not the right size. It was a page torn out of a book. The Nag Hammadi Library, it read across the top in the tiniest of print. The Gospel of Thomas, first published 1977. I ran a fingertip along the familiar sayings. Jesus said, "Whoever finds the interpretation of these sayings will not experience death." Jesus said, "The dead are not alive, and the living will not die." Jesus said, "Do not tell lies." Jesus said. And so had Shay, after having years to memorize this page. Frustrated, I tore it into pieces and threw them on the ground. I was angry at Shay. I was angry at myself. I buried my face in my hands and then felt a wind stir. The confetti of words began to scatter. I ran after them. As they caught against headstones, I trapped them with my hands. I stuffed them into my pockets. I untangled them from the weeds that grew at the edge of the cemetery. I chased one fragment all the way to the parking lot. Sometimes, we see what we want to instead of what's in front of us. And sometimes, we don't see clearly at all. I took all the bits I'd collected and dug a shallow bowl beneath the spray of lilies, covered them with a thin layer of soil. I imagined the yellowed paper dissolving in the rain, being absorbed by the earth, lying fallow under winter snow. I wondered what, next spring, would take root.
A quote from Albert Einstein. There are only two ways to live your life. One is as though nothing is a miracle. The other is as though everything is a miracle. Epilogue. Claire. I have been someone different now for 3 weeks. It's not something you can tell by looking at me. It's not even something I can tell by looking at myself in the mirror. The only way I can describe it, and it's weird, so get ready, is like waves. They just crash over me, and suddenly, even if I'm surrounded by a dozen people, I'm lonely. Even if I'm doing everything I want to, I start to cry. My mother says that emotion doesn't get transplanted along with the heart, that I have to stop referring to it as his and start calling it mine. But that's pretty hard to do, especially when you add up all the stuff I have to take just to keep my cells from recognizing this intruder in my chest, like that old horror movie with the woman who has an alien inside her. Colace, Dulcolax, Prednisone, Zantac, Enalapril, Cellcept, Prograf, Oxycontin, Keflex, magnesium oxide, nystatin, Valsite. It's a cocktail to keep my body fooled. It's anyone's guess how long this ruse might continue. The way I see it, either my body wins and I reject the heart, or I win and become who he used to be. My mother says that I'm going to work through all this, and that's why I have to take Celexa, oh, right, forgot that one, and talk to a shrink twice a week. I nod and pretend that I believe her. She's so happy right now, but it's the kind of happy that's like an ornament made of sugar. If you brush it the wrong way, it will go to pieces. I'll tell you this much. It's so good to be home, and to not have a lightning bolt zapping me from inside 3 or 4 times a day, and to not pass out and wake up wondering what happened, and to walk up the stairs, upstairs, without having to stop halfway or be carried. "Claire?" my mother calls. "Are you awake?" Today we have a visitor coming. It's a woman I haven't met, although apparently she's met me. She's the sister of the man who gave me his heart. She came to the hospital when I was totally out of it. I am so not looking forward to this. She'll probably break down and cry. I would if I were her. and stare at me with an eagle eye until she finds some shred of me that reminds her of her brother, or at least convinces herself she has. "I'm coming," I say. I've been standing in front of the mirror for the past 20 minutes without a shirt on. The scar, which is still healing, is the angriest red slash of a mouth. Every time I look at it, I imagine the things it might be yelling. I resettle the bandage that I'm not supposed to peel off, but do when my mother isn't there to see it. Then I shrug into a shirt and glance down at Dudley. "Hey, lazy bones," I say. "Rise and shine." The thing is, my dog doesn't move. I stand there, staring, even though I know what's happened. My mother told me once, in her dump truck load of fun facts about cardiac patients, that when you do a transplant, the nerve that goes from the brain to the heart gets cut. Which means that it takes people like me longer to respond to situations that would normally freak us out. We need the adrenaline to kick in first. You can hear this and think, "Oh, how nice to stay calm." Or you can hear this and think, imagine what it would be like to have a brand new heart and be so slow to feel. And then boom, just like that, it kicks in. I fall down to my knees in front of the dog. I'm afraid to touch him. I've been too close to death. I don't want to go there again. By now, the tears are here. They stream down my face and into my mouth. Loss always tastes like salt. I bend down over my old, sweet dog. "Dudley," I say, "come on." But when I scoop him up, put my ear against his rib cage, he's cold, stiff, not breathing. "No," I whisper, and then I shout it so loud that my mother comes scrambling up the stairs like a storm. She fills my doorway, wild-eyed. "Claire? What's wrong?" I shake my head. I can't speak. Because, in my arms, the dog twitches. His heart starts beating again, beneath my own 2 hands.